High-interest brain deposit. Take it after reading. Wishing all esteemed bosses, 10-fold health rebates, 100-fold success rate in romance, 1,000-fold cashback on salaries, and 10,000-fold smoothness in all tasks. So good. So comfortable. Faster. Faster, it hurts. Be gentler. In the room, a shapely woman in silky nightwear, her eyes half closed with drowsiness, was being massaged by a sunny, handsome boy standing behind her, whose strong hands revealed his 8-pack abs. The young man's name was Chu Fan. At this moment, he suddenly froze, as though paralyzed by a spell. Chu Fan, go prepare the bathwater for me. The woman sat up, her charm almost tangible. Hurry up, I'm hot. When Chu Fan did not respond, the woman urged coquettishly. Right now, his mind was filled with scenes of Black God Wukong in combat. The visuals were so stunning, it must be a domestic blockbuster. Suddenly, everything went black before his eyes. How did he end up here? Originally, he had been playing with a VR device, only to be struck by the second master god, losing consciousness shortly after. It hurts. When he regained consciousness, Chu Fan felt a sharp pain in his head, as though being drilled into. He was in the process of receiving the memories of a stranger. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Did I time travel? As the pain in his head subsided, he quickly combed through the original owner's memories, gaining an understanding of this world's state of affairs. This was a high martial world where spiritual energy had been revived. The original owner was an extreme simp, willing to drink bathwater for her, serve as a horse or ox, never complaining about anything. This world was entirely different from his previous one, like a gathering ground for all sorts of protagonists. Here, there were the strongest live-in sons-in-law, dragon kings, soldier kings, and even rampant systems in existence. What? I crossed into a place like this but became this useless original owner? Am I destined to be abused? Just then, Chu Fan heard the woman's voice calling out. Lowering his head, he saw the enchanting figure and fairy-like beauty of the woman before him, causing him to swallow involuntarily. Isn't this the campus belle, Zhang Ruxue? Her beautiful face was tinged with a hint of undisguised allure. However, at this moment, she was exuding a heavy scent of alcohol and faint traces of a seductive poison. Wasn't Zhang Ruxue always cold and aloof? Chu Fan searched the original owner's memories for information on this woman before him. Chu Fan noticed a string of characters floating above Zhang Rushue's head. Bond, white moonlight, to be admired but not to be defiled. Conquer to obtain. Activation grants the host unparalleled personal charm. 2/4/6/8. Bond? Am I playing teamfight tactics? Just as Chu Fan was lost in thought. At the same time, he clearly felt a screen appearing in his mind. System loading. System? Damn, could it be? Before Chu Fan could think further, Zhang Ruxue moved. She punched his handsome face. Chu Fan, I'm here. Zhang Rushue's face turned even redder as she bit her lip lightly. Her fiery gaze locked onto Chu Fan, and she suddenly pulled him close. Zhang Ruxue wasn't just the campus belle of Jiangdong University, but also one of the strongest martial artists in her freshman year. Meanwhile, Chu Fan was nothing more than the university's most useless student. Aside from being handsome, he was practically good for nothing. No one knew how much time had passed. Chu Fan, why are you here? Get out of here now. When Zhang Ruxue woke up, she instinctively tidied her disheveled hair with both hands. Her snow-white cheeks were flushed, her brows furrowed, and tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. Hey, you took advantage of me and now want to deny it? What happened to all that passion just now? I helped detoxify you, okay? Even if there's no merit, there's at least hard work involved. Aren't you afraid I'll spread rumors? In the blankets, Chu Fan was disheveled, his clothes torn, his face bruised and battered. Clearly, the battle had been intense. Yet, he held a toothpick in his mouth, crossed his legs, and wore a leisurely expression. Hard work? That wasn't hard work at all. Chu Fan's smug demeanor was infuriating. He truly was taking advantage and playing innocent. Zhang Rushue's stunning face was streaked with tears. The battle was over. What could she do now? Could she change reality? You bastard, Chu Fan. You've ruined my purity for life. Zhang Rushue's face was full of hatred. She never expected her most loyal simp to turn into someone like this. I'm a transmigrator now. Did you think I'd still be your simp? Zhang Ruxue was one of Jiangdong Academy's twin campus belles. Whether in figure or looks, she was outstanding. More importantly, the moment she stepped into university, she had been blessed by the god of simping, activating the strongest simp system. With the strongest simp system, her combat power had been rapidly increasing every day. In just half a year, she had risen from an obscure martial artist to the terrifying pinnacle of the human rank, with one foot already stepping into the earth rank. But tonight, Jiang Rushua had been ruined by the Academy's most useless simp. As her thoughts cleared, she began recalling everything that had happened last night. It was during a class party held to celebrate their upcoming assessment for the elite spirit martial class. Jiang Rushua had only had one drink before feeling her whole body heat up. Fortunately, her strength was extraordinary, and she forcibly suppressed the seductive poison until she returned to her residence. Only then did it fully take hold. Since Chu Fan had always been one of her simps, obedient to her every command, she felt completely at ease letting him escort her home. But then, the earlier scene unfolded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating that strongest system. In the depths of Chu Fan's consciousness, he heard a clear, pleasant mechanical female voice. Phew! Finally! It's loaded at last. I've been waiting forever. Damn system! I've finally waited for you. Welcome to the grand stage. Chu Fan's mind was filled with his personal attributes. Host, Chu Fan. Height, 180/18. Appearance, 80. Charm, 20. Physique, trash. Talent, FW. Abilities, none. Martial arts, human rank 1 star. Bond, none. Hatred, 0. Affection, 0. What the hell? This is legit. Especially the height stat, damn accurate. First time activation successful. The system grants a lucky 10 draw. Would the host like to execute it? A lucky 10 draw? Do you think this is Genshin Impact? What next? 10 draws 9 golds. Host, are you deaf? Confirm. What kind of system is this, so aggressive? Fine, I'll confirm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an SSS grade Divine Body. Dark Lord equals 5% completeness. Congratulations to the host for unlocking an SSS talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening an SSS grade ability, Power of Time and Space. 1-star battle skill, Slow. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Ancient Dumplings. Item inventory unlocked. Thank you for participating. Thank you for reviewing. One more pull. Random bond card obtained. After that, there was nothing else. Luckily, that extra pull gave him a green card. 3 SSS items in one go left Chu Fan stunned. In an instant, he went from trash physique to possessing an SSS divine body. Almost immediately, he transitioned from having no spiritual energy perception with trash tier talent to possessing an SSS grade talent. He could now clearly sense the sparse spiritual energy in the air and absorb it at an astonishing rate. The bruises on Chu Fan's face were healing rapidly, and within less than 5 minutes, they were completely gone. Whether it was his cultivation speed or his recovery rate after being injured, both were astonishingly extraordinary. So this is what an SSS level talent is like? Detected the presence of a nearby system host Jiang Rushua, implanted system, the strongest bootlicker system. The strongest bootlicker system, gained bootlicker points through the efforts of bootlickers to enhance combat power. As expected, this world is truly one dominated by protagonist halos. Everyone has their own protagonist aura. Jiang Rushua actually possesses a system. What's the point of seeing through it? Can I even beat those bugs? They're all monster-level protagonists, each with their own protagonist halo. Chu Fan pouted in dissatisfaction. Host, are you doubting this system? This system is the special forces among systems, known as the system hacker. It specializes in uninstalling those so-called invincible systems. As long as the host can subdue the opponent, the system can invade them. Once the opponent's system is successfully uninstalled, the host will receive massive rewards and a significant boost in cultivation. Hearing this, Chu Fan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. With this setup, plus the system's functionality, why would I ever need to bootlick anyone? I swear. The campus goddess will be my maid, the war god will be my bodyguard. Azure dragon on my left, white tiger on my right. Anyone in my way will be defeated. The divine doctors, unwanted sons-in-law, war gods, and dragon kings of this world will all be utterly crushed by me. Tremble before me. I am the chosen of the chosen ones. No wonder Jiang Rushua has progressed so quickly in less than half a year. She, too, is one of the chosen. But what a pity. Now I can see through your system. Unlike those bootlickers, I won't be contributing anything to you. Get out of here already. Jiang Rushua's icy expression seemed to freeze even her tears. Hatred from Jiang Rushua plus 166. Heh, my dear campus belle, sorry to trouble you, but let me practice on you first. Ahem. You say get out, and I just get out? What about my dignity? A sly grin appeared on Chu Fan's handsome face. Chu Fan, you worthless scum, if you dare spout nonsense again, I'll cut off your tongue. Although you're good-looking, in this world of high martial arts, what use is mere handsomeness? Strength is the only true path. Hatred from Jiang Rushua plus 266. Cut off what? Chu Fan perked his ears up, pretending he hadn't heard clearly. Go ahead, but don't regret it later. My tongue is quite flexible. Hatred from Jiang Rushua plus 666. You pervert, get lost. Shameless. Jiang Rushua's fury burned brightly. Her fair, delicate fist slammed hard into Chu Fan's chest. Bang! However, when Jiang Rushua's fist struck Chu Fan, it felt as if she had hit a sturdy wall, producing a dull thud. Yet this shameless scoundrel, Chu Fan, remained completely unmoved, standing firmly in front of Jiang Rushua. What? Jiang Rushua was utterly shocked. She had already reached the peak of the human rank in terms of strength. That punch carried a force of 10,000 pounds, capable of easily smashing a car to pieces. But this so-called wasted human rank 1-star had actually endured her powerful punch without a single scratch. Chu Fan was equally astonished in his heart. He knew Jiang Rushua's strength. When she threw that punch, even the air had produced a sonic boom. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, he simply couldn't. At human rank 1-star, how could he possibly keep up with the peak human rank Jiang Rushua? Yet, when that punch landed on him, it felt like nothing more than a tickle, pleasant, even. This was simply unbelievable. Could this be the defensive power of the SSS-level Dark Lord? Jiang Rushua felt indignant. She was at the peak of the human rank and had already awakened the most powerful offensive lightning ability. More importantly, she was a female protagonist-level existence, equipped with the strongest simp system. She clasped her hands together, instantly channeling her ability. Purple-white electric light flickered in her palms, radiating an aura of intimidation. Thunderbolt strike. Chu Fan felt secretly tense. This was the renowned lightning ability. Jiang Rushua had actually awakened it. Clearly, the contributions of her simps were no small matter. Hey, let's talk this through. How could you hit your husband? That's disobedience. If this were ancient times, I'd have already divorced you. Chu Fan wasn't stupid. No matter how strong his body was, a hit from this thunderbolt strike would probably turn him into a roasted salted fish. He quickly retreated, dashing onto the balcony, narrowly escaping disaster. It's thundering. It's raining. Hurry home and take in the clothes. On the balcony, Chu Fan found himself surrounded by pink and purple garments, delicately scented lace undergarments hanging like grapes on the drying rack. His face flushed red with embarrassment. Hatred from Jiang Rushua plus 388. Get lost, you pervert. Jiang Rushua was furious and struck with all her might. Boom! A bolt of lightning shattered her grape rack to pieces. Meanwhile, Chu Fan stood below the balcony as fragments of white cotton drifted down like fairy petals, filling the entire room. What a romantic wedding scene! Ha, the bridal chamber is done, the wedding ceremony is complete. Stick with me, babe, and I guarantee you'll feast 3 times every 9 days. Chu Fan joked shamelessly. Hatred from Jiang Rushua plus 1388. Jiang Rushua erupted in anger, unleashing her strongest combo move. With her incredible speed, she instantly closed the distance to Chu Fan, utilizing the most powerful close combat lightning ability. Though this move wasn't especially powerful, its success rate in close quarters was exceptionally high. In this confined room, facing Chu Fan, whose rank was far below hers, this move was an absolute dominance. Swish! Jiang Rushua vanished from the room. Chu Fan felt a killing intent surging toward him. Fool, I'm here. Jiang Rushua's hands were already charged with energy, the spherical electric arc in her palms appearing extraordinarily terrifying. However, just as she was about to strike, Chu Fan waved his hand, and a mysterious energy ripple instantly enveloped her graceful body. Under the influence of this energy, her movements seemed slowed down 100 times. What should have been an instant burst of power now looked like a slow-motion dance performance for Chu Fan. Wow! Wifey, you've got some great moves. Seeing Jiang Rushua dancing in her silky nightgown, Chu Fan's nose began to heat up slightly. Jiang Rushua felt as though she were trapped in a quagmire, her every movement becoming painstakingly slow. She tried desperately to break free but discovered an invisible force suppressing her actions. At this moment, she was stunned. What is this? She couldn't believe her eyes. This Chu Fan, whom everyone usually regarded as a useless loser, had actually unleashed such a bizarre ability? She had never heard of such a thing. Slap! At that moment, Chu Fan leisurely walked behind Jiang Rushua and gave her a loud smack, causing ripples to spread. So bouncy! Hatred from Jiang Rushua plus 999. Not bad dancing, here's your reward. Chu Fan appeared casual, but he knew this was his limit. The SSS level ability 1-star slow time. Though highly effective, it drained his spiritual power like a tidal wave. As someone at the human rank 1-star in martial arts, his spiritual strength was clearly inferior to Jiang Rushua's, who was at the human rank peak. The human rank peak. That was a powerhouse on the verge of stepping into the earth rank. The gap in their levels was enormous. No matter how strong Chu Fan's ability was, it required spiritual energy to sustain, and now his spiritual energy was depleted. Thus, Jiang Rushua quickly broke free from the illusion's restraint. Chu Fan, you're dead. She clasped her hands, preparing to fire a bolt of lightning. The so-called strongest simp system is nothing much, after all. Chu Fan sneered dismissively. Ah! Jiang Rushua's face was filled with shock. She couldn't believe it. Her strongest simp system was her greatest asset and confidence. She had never told anyone about her system, yet this useless man in front of her had casually mentioned it by name. The fact that he could so clearly state the name of her system was utterly unacceptable. The ultimate move she was about to unleash was abruptly suppressed, as if she were constipated. Seeing this, Chu Fan secretly sighed in relief. Although he had obtained the SSS level Lord of Darkness ability, it was only 5% complete. How did he do it? What's wrong? Afraid to make a move now? Chu Fan looked at Jiang Rushua's lowered hands with a smug smile. He knew he had already conquered this little girl. He had touched on her deepest secrets, and she was scared. Target host has ceased resistance. The strongest simp system has been successfully invaded. Please confirm whether to uninstall this system. Uninstall. Chu Fan didn't hesitate, thinking to himself, strike while the iron's hot. The system was the greatest threat. If she recovered, he'd be in real danger. How do you know? Jiang Rushua finally gave up resisting, her face filled with disbelief as she knelt before Chu Fan, her voice trembling with a hint of submission. Uninstalling, please wait. Hearing this notification, Chu Fan felt a jolt in his heart. Meanwhile, a look of sheer terror appeared on Jiang Rushua's stunningly beautiful face. Warning! Warning! The system is under unknown invasion. Beep beep beep. Soon, the voice in Jiang Rushua's mind was cut off amidst a series of urgent warnings. She was horrified to realize that she could no longer feel the interface that only she could see. Her simp points and items seemed completely inaccessible. Ah! Jiang Rushua's face turned pale with fear upon hearing this. The once aloof and stunning Jiang Rushua now looked like a defeated eggplant, completely lifeless. Congratulations, host. You have successfully uninstalled the strongest simp system. Congratulations, host. Lord of Darkness completion rate increased by 10%. Congratulations, host. You've obtained 10 purifying drumsticks. Fried drumsticks, spicy and delicious. Eating one grants a chance to enhance your innate talents. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the Dark Artifact, Dark Matter Brick. A premium brick, essential for sneak attacks and winning battles. A brick? Could this really count as an artifact? In Chu Fan's mind, artifacts should be legendary weapons like the Shenyuan Sword, Dongwon Bell, Pango Axe, or Fushichin ancient relics with unmatched battle records. But looking at the black, cow-dung-like brick in his hand, Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh. If not for the description, this thing would remain untouched even if thrown on the ground. Still, since it was a system reward, Chu Fan reluctantly accepted it and stored it away. The dark matter brick was surprisingly convenient. With just a thought, it vanished automatically. Jiang Rushua, why don't you stick with me from now on? I'll take care of your food and lodging. All you have to do is wash my clothes, cook my meals, make my bed, and tidy up. Chu Fan said with a face full of anticipation, imagining how impressive it would be to have such a top-notch secretary by his side. Whenever something came up, he could just let his secretary handle it. Get lost. You've eaten and drunk your fill, and now you want to spend the night here? Tomorrow is our trial. I hope you can come back alive. Jiang Ruoshua's tears flowed freely, her eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Frustration, unwillingness, and bitterness, complex emotions intertwined as Jiang Ruoshua sobbed uncontrollably. Hatred from Jiang Ruoshua plus 999. Without the system, she no longer had the courage to use her powers and could only push Chu Fan out the door. Hey! Burning bridges, are we? Fine. I'm leaving. Next time you need detoxing, come find me. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Chu Fan blinked innocently, staggering backward as he exited, not forgetting to make a sarcastic remark. Hatred from Jiang Ruoshua plus 800. Chu Fan returned to his small rental studio, a single room with its own bathroom and a metal-framed bunk bed. Jiang Ruoxue was right, tomorrow was indeed the trial mission. Since the year of Wanxi, mysterious events had been occurring across Blue Planet. After the ozone layer was completely destroyed, a mysterious energy emerged from the planet's core, spiritual energy. In just a few decades, Blue Planet entered an era of spiritual energy resurgence. All animals and birds became unnaturally fierce and powerful. It's rumored that ancient beasts have been spotted in the wilderness areas. Even human genes have undergone changes. Many people with strong innate talents awaken supernatural abilities, and those with exceptional gifts could rapidly absorb spiritual energy to enhance their combat power. More astonishingly, a select group of chosen individuals were blessed by mysterious forces and bound to systems. Jiang Ruoxue was one of them. Tomorrow's trial mission. Chu Fan's Jiangdong Martial Arts Class 3 had to enter the wilderness and successfully slay a beast to qualify for promotion to the elite martial arts class. Chu Fan glanced through the items in his system inventory. Primordial dumpling, crafted with divine beast meat and divine medicine dough. Spicy, crispy, and irresistibly fragrant, it alleviates waist pain and leg fatigue, making walking a breeze. It's an excellent choice for advancing one's realm. Primordial dumpling? Can I even eat this? What if it's spoiled? Chu Fan questioned hesitantly, though with a single thought, an oval-shaped object roughly the size of a round table materialized out of nowhere. It nearly crushed Chu Fan. System, are you kidding me? This is a dumpling? One dumpling is enough to feed me for a month. This thing completely shattered Chu Fan's understanding of dumplings. This wasn't a dumpling at all, it was a massive chunk of rice cake. Staring at the dumpling as big as a dining table, Chu Fan had no choice. Unable to lift it, he resolved to harden his resolve and eat it if he wanted to get stronger. His current level was only human rank 1 star. Without an upgrade, no matter how mighty his divine body or supernatural abilities were, lacking spiritual energy meant certain death in tomorrow's trial. It's like a mage, no matter how high their health or powerful their magic, they're useless without mana. Chu Fan gnawed on the dumpling all night and only managed to finish the last bite by morning. His stomach was so swollen it looked like he was 10 months pregnant. What? Chu Fan was shocked. After swallowing the final bite, he was thrilled to discover that his martial arts realm had skyrocketed from human rank 1 star to human rank 7 star. An overnight advancement of 6 stars, something others might not achieve in an entire year. After finishing, Chu Fan found himself burping incessantly. As he headed to school in the morning and boarded the bus, the gas he emitted inadvertently caught the attention of a twin-tailed Lolita in a white pleated skirt sitting behind him. She took a deep breath, her face full of infatuation. Ah, what's that smell? It smells amazing. I love it. It's like stinky tofu mixed with rich spiritual energy. Wow, I really love it. The cute twin-tailed girl seemed to realize the aroma was emanating from Chu Fan. Excuse me, handsome, I'm Luo Xian from Jiangdong White Tiger Academy. Are you carrying some kind of spiritual medicine? The scent coming from you feels like it's enhancing my martial arts level. Luo Xian blushed slightly, shyly posing her question. I guess you could say that. Chu Fan scratched his head, unsure how to explain to this adorable girl. If he told her it was gas from him, how would she react? Can I have your contact information? Maybe we can train together sometime. Luo Xian eagerly pulled out her phone, asking to add Chu Fan on WeChat. A beauty taking the initiative, how could Chu Fan refuse? After exchanging contact information, Luo Xian tilted her head, almost pressing against Chu Fan as she tried to locate the source of the aroma. Meanwhile, others on the bus also noticed the intense spiritual energy in the air. This spiritual energy is intoxicating, though it does have a bit of a gassy smell, someone remarked, inhaling deeply as if contemplating profound truths and enhancing their realm. Is this really the smell of gas? This is absurd. Chu Fan nervously covered his nose. Yet everyone else on the bus appeared to be enjoying the experience, taking deep breaths to bathe in the spiritual energy. My back doesn't ache anymore, and my legs don't hurt. My body feels completely rejuvenated, exclaimed an elderly lady, who clearly enjoyed the effects. Honey, I think I'm good as new. No need to visit the hospital anymore. A man, previously downtrodden when he boarded, suddenly brimmed with confidence, hugging his wife tightly and fervently absorbing this spiritual energy Chu Fan released. Ah, this is so dense. Oh my. Brother, I've broken through. Luo Xian exclaimed as a muffled sound escaped from Chu Fan, revealing that she'd advanced from human rank 3 star to 4 star. This was no joke, considering the dumpling was made from primordial spiritual medicine and divine beast meat. When the bus finally arrived at Jiangdong Academy,
Chu Fan couldn't hold it in any longer. Pop, pop, pop.
A series of thunderous farts erupted, and Chu Fan instantly felt lighter, his body more agile, his steps brisker. Earlier on the bus, he had been holding it in, afraid to make noise. Seeing everyone enjoying themselves, he had no choice but to endure.
After all, he had an upset stomach that morning. In public, who would believe such a gassy episode could have such effects? Ah, relief.
Chu Fan sighed with satisfaction as he got off the bus, feeling like a weight had been lifted. It was nothing short of a cathartic release.
Hatred from Luo Xin plus 388. Hatred from Leiyu plus 488. Hatred from Wang Shufan plus 688. You young people really lack decorum, passing gas on the bus. Have some decency. Do you have no sense of public manners? Farting in a confined space and staying silent, what a betrayal of trust. Chu Fan, you stinky fart king. Luo Xin texted Chu Fan on WeChat. Don't act like you didn't enjoy it. You're welcome, most people wouldn't get this chance.
Chu Fan replied with a sly grin. After disembarking, Chu Fan approached the school gate, coincidentally running into Zhang Ruoxue.
Morning, Lady Ruoxue.
A day without you feels like 3 autumns apart, Chu Fan greeted with a chuckle, his bloated stomach protruding.
Hatred from Zhang Ruoxue plus 388. Chu Fan, you.
Zhang Ruoxue was initially furious, but upon seeing Chu Fan's figure, she couldn't help but laugh, clutching her stomach as her stunning face turned crimson.
When you laugh, you're more beautiful than a spring flower. But, sorry about last night, did I make you pregnant? Zhang Ruoxue teased unexpectedly. Hearing this, Chu Fan panicked internally. Hey, I just overate, how could I possibly be pregnant? But before Chu Fan could argue, several bystanders overheard Zhang Ruoxue's words. What? Pregnant? Last night? Lady Ruoxue, you didn't, with that loser. My goddess, no.
You useless simp, give me back my goddess's purity.
Hatred from Zhou Tao plus 666. Hatred from Liang Quan plus 348. Hatred from Lu Ming plus 256. Ah, so satisfying. Chu Fan's hatred points skyrocketed, making him feel ecstatic.
He was now over 8,000 points, just 2,000 more for a 10-pull draw.
Another delightful spree awaited him soon.
Though he considered explaining, the situation was too amusing, and he couldn't help but revel in it. With a playful flourish of his fingers, he teased, "Oh, stop.
You're the one who knocked me up. Snow Goddess, you have to take responsibility for me." But, really? Do you have to be this shameless? You're a man. Acting so ridiculous, aren't you afraid you won't make it back from the wilderness? Everyone glared at Chu Fan, their teeth grinding in fury. Arriving at the classroom of Class 3. Chu Fan, maybe you shouldn't go today. I'm worried you might have trouble coming back.
Class monitor Lu Rohai patted Chu Fan's shoulder, his face full of concern.
Yeah, with your low martial arts level, going will only put you in more danger. Just give up the chance to advance to the elite class. Anyway, trash like you has no hope of making it.
The genius Tang Yin sneered on the side.
The surrounding classmates echoed their opinions. In truth, they didn't want Chu Fan to drag them down.
After all, in the wilderness area, danger lurked everywhere, and no one could predict what might happen.
Bringing along a burden, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? PHHHT. Just as everyone was persuading Chu Fan to give up, he decided to stop holding back. He let out a loud fart as his response to them.
The sound made everyone cover their noses and scatter in all directions.
Damn. Chu Fan, are you looking for death? Trash with too much gas and pee. Hatred from Lu Rohai plus 777. Hatred from Su Cheng plus 666. Hatred from Tang Yun plus 888. Chu Fan stayed silent, secretly feeling smug he had successfully harvested another wave of hatred. What a thrill. Ha! Whoa! I actually leveled up. Whoa, just from smelling that. I feel full of power now. Thank you, 9,527. It was only after Zhou Tao's exclamation that everyone noticed the change. What? Seriously? Whoa! I really leveled up. Brother! Do it again, will you? Bro! Keep it up. We all need your farts. This way, our success rate in the trial mission will skyrocket. Big brother Chu Fan. Do it again. I really like that smell. Brother Fan. That smell is really addictive, smells like leeks, doesn't it? Big Mouth Li Ran closed his eyes, savoring the scent. Both boys and girls in the class surrounded Chu Fan, eager to take a sniff. The scene quickly spiraled out of control,
leaving Chu Fan nearly suffocated by all the thunderous faces pressing in on him. The whole scene descended into chaos. In the classroom, only Lu Ruhai, Tang Yun, Zhang Rushua, and a few others sat in the corner, pretending to stay aloof but secretly taking deep breaths. They were shocked to discover that the stronger the smell they absorbed, the faster their progress. I'm the kind of person who farts as freely as I speak, it's all spontaneous. Since the class monitor said I'm too weak, I won't go with you all this time, Chu Fan said, standing up to pack his things and preparing to leave. Hey, brother, that's not okay. You're a part of our class. If you don't go, I won't go either. I'll stay back with you and play it safe. Yeah, everyone knows Big Brother Chu Fan's talent is average. We need to help you grow. I'll skip the trial for now too. Are you really skipping the trial? Or is it that you just want to sniff my farts? Sniffing wants to level up a whole rank, this is way more important than the trial. Suddenly, everyone expressed their desire to train alongside Chu Fan. Knock, knock, knock. Quiet. A blonde beauty in a black, tight combat suit walked into the room. Her jet black hair was pinned up, adorned with a jade hairpin. A few strands of bangs and sidelocks fell against her fair neck. Her slightly plump face bore light makeup, making her a stunning mature beauty. This was none other than Class 3's beautiful instructor, Gu Ting. Sniff, such rich spiritual energy. Does it smell like leaks? Gu Ting closed her eyes, enjoying the absorption. Although she was already at Earth rank 7 stars and the improvement was minimal, she could still feel her spiritual energy limit being enhanced. It was worth noting that her talent was classified as B grade, and the lower one's talent, the slower the cultivation speed in later stages. However, just one breath had given her nearly a third of a rank's improvement. This was terrifying. Who brought this supreme source of spiritual energy? Gu Ting put her hands on her hips, her face full of anticipation. Reporting, teacher. It was Chu Fan's fart. Lu Ruhai, unable to bear it any longer, stood up. As the class monitor, how could he let a loser like Chu Fan steal the spotlight? When Gu Ting heard it came from Chu Fan's fart, her face instantly turned red. Ugh. Instinctively, she gagged. So the air she had just absorbed was Chu Fan's foul gas. No wonder it was a bit smelly. Hatred from Gu Ting plus 999. Chu Fan, is this true? Gu Ting asked coldly. Chu Fan looked innocent, shrugging. Was farting a crime now? Under the class monitor's accusation, Chu Fan could only nod and admit it. Fine, I just won't fart anymore in the future. Hey, don't say that. That's not fair at all. When Gu Ting realized this was an extraordinary opportunity, she quickly changed her tone. With Chu Fan's ability, the progress of the class would undoubtedly be doubled with half the effort. The success rate of the upcoming trial might also be much higher, which would in turn boost her own evaluation. She might even gain better spiritual energy crystals. Hey, what's going on with Class 3? Everyone else is lined up on the field, ready to depart. At this moment, the bald middle-aged principal, Lin Yu, reminded them from the doorway. Gu Ting immediately instructed Lu Ruhai to organize the team for departure. This trial involved 3 classes heading to the wilderness area. As everyone lined up, a loud roaring sound echoed from the sky. Following that, a spacecraft with a complex design and elegant lines, perfectly aerodynamic, flew above the field and quickly landed on a distant helipad. Oh my, is that an E-class spacecraft? It looks like a supercar. The hatch of the spacecraft slowly descended, and from inside emerged a tall, imposing figure clad in full combat gear, a commanding officer. His name was Zhou Hao, the commander and safety officer assigned by the Great Xia Military Department for this mission. Inspector General. Lin Yu jogged forward enthusiastically to welcome Zhou Hao, the commander of this trial mission. In this trial, he was also responsible for scoring and assessment. Zhou Hao was fully covered in his integrated combat suit, even his helmet, making it impossible to see his face. He merely nodded slightly. Move out. Zhou Hao swept his gaze over the team, seeing that everyone was ready, and issued the command. The students boarded the spacecraft in an orderly manner. Once inside, their eyes widened in awe. This was incredible. The spacecraft, which looked no bigger than a car from the outside, turned out to be as grand as a palace on the inside, even more spacious than their academy. Upon entering, they found themselves in a circular hall about 100 meters in diameter, with countless sloping staircases leading to areas like the cockpit, dining room, and lounge. Wow, what kind of spacecraft is this? It's amazing. Student Zhou Tao couldn't help but marvel, filled with curiosity about such a magical thing. Hick! This is an E-class combat spacecraft from the Great Xia Military Department. It's a spatial spacecraft. It may look small on the outside, but it's a whole different world inside. Lu Rohai smirked, a hint of pride in his tone as he flaunted his knowledge in front of his classmates.
How about that? Impressive, huh? I even know secrets like this. Not interested. Zhou Tao rolled his eyes, feeling annoyed. As everyone chatted excitedly, they didn't even notice the spacecraft had already taken off. The interior was incredibly stable, and the passengers felt no movement at all. The flying vehicle from Jiangdong University ascended slowly. Then, with a burst of deep blue flames from its rear, it transformed into a meteor and disappeared into the sky. In the cockpit, Commander Zhou Hao sat sternly before three instructors. Gu Shanyu, Yu Yun, and Gu Ting were the dedicated educators of classes 1 through 3, respectively. Beside them, the bulk principal Lin Yu also looked tense, his face beaded with cold sweat. In past missions, the assessment commanders were at most Earth rank peak experts. But this time, Zhou Hao exuded a mysterious pressure that Lin Yu could clearly feel. This was definitely not something an Earth rank peak expert could achieve. He was undoubtedly a genuine heaven rank expert. The martial arts ranks were divided into human rank, earth rank, and heaven rank, with each rank further divided into 9 stars. After heaven rank 9 stars came the realm of martial god, a legendary existence. To be honest, based on intelligence reports, this mission might encounter some unexpected situations. Therefore, you must exercise extra caution, Zhou Hao said sternly, his sharp gaze scanning the 3 instructors and the principal. Earth tier 6 stars, Earth tier 5 stars, Earth tier 3 stars. That's already considered pretty good. Lin Yu turned to look in Lin Yu's direction. Earth tier pinnacle? He nodded. Take a good rest, we'll arrive at the wilderness zone in half an hour, and then we can make good use of any rest time we have. After Zhou Hao finished speaking, he told them to leave the cockpit. After stepping out of the cockpit, Gu Shanyu was the first to collapse at the doorway, drenched in sweat. Gu Ting and Yu Yun were not doing any better. They leaned against the doorframe and slowly sat down, their legs powerless and completely unable to move any further. Are you guys okay? Lin Yu barely managed to stand, but walked unsteadily, his movements completely clumsy. The oppressive force of Zhou Hao, a heaven-tier expert, was simply too overwhelming. A heaven-tier expert. Even though Lin Yu was at the peak of the Earth tier, there was still an insurmountable gap compared to a 1-star heaven-tier expert. That was a chasm that could never be crossed, one that many people couldn't overcome in their entire lives. This commander is way too strong. That immense pressure, I couldn't even look directly at him, Gu Shanyu complained. Exactly. This guy is too arrogant, not even bothering to conceal his aura. Yu Yun struggled to get up. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu quickly shouted, "Don't say that. The reason the Daxia military sent such a powerful commander this time is for one reason only: the trial this time is exceptionally perilous. The commander just reminded us earlier. So we need to be especially cautious." Yes. The three nodded, subconsciously becoming more cautious. Returning to the hall, they noticed a strange phenomenon. Many classmates from Class 3 were bustling around Chu Fan. "Brother Fan, let me massage your legs for you. Brother Chu Fan, I want to team up with you later. Brother Chu Fan, why aren't you letting out those fragrant farts anymore? We're waiting." Chu Fan, irritated by them, said, "What kind of behavior is farting in a confined space? Do you guys have any public decency? It's not that I don't want to fart. Just a single fried dumpling. How could there be so many farts? No, I mean, so much spiritual energy." At this moment, Chu Fan thought his stomach had already returned to normal. Damn, isn't the classroom an open space? Aren't you releasing it anyway? What's the point of all this nonsense? The students from Class 1 and Class 2 looked at their actions with disdain. The three teachers, seeing how popular Chu Fan was, felt quite gratified. This time, Chu Fan's strength is probably the worst, right? Unexpectedly, he's so well liked. The instructor of Class 2, Yu Yun, smiled as she observed the scene. He. Gu Ting chuckled awkwardly, not really understanding the situation either. Usually, Chu Fan barely had a say in the class, he didn't even have any presence. Could it be that the dense spiritual energy in the classroom was actually released by him? Chu Fan walked up to Zhang Ruxue. "Little wife, let's be in a group later, alright? I'll make sure you're satisfied. Here, try my big chicken." "Chu Fan, get lost. You're disgusting." Zhang Ruxue hadn't finished cursing when she saw Chu Fan pull out a spicy chicken drumstick from his pocket. Her face immediately blushed as she misunderstood Chu Fan. "Seeing your pale complexion, I can tell you skipped breakfast. Have one." Chu Fan handed over the purifying chicken drumstick. It wasn't of much help to him. His talent was already the strongest SSS level. The purifying chicken drumstick was a spiritual medicine used to cleanse talent. Chu Fan could clearly see that Zhang Rushua's talent was at E level.
Almost considered the worst kind, barely a little better than her previous F.
If it weren't for her being blessed earlier in activating the strongest bootlicker system, there's no way she could have progressed this quickly. When Chu Fan handed over the spicy big chicken leg, she caught the rich aroma and faint traces of spiritual energy.
She couldn't help but swallow her spit, her eyes lighting up instantly. After taking the big drumstick and biting it lightly, her whole body felt warm as rich spiritual energy enveloped her entire being.
Love from Zhang Rushua plus 800. Ha! Did Chu Fan notice that the system also has this value? Dog system, what is love used for? Can it be eaten?
Love can be exchanged for items in the store of the uninstalled system. However, the love has not reached the minimum price to exchange for items, so it has not been activated.
Uninstalled? Currently, Chu Fan has only uninstalled Zhang Rushua's strongest bootlicker system.
He is very curious about what items Zhang Rushua usually exchanged for with those bootlicker coins.
Delicious. Is there more?
Zhang Rushua asked with an expectant look after finishing, especially since she felt her aptitude had improved significantly. Although her ability to simultaneously absorb the spiritual energy of the universe was minuscule, now she sensed that her supernatural ability's sea of consciousness was like a vast ocean, continuously absorbing the surrounding scattered spiritual energy.
Hey, what did you think this was? This is the spirit-cleansing great drumstick. It's a rare treasure. If it weren't obtained by uninstalling your system, I wouldn't have let you use it so easily. Boom, boom, boom.
Suddenly, a series of loud rumbling sounds came from outside. Following that, a strong sensation of turbulence struck.
What's going on? Ah, what happened? Woo woo woo.
Many classmates began to panic, and some pampered girls even lay on the ground crying.
It's a metal pterosaur.
At this moment, the central holographic projector in the hall displayed the situation outside. A massive black metal pterosaur was relentlessly slicing the spaceship in mid-air with its incredibly sharp blade-like wings. Everyone who saw the colossal creature was utterly stunned. Inside the cockpit, 3 pilots were desperately adjusting the flight posture and speed, but the pterosaur's terrifying shell and speed left them completely unable to escape. Pterosaurs belong to the Beast King level of exotic beasts.
Strange, why is it attacking us for no apparent reason? A look of grave concern appeared on Zhouhao's face.
The Beast King before them was something he couldn't be certain of defeating, even if he took action personally.
Moreover, the area they were in was a wilderness S-level danger zone, potentially home to Beast Emperor-level ultra-terrifying creatures. Not good. Commander!
The pterosaur has sucked a piece of metallic scrap into the engine, and the propulsion has been affected.
We might have to make an emergency landing, a female pilot urgently reported. An emergency landing? This is an S-level danger zone. Can we possibly hold on until we fly out of this area?
Zhouhao felt panic for the first time. Normally confident, he had never encountered such a situation before.
Because he was always confident in his abilities.
But now, in the midst of a dangerous wilderness filled with unknown threats, and with nearly 100 trainees in his care, he had to take responsibility for their safety.
No way. There's a foreign object in the engine.
If we forcefully increase power, it might explode before we get out of the danger zone.
Warning! Warning! Power failure! Warning! Warning! Abnormal altitude descent!
Inside the spaceship, alarms blared incessantly, the students filled with a mix of unease and panic.
What's happening? Are we going to crash? Wah, at least I've experienced the love of a handsome guy. Chu Fan, why don't you help fulfill my wish?
Even though you're a bit poor, a bit useless, and your farts
stink a bit,
but at least you're still functional.
We're nearly done for anyway.
The Lolita-styled girl in the class sobbed with tears streaming down her face. I'm indeed handsome, but she can't say it so bluntly.
Am I only handsome and nothing else?
To be honest, Chu Fan didn't feel much fear in the face of this sudden accident. Instead, he felt somewhat excited.
Don't worry, I won't die. Chu Fan comforted.
In the cockpit, Zhouhao wore a solemn expression. After contacting the Daxia headquarters, he decided to proceed with an emergency landing.
Emergency landing! Emergency landing!
Following his command, the spaceship began to glide slowly in single-engine flight mode, initiating the landing process.
Boom!
However, the pterosaur seemed unwilling to let the spaceship go, continuing to circle around.
One of its tails swung and reached toward another engine. SZZZZ. The powerful rotary torque of the engine could only tear off a few scales from the pterosaur's tail.
Sure enough, it truly lived up to being a king-tier beast. Even the engine of an E-class spaceship could only inflict minor damage on it.
Fortunately, it seemed to feel the pain and sense the danger, stopping its entanglement.
The trouble was, the spaceship's other engine also lost power.
Everyone, hold on tight.
Dean Linyu shouted loudly, and the spaceship immediately began to jolt violently.
Rumble.
The spaceship crashed into a mountain recess. Fortunately, there was a very deep pond there, coupled with the emergency landing measures activated earlier, so the spaceship's speed was not too fast. After the violent collision, the spaceship was thoroughly damaged but, thankfully, did not explode.
Quick, quick, quick. Get out immediately.
Once the spaceship stopped, Johao kicked open the dented spaceship door and proceeded to organize the students for evacuation. Fortunately, although some students suffered minor injuries, everyone was from the Academy of Abilities, and their physical resilience was naturally strong.
In less than 3 minutes, everyone had escaped from the spaceship. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, an E-class spaceship vanished just like that.
Swish swish swish.
The 3 Thunder Leopards of Beast General level darted swiftly toward the students, ready to attack them.
The strength of the Guardian-level exotic beast is equivalent to that of an Earth-tier expert, leaving the students no time to react. At the very moment the Thunder Leopard leaped high into the air, Johao drew the crimson alloy sword from his back.
Slash!
The alloy sword traced a graceful arc through the air, slicing the 3 Guardian-level Thunder Leopards in half.
Ah!
Some of the girls, unable to bear such a bloody scene, screamed. Johao shook his head helplessly when he saw this. He recorded the scene and prepared to eliminate these individuals directly. As an ability user, if one does not possess a heart that fears nothing and the courage to face any danger, how can one survive in this treacherous era?
He. Johao. Long time no see.
At this moment, a sinister laugh echoed. Shortly after, 3 formidable figures emerged from the dusty mountain pass in the distance. The leader, like Johao, was clad in a fully enclosed combat suit and held a gleaming long spear in his hand, sending chills down one's spine. 2 masked men dressed in black followed closely behind, their strength appearing formidable.
3-Blade Guest? Is the pterosaur under your control? Johao tightened his heart upon hearing the voice. What if it is? I didn't expect you to still recognize me. 3-Blade Guest removed the mask, revealing a conspicuous scar on his face.
That battle back then, the scar you left behind, I will never forget it, 3-Blade Guest said coldly. The spear in his hand gleamed with a chilling light, as if ready to kill at any moment.
Our personal grievances need not involve the innocent.
Johao realized this battle was inevitable. He had already notified headquarters for support, and now his priority was to ensure the students' safety. After speaking, he softly instructed Dean Linyu, take the students back to the wreckage of the spaceship and use the debris to build a defensive shelter to fend off the attacks of the beasts.
Linyu solemnly nodded.
He understood that both of them were heavenly tier experts, and staying behind would only burden Johao. More importantly, he bore the responsibility of protecting these students.
No.
I did not come here today to seek revenge on you. The 3-Blade Swordsman shook his head and said with a smile. The man in black behind pointed at Chu Fan, and at this moment, Chu Fan felt a sense of alertness in his heart. An ominous premonition surged within him. These 3 people's targets seemed to be him.
Damn! I haven't offended anyone.
I don't even know these 3 people, so why are they coming after me, a useless person? However, when Chu Fan heard the system's prompt, he suddenly understood. Detection of a nearby system host Ren Nakata, implanted system, talent detector. Talent detector, capable of identifying the invincible experts in the world, perceiving the essence of their talents, and thereby learning and mimicking them to enhance combat abilities.
What do you want then? Johao asked in confusion. I want him. The 3-Blade Guest pointed at Chu Fan, who was about to flee. Damn! Could he really have figured out that I have an SSS talent? Chu Fan cursed inwardly. Having great talent, does that bother you? Seriously annoying. Oh, what's the reason?
Johao was somewhat surprised. He wasn't unfamiliar with Chu Fan, having seen information about this batch of students.
He could immediately recognize
Chu Fan as the one among all the students with the worst talent, abilities, and martial arts level. Other than being slightly good-looking, he was virtually worthless. He was curious why this foreign adversary had specifically set his sights on such an ordinary student.
There's no need for you to know that. So, how about it?
Hand him over to me, and we'll clear all our accounts. Moreover, I promise not to touch any of the other students here.
The 3-Blade Swordsman sneered coldly. Other students heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Damn.
Although I usually don't like that pretentious guy Chu Fan, I wouldn't give you anything even if I pooped on his head.
Yes. That's right.
We can negotiate other matters,
but the stuff you want, no way we're giving it to you. Damn it, if you've got the guts, go ahead and kill me. Exactly. We're not afraid. Don't worry, Chu Fan. This time, we're standing together. To Chu Fan's surprise, all his classmates, upon realizing the identity of their opponents as being from a smaller nation, unexpectedly united in solidarity. Did you hear that? We from Daxia never abandon anyone, even if they seem useless, Zhou Hao said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly drew the sword from his back, clearly accusing the other party. However, upon hearing these words, Chu Fan felt displeased. Useless? I'll show you. Fine. I'll let you witness my worth in a while. So, there's no room for negotiation. Zhou Hao, I'm no longer the same as I was 3 years ago. The three-bladed warrior gripped his silver spear, exuding an icy aura. Cut the crap, make your move. Whoosh. Photon gun technique. The silver spear in the hands of the three-blade warrior danced, stirring up a whirlwind of dust in the wasteland. Accompanied by a murderous aura, the three-blade warrior transformed into a fleeting shadow, like a beast unleashed, charging straight at Zhou Hao. Clang! Zhou Hao blocked the tip of the three-blade warrior's spear with his treasured sword. Sparks flew, and in an instant, the two were locked in fierce combat. Various supernatural sword moves and gun techniques intertwined, transforming into countless bursts of energy that blossomed in the air like a grand fireworks display. Ah! After nearly 100 fierce rounds of combat, Zhou Hao finally succumbed to defeat. The reason was simple: his body was covered in wounds, burdened by completing too many missions, and no longer at its peak condition. Meanwhile, the three-bladed swordsman, with the assistance of two mysterious individuals in the rear, had already achieved a terrifying S-level power. Over the past 3 years, his rapid progress made it natural for Zhou Hao to be no match for him. Ha ha ha, what do you think, Zhou Hao? I've now reached S-level ability. Can you still defeat me? The three-bladed swordsman smirked triumphantly. Zhou Hao clutched his chest, pierced by a silver spear, and despite the agonizing pain, said, "Is that all? Got any other tricks? Bring them on." He understood in his heart that he could not fall. If he did, what would happen to the classmates behind him? He had to hold on and wait for rescue to arrive. At this moment, Chu Fan walked up to him and handed him a large chicken drumstick. "Commander Zhou, try my chicken drumstick, it tastes great." Chu Fan said softly, "After you finish eating, help me take care of those two men in black." Zhou Hao looked at the chicken drumstick Chu Fan handed over, and a wave of anger surged in his heart. But as a heaven-tier expert, he quickly noticed that this chicken drumstick was extraordinary, containing a rich spiritual energy. He didn't hesitate and took a bite directly. Even the chicken drumstick bone was chewed up and swallowed. At the moment he finished eating, his energy surged within. He was stunned. Why did he feel somewhat different? The speed of absorbing spiritual power had become exceptionally fast. Originally just an A-grade talent, he seemed to have ascended to S-grade. This chicken drumstick. Zhou Hao was utterly shocked. He never expected that the student he looked down on the most would save him at a critical moment and even help him enhance his talent. That's right, enhance the talent. In previous understanding, it was widely believed that talent is innate, and once assessed as grade A, it remains at that level for life. Unexpectedly, talent can actually be improved. This made him overjoyed. Upon reaching grade S talent, he quickly healed his wounds thanks to powerful spiritual energy absorption. After finishing, Chu Fan slowly stepped forward. "Damned bastard, listen up, I'm right here. Come and catch me if you've got the guts." Ha ha ha, little boy, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me show you the power of the Overlord Spear. The three-blade swordsman raised his silver spear, turning into a shooting star as he thrust forward. In a split second, Chu Fan waved his hand. An energy enveloped the three-blade swordsman, making him feel as if he were trapped in a swamp, and his speed plummeted by 90%. Ah, it's that move again. Among those present, only Jiang Rushui recognized Chu Fan's technique, and only she understood how unbearable this move was. The three-blade swordsman was instantly stunned. He couldn't understand why his speed suddenly came to a halt. Hey! Chu Fan held a black brick in his hand. Seeing the brick in Chu Fan's hand, the three-blade swordsman sneered. Can this thing even be used as a weapon? Do you think this is some rural uncle and aunt fighting? Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. The smile on the face of the three-blade guest froze instantly. He had completely miscalculated the brick in Chu Fan's hand. Products from the system must be premium. The dark matter brick in Chu Fan's hand was like a nuclear weapon. With a single strike, it shattered explosively. Although the range was small, the destructive power was astounding. As a heavenly tier master, the three-bladed warrior was instantly vaporized. Ah, nuclear weapons.
The two men in black behind him were stunned and tried to escape, but the cold gleam of light tore through the void, and Zhou Hao's sword had already sliced them into 4 pieces.
Chu Fan is waiting for the system prompt. Didn't you say that conquering the system host would allow you to uninstall it? System? Didn't you see that person who got sliced in half? Damn system, are you even capable? If not, I'll switch to another one.
Target host was not conquered by you, and has already lost vital signs.
This system cannot invade that system. Damn it! Chu Fan was speechless. What a waste. Next time, I must do it myself. Zhou Hao snapped out of his excitement, took a deep breath, and finally accomplished it.
To his surprise, it was the student he looked down upon the most who ended up helping him defeat his longtime rival.
Chu Fan, what weapon were you using just now? And before you made your move, why did the three-blade master suddenly pause? His speed obviously slowed down. What's going on here? Zhou Hao asked in astonishment, feeling perplexed by the peculiar nature of Chu Fan. Because I'm handsome. Hey, you fought the three-blade master so many times, and you still don't know he's gay? Otherwise, why do you think those beautiful school flowers and genius girls didn't choose anyone else but me, this talentless loser?
Chu Fan replied with a laugh, brushing off the question.
Zhou Hao nodded.
No wonder this guy always has a group of handsome subordinates following him wherever he goes. Chu Fan felt a wave of disgust in his heart.
This guy actually believed it?
Well, that saved him the trouble of explaining further.
Chu Fan, what just happened with him? A worthless nobody managed to take down a top-tier master?
The classmates at the wreckage of the spaceship had witnessed the scene firsthand.
Is this for real?
My goodness, he can brag about this for a lifetime.
TCH, brag about what? Didn't you see Commander Zhou Hao was there?
The black brick in Chu Fan's hand earlier must have been given by the commander.
He knew the opponent would be highly vigilant against him but would completely underestimate Chu Fan, a nobody. That's the only reason he succeeded. If we're talking skill, it's the black brick that's impressive. Tang Yun, displeased with Chu Fan stealing the spotlight, sneered sarcastically.
Hatred from Tang Yun plus 1008.
That's true.
President Tang, your Tang family is renowned as the family of hidden weapons.
What exactly was that brick Chu Fan used just now? One strike with it, and even experts of the heavenly realm couldn't withstand it. Yeah, tell us quickly. Under Tang Yun's instigation, everyone became deeply curious about Chu Fan's dark matter brick. This is blackboard brick.
Made from black charcoal, Qilin dung, dragon blood, and the urine of the human emperor's child, refined over 77 years.
If Jiang Ruxue eats it, I can't handle it. If I eat it, he can't handle it either. If we both eat it, even an alloy bed frame can't handle it. Chu Fan walked over with a cheerful expression. Ugh, you sure know how to brag. Big Mouth Li Ran joked with a smile. But seriously, does it really work that well? I have a friend who asked me to buy some. He walked up to Chu Fan and asked seriously. Just as everyone was chatting and laughing, waiting for the support troops to arrive, a loud roar echoed from the distance. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by rhythmic tremors and roaring sounds, it filled everyone with an overwhelming sense of crisis. Is this an earthquake? No. It's the footsteps of a giant beast monarch. Zhou Hao felt a wave of despair in his heart. An S-class wilderness zone, and yet a beast monarch has appeared. Such a level of being is truly rare. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic tremors, accompanied by a deep growl, came closer from afar. Everyone held their breath and looked up. At the peak of the mountain, a massive projection appeared. That's a starry sky giant ape. Zhou Hao exclaimed as he witnessed the enormous figure, towering half a head higher than the majestic mountain itself. He had seen information about this beast king in the Martial Alliance records. Who just killed my subordinate? The starry sky giant ape spoke in a hoarse voice, uttering human language. This was simply unbelievable. All the students were stunned. They were just freshmen in college, who had never even seen a mutant beast before. They never expected their first trial to confront such a perilous scene. The starry sky giant ape, larger than the mountain itself, sent chills down their spines. Damn, such a massive brute, even a dark matter brick is useless. Chu Fan thought helplessly. He had originally just wanted to deal with some beast soldiers and quasi-beast soldiers, but unexpectedly a beast emperor suddenly appeared. What kind of nonsense is this? Beast emperor? That's equivalent to a level surpassing the realm of human heavenly tier experts. Perhaps only a martial god can rival it. Yet within the whole Dijia territory, martial gods are extremely rare.
Experts of that level possess destructive power with a random punch comparable to a small nuclear bomb.
Who is it?
Accompanied by a deep roar, the giant starry sky ape opened its blood-red maw, a foul stench assaulting the senses. All the students trembled in fear, not daring to make the slightest sound, afraid of angering the colossal creature before them. Only Zhou Hao stood at the front. As the commander and safety officer for this mission, he had to shoulder the responsibility for everyone's safety.
Bond, Berserk, grants multiplied attack power.
1/2/3/4, activating the bond grants 10-fold strength, activating 2 grants 20-fold, and so on. When Chu Fan saw this message, he immediately stepped forward.
How about letting me give it a try? With such high returns, how could one not give it a shot? You? Zhou Hao turned back and gave him a disdainful look.
Although Zhou Hao knew that Chu Fan had performed well against the 3 knife fighters earlier, he still discerned that Chu Fan's overall strength was roughly at the 7-star human rank level, with physical qualities like power and speed only at that standard. The combat power won't be too strong, no matter how abnormal the superpowers are. In the face of raw strength, everything is just fleeting clouds.
Your lightning strike wouldn't even be enough to tickle others. It's me who dealt with your subordinate, that pterosaur, right? The one with the green head? Not to criticize you, brother ape. They were so loyal to you, yet you're only coming now. I've already roasted it into delicious barbecue, mouth-watering barbecue. Want to give it a try? After finishing, Chu Fan pulled out a spicy roasted chicken leg. The rich aroma accompanied by a thick spiritual energy wafted through the air. That thing again? Zhou Hao was shocked.
He didn't expect Chu Fan to have such a large drumstick.
Can this thing really be taken out so casually? This kind of supreme spiritual medicine might not even be found in the reserves of the Great Xia military department, right? Is Chu Fan out of his mind? He's actually provoking the starry sky giant ape like this? Chu Fan, you idiot. If you don't want to live, don't drag us into it. Damn it, I still want to make it back alive. Many people witnessed Chu Fan's actions and started complaining, fearing they would be affected. You have no idea.
Chu Fan is trying to use the item in his hand to distract the starry sky giant ape. Jiang Ruxue, who had remained silent all along, couldn't help but speak up when she heard these words. However, after speaking, her face turned slightly red. This was the first time she defended Chu Fan, and also the first time she felt a hint of affection for him. He was willing to put himself in danger to protect the safety of all the students.
Such a man is worthy of her admiration.
Although she had lost her innocence to him, it was not his fault. Thinking of this, she glared angrily at Tang Yun, only to find that he was looking at her smugly as well.
Chu Fan, don't go.
Zhou Hao wanted to stop him but didn't dare to cause a big commotion, as there were nearly 100 students behind him. A slight mistake could cost 100 lives.
This is an S-level wilderness zone, a place filled with slaughter and death.
After activating a slowing skill, Chu Fan grabbed a drumstick and sprinted forward with all his might, desperately charging ahead.
Quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Spicy chicken leg. Give me.
The starry sky giant ape saw the chicken leg in Chu Fan's hand, and its gaze seemed to soften a bit, immediately following Chu Fan's footsteps. However, after being slowed down by Chu Fan, its speed decreased significantly, but it quickly caught up again.
Boom, boom, boom.
As the heavy footsteps faded away, everyone sighed with relief. But Zhou Hao's heart was incredibly heavy.
He even felt a bit guilty.
As a commander and safety officer, he actually needed a student to divert the monsters.
However,
he couldn't leave this place, because there was an even greater responsibility behind him.
Commander, I'll go help Chu Fan. Dean Jiangdong walked over and said. No.
Zhou Hao immediately blocked Lin Yu's path.
He was well aware of the dangers in the S-class wilderness zone.
Even someone as strong as Lin Yu, a peak Earth-level powerhouse, was nothing more than prey at the bottom of the food
chain here.
In this area, beast kings like pterodactyls could be found everywhere. Moreover, there were groups of beast generals such as wolverines and nine-headed lions, which were even more terrifying than the beast kings. He had personally witnessed a team of heaven-level fighters torn to shreds by a pack of wolverines. He understood that Chu Fan was in grave danger, but rescue could only be attempted once reinforcements arrived. Any rash action would be tantamount to suicide. Chu Fan ran at full speed. Fortunately, the bulky body of the cosmic gorilla slowed it down, allowing Chu Fan to quickly cover 10 kilometers. However, the cosmic gorilla had an exceptionally sharp sense of smell and followed the trail of the spicy chicken drumstick aroma relentlessly.
Humans! Stop! I mean no harm.
The deep, roaring voice of the starry sky giant ape came from behind. I don't believe you for a second, you crafty old rascal.
Chu Fan didn't hesitate and kept sprinting.
Man and beast swiftly traversed the wilderness. If it weren't for the Beast Emperor chasing behind him, Chu Fan would have long become a sumptuous meal for the Beast Kings. During this process, Chu Fan's mind was working at high speed, trying to figure out how to deal with this Beast Emperor. However, the difference in power was
too great, and he couldn't find any opportunity. Fortunately, the Divine Beast Emperor was not very fast, and the surrounding alien beasts dared not approach.
Chu Fan finally escaped the glacial zone, while the giant ape behind him, burdened by its weight, dared not follow for fear of getting trapped within.
"How's it? Come on. Come here."
Chu Fan triumphantly shouted at the giant ape on the glacier, suddenly coming up with an idea. He wanted to lure the starry sky giant ape to the glacier region to find an opportunity to subdue it. However, before the opportunity arose, 3 snow spirit leopards slowly approached him.
Buddy, could you help me drive them away?"
"I'll give you a chicken leg." Chu Fan's heart tightened, and he started to feel a bit scared.
These 3 snow spirit leopards were snow leopards at the Beast King level, and their running speed on the ice was incredibly fast. Chu Fan had absolutely no chance to escape.
Roar! With a furious roar from the starry sky giant ape, the 3 snow spirit leopards instantly vanished.
When a Beast King meets the
Beast Emperor, there is no suspense. Exotic beasts are highly territorial, and within a given domain, the Beast Emperor is the absolute ruler.
"Human, give me the drumstick. I mean you no harm."
The starry sky giant ape seemed to sense the value of the drumstick in Chu Fan's hand.
However, Chu Fan dared not give it away easily.
He had heard the story of the butcher and the wolf. Giving the drumstick would only invite more trouble.
What should I do?
Chu Fan hesitated for a moment before finally tossing the drumstick over.
The starry sky giant ape leaped high and caught the drumstick between its teeth. "Hey, I say, brother monkey, how about sticking with me from now on?
There's plenty more of these drumsticks."
Chu Fan threw out a highly tempting proposal.
The starry sky giant ape moved towards Chu Fan, and under its immense weight, a massive crack appeared in the nearby thick ice surface.
Boom!
With a thunderous sound, the ice surface could no longer bear the weight of the starry sky giant ape.
Bang!
As the starry sky giant ape drew closer, the ice surface suddenly shattered, with fragments scattering in all directions.
Chu Fan plunged headfirst into the icy waters beneath the surface. This is an under-ice lake. The starry sky giant ape struggled on the lake's surface, desperately searching for Chu Fan's whereabouts. Chu Fan swiftly dove deeper into the water. "Ha! Nothing's wrong?"
Chu Fan realized that in the near-freezing water, he didn't feel cold at all. Moreover, his skin seemed capable of absorbing the scarce oxygen in the water, eliminating the need for lung breathing.
Is this the power of an SSS-level divine body? Truly astonishing.
Although the bottom of the lake was unfathomably deep, Chu Fan vaguely sensed that something seemed to be hidden there, faintly flickering with a soft purple light. Chu Fan climbed onto the shore and witnessed the starry sky giant ape struggling in the icy hole. He was slightly surprised. Logically, a Beast Emperor-level exotic beast should be incredibly powerful, yet the starry sky giant ape before him was like an ignorant child, not even understanding the most basic survival and combat skills. It was nothing more than simply having enormous strength.
Could this be a naturally born Beast Emperor? Chu Fan's heart filled with joy. If that were true, then his opportunity had arrived. "Monkey King, just come with me."
He retreated beyond the icy surface, where the cold lake, disrupted by the struggles of the starry sky giant ape, had formed a large hole. Despite its towering body of nearly 100 meters, it still couldn't reach the bottom of the lake.
Hatred from starry sky giant ape plus 999. What the heck? Even the hatred of a beast can be used? Chu Fan heard the notification and immediately felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Ding!
Hatred has reached 20,000.
You can consume 20,000 hatred to initiate a 10 draw. Would the host like to proceed?
When Chu Fan heard this voice, his heart was filled with joy.
Activate! Chu Fan answered quickly, fearing that a delay of even a second would anger the system. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. 3 consecutive thanks for your patronage made Chu Fan somewhat dissatisfied. Damn it, system, you're really a profiteer. You actually tricked me with my resentment points. Not a single thing?
However, what Chu Fan didn't expect was that this was just the beginning.
Thanks for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage.
Wow, I'll never trust you, you swindling merchant, again. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a diamond space ring.
On the last try, I finally heard something novel. Diamond space ring? Chu Fan looked puzzled.
Diamond space ring, a storage-type tool that automatically recognizes its owner upon wearing. At the diamond level, it can store 1 million cubic meters of items.
Upon hearing this introduction, Chu Fan suddenly understood. Can it store living creatures? Chu Fan hurriedly asked the system. Anything can be stored. Kindly note, the storage space is in a vacuum environment.
Doesn't this mean that living creatures cannot be stored? Upon hearing this news, his first reaction was to build a villa inside, set up a private beach, and invite a few beauties like Jiang Rushue to relax, vacation, and play poker. A leisurely life. But when he learned it was in a vacuum environment, he instantly dismissed the idea. Is there a storage space suitable for survival like Blue Star?
Chu Fan asked casually. There is. But it's none of your business. Work hard and keep moving bricks for me. The system suddenly replied. Chu Fan was really annoyed and wanted to uninstall this damn system. Such a bad temper. One day, I'll definitely uninstall you. Humans, help me.
The giant starry sky ape had swallowed quite a bit of icy water and was gradually losing strength, calling out to Chu Fan on the shore for help.
You need to promise to follow me. Only then will I save you.
Chu Fan once again waved a large drumstick in front of the ape.
Alright, from now on, I'll follow you. Under the dual pressure of survival and delicious food, the giant starry sky ape finally surrendered. Ding! Berserk Bond 1 successfully activated.
Seeing this news, Chu Fan was so excited he almost jumped up.
He couldn't believe it had actually succeeded. Help me! But colossal starry sky ape was barely holding on. What should he do?
Looking at the massive body of the starry sky ape, Chu Fan was at a loss. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't pull it. But suddenly, Chu Fan remembered the space ring he had just obtained. He took out the spatial ring and directly wore it on his ring finger. Ownership established successfully.
Ha! I'm truly a genius.
Although this spatial ring cannot store living creatures, it should work fine as a temporary transfer medium, right? Thinking of this method, Chu Fan did not hesitate, rotating the space ring and letting the green facet face the starry sky giant ape.
A divine beam flashed out.
The starry sky giant ape felt an irresistible suction pulling it out of the water, but soon it realized it had arrived in a strange, dark world.
Ugh, ugh.
The starry sky giant ape suddenly felt a wave of stifling heat, a sense of suffocation overwhelming it. On the verge of going mad, as the light flickered, it returned to reality.
Huff, huff.
The starry sky giant ape, exhausted after enduring countless torments, lay on the ground gasping heavily. Chu Fan once again took out a chicken leg, jumped onto its massive body, and stuffed it into its mouth.
Thank you, Master. After a long while, the starry sky giant ape finally regained consciousness. Although the drumstick contains spiritual energy, its primary function is to improve the divine body. Using it in this way is simply wasteful.
That being said, Chu Fan is already an SSS level Dark Lord, so the drumstick is essentially useless to him and can only serve to fill his stomach.
Using it like this is better than gulping it down in one bite, right? Little monkey bro, you head back for now. I'll call you when I need you.
Chu Fan tossed 2 more drumsticks to the starry sky giant ape, then dove straight into the icy cavern.
Chu Fan kept diving deeper.
It's pitch black below, so dark that you can't see your hand in front of your face. Suddenly, Chu Fan noticed a faint glimmer of light directly below.
What is that?
Chu Fan swam toward the light and, after descending for more than 10 minutes, finally saw that the light was actually a kind of spiritual liquid at the bottom of the lake.
Rich spiritual energy permeated the surroundings.
Upon closer inspection, Chu Fan noticed that the bottom meter of the lake was almost entirely composed of this spiritual liquid.
It was truly terrifying.
This was spiritual liquid that had been frozen for countless eras. As soon as he reached the bottom of the lake, Chu Fan felt as if he were immersed in a pool of spiritual liquid, his entire body completely relaxed.
Whoa! This is amazing.
At that moment, Chu Fan checked the system data and found that his martial arts realm had directly advanced to the peak of the human stage.
Chu Fan rotated the spatial ring.
Suddenly, at the bottom of the lake, a massive black hole seemed to appear, and the spiritual liquid at the lake bottom was entirely absorbed into his ring.
Beep beep beep. Warning! Storage space is full. Unable to continue loading.
It wasn't until he saw the translucent ring continuously emitting a red light that Chu Fan turned the ring back upright, with the green gemstone facing upwards. Chu Fan glanced at the remaining spiritual liquid at the bottom of the lake, which amounted to about 10,000 cubic meters.
He figured he'd come back for it another time when the opportunity arose. Made a fortune. Chu Fan couldn't stop smiling.
He had been terrified of poverty all his life. With these 100,000 cubic meters of spiritual liquid, not only could his martial arts realm advance rapidly, But he might also become one of those characters in billionaire novels, busy conquering the world, and surrounded by wives and concubines when idle. Hey! After finishing up, Chu Fan swam at the bottom of the lake, pondering how to break through the pinnacle of the human realm. But whether immersed in the spiritual liquid or drinking it, he could no longer break through. Helplessly, Chu Fan could only give up and slowly float to the surface. The entire process took about half an hour. The lake bed was too deep and extremely cold, making it impossible for any creatures to survive there. This was the only reason the spiritual liquid remained preserved, otherwise it would have long been consumed by fierce beasts. Seeing the light above Chu Fan. Suddenly, Chu Fan heard a familiar voice. That's the director's voice. He immediately surfaced. Sure enough, after reaching the surface, he saw the director, Zhou Hao, and a strong individual standing in midair with hands behind their back not far away. Holy crap, standing in midair without falling? Chu Fan was stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. That must be a powerhouse beyond the heavenly rank. I'm here. Chu Fan raised his hands after surfacing from the water. The formidable figure standing in the void immediately spotted Chu Fan. Whoosh! In just 1 second, he arrived next to Chu Fan, reached out, and pulled him out of the water. Detected in nearby system host Lin Bing, implanted system, strongest warrior system. Strongest warrior system increases combat power by earning points through completing system tasks and allocating them to various attributes. Bond, fighting alone when operating without any allies, all attributes double. Chu Fan was shocked. No wonder the person before him was so powerful, it turned out to be someone with a system. Moreover, this system was extremely suitable for him, but removing the bond in a short time was truly too difficult. This Lin Bing is too powerful. Chu Fan had no particular thoughts about Lin Bing. The Lin Bing in front of him was a rare talent for Daxia, someone who contributed silently to the motherland. Besides, he had, in a way, saved him. Thank you. After reaching the shore, Chu Fan expressed his gratitude politely. Lin Yu and Zhou Hao also rushed over to offer their concerns. After all, if Chu Fan had an accident, they would find it hard to shirk responsibility. Only after seeing that Chu Fan was completely unharmed did they breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Fan, have you been staying in the icy water all this time? Are you really all right? Zhou Hao was somewhat surprised. I'd been a water duck since I was young. I could dive when I was 2 years old. This kind of skill is nothing to me. Is this really about diving? In such icy water, staying for so long, can the body endure it? Could he be some kind of high-level cold-resistant individual? Everyone looked helpless, except Chu Fan, who appeared completely at ease. Forget it. Zhou Hao couldn't be bothered to ask further. The short time they spent together made him realize that Chu Fan's secrets were even more captivating than his good looks. This is Lin Bing, one of the 8 Dragon Guards of our Southern Martial Arts Hall. Zhou Hao introduced. Thank you, Dragon Guard Lin, for saving us. Chu Fan expressed his gratitude once again. Lin Bing, however, showed little reaction, merely nodding and urging, hurry onto my Azure Dragon. The starry sky giant ape has just been driven away by me, but based on the characteristics of this species, it will definitely go back to bring reinforcements. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. But that's my pet. However, Chu Fan didn't dare to say such things out loud, because no one would believe him even if he did. As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Bing raised his hand and waved, and a flashy cyan green sports car appeared in front of him. It hovered in midair, emitting a halo underneath, which projected a beam of light onto the ground. Chu Fan followed the 3 into the beam of light. Suddenly, the scene flickered. The 4 of them found themselves inside the cockpit. Whoa! Chu Fan couldn't help but exclaim. This is way too advanced. A teleporting elevator? He took another look. Although the cockpit wasn't large, the lights, seats, and control panel inside all exuded a magical vibe. All of this felt like a virtual world. If you want something, it will appear. If you don't need it, simply swipe forward with your finger, like playing with a mobile phone, and it will instantly disappear. If you want a drink, just say it directly, and it will appear right in front of you. Lord Lin Longwei, this miniature spaceship must be quite expensive, right? Chu Fan suppressed his curiosity, but Dean Lin Yu asked directly. Lin Bing did not respond, maintaining the aloof demeanor of a strong figure. He glanced at Lin Yu disdainfully, as if looking at a simpleton, and then ignored him entirely. This made Lin Yu feel extremely embarrassed. Chu Fan secretly laughed to himself on the side, thinking, luckily, I didn't ask, or I would have looked like a bumpkin too. However, he really wanted a spaceship like this. It was simply too cool. He pondered the value of the spiritual liquid in his ring, wondering if it would be enough to exchange for such a spaceship.
Zhou Hao, standing nearby, noticed Lin Yu's embarrassment and explained, "This Azure Dragon, an advanced B-class combat aircraft, is extremely rare. It's not something money can buy. You need to accumulate countless merits in the Martial Arts Administration to exchange for it. Isn't there anyone who gets one and sells it?" Lin Yu couldn't help but ask.
His family owned mines and was not short of money, so he couldn't resist such a spaceship.
There really is.
Chu Fan, who initially wanted to mock Lin Yu, was suddenly intrigued when he heard Zhou Hao's surprising response. He absolutely wanted to own such a spaceship himself. After all, he had the system in hand. As long as someone was selling, he had a goal to strive for.
How much? 100 trillion.
The number Zhou Hao mentioned almost made Chu Fan swear.
100 trillion? What kind of nonsense is this? Who has that much money? When Lin Yu heard this number, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. He originally thought his family had 100 billion and assumed that as long as something was valuable, they could basically afford it. But he couldn't even afford a fraction of this spaceship. Sorry to bother.
Lin Yu stuck out his tongue and scratched his head awkwardly. The group quickly returned to the crash site.
After disembarking from the spacecraft, another E-class spacecraft was already waiting.
Chu Fan and Zhou Hao boarded the spacecraft together. Lin Bing, on the other hand, left alone aboard a spacecraft.
Wow, Chu Fan, you're really lucky. Even being chased by the Beast King didn't do a thing to you. What a pity.
Class monitor Lu Ruhai said with a disgruntled expression upon seeing Chu Fan. Not a single mention of Chu Fan taking the initiative to divert the Beast King and save them.
Hey, if it were me, I'd be fine too. That big guy is so slow, I might as well wear it down to death,
Tang Yin sneered mockingly from the side.
Chu Fan looked at them like he was staring at fools. Each one acting like a post-event strategist. Why hadn't anyone dared to face these dangers earlier? Chu Fan, are you okay? Welcome back.
Zhang Rushui, tall and slender with a delicate waist that could be held in one hand, walked forward with a smile. Her clear eyes seemed to outshine the beauty of the entire world.
What's the matter?
Feeling uncomfortable, so I went out to let out a few farts. There are so many people here, I was afraid you'd mind, Chu Fan said nonchalantly.
Damn. Chu Fan. What a waste. Brother Chu Fan. Why didn't you call me when you were farting? I really like. Oh no, I feel like I missed out on a fortune.
Brother Fan, call me next time when there's such a good thing.
I won't mind.
Several instructors nearby, along with Zhou Hao, had looks of utter disgust.
What's wrong with these students? When did their tastes become so extreme? I just happened to let it out. I ate a bit too much garlic last night. I don't know if it's a smell you like.
At this moment, Principal Lin Yu's face was tinged with a hint of embarrassment, looking somewhat apologetic. He didn't expect the students to like this smell so much.
Whoa, Principal, get out quickly. Principal, you need to have some sense of public decency. Hurry up and leave. Don't show up in crowded places after eating garlic.
Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. These students made him unsure of what to do.
Is this preferential treatment? It's all nonsense. Should mine be disliked? Is Chu Fan's scent better? I refuse to believe it. Next time I get a chance, I must try it.
Lin Yu was pushed out of the hall by his classmates, feeling helpless.
Let's go.
Although he experienced some setbacks, Zhou Hao still decided to go to the planned trial location,
the outskirts of Wild Base Number 3. The spaceship safely landed on a giant disc-shaped building.
After a password connection, a hatch opened at the top of the giant disc, and the spaceship slowly descended vertically.
All right, we're here. Let's go down.
After the spaceship stabilized, Zhou Hao said to Lin Yu, Gu Ting, and the others,
"Is this the Martial Wilderness Base?"
The freshmen visiting for the first time looked at the massive laser cannons scattered throughout the base and the martial artists clad in heavy armor, standing prepared, their hearts filled with a mix of emotions. At that moment, a spaceship was returning, and the scene upon its descent was awe-inspiring.
Many martial artists' heavy armor and weapons were
severely deformed, some even missing limbs, covered in blood. They pushed heaps of shattered fragments, their hearts weighed down with grief.
This is the true battlefield.
A contest between life and death, where only the strong have the right to survive amidst the fight. This is the law of this era. All the students witnessing this scene seemed to be in hell, their faces showing fear.
It was terrifying. Their bodies had become so mutilated. Some girls covered their mouths and eyes. Isn't it too early for them to see this?
Lin Yu stood in front of Zhou Hao and asked in confusion.
This challenge is unavoidable sooner or later.
As martial artists, if they retreat in the face of danger, no matter how outstanding their talents and abilities, they are all in vain. Now that this moment has come, let's treat it as an extra test for them.
Zhou Hao observed each student's reaction, recording and scoring them one by one.
Chu Fan saw all this, and his heart remained unshaken, as if he had long been immune to these things.
He even yawned.
Mental fortitude determines the upper limit of a strong person, and this is something external factors cannot change. Not even the system can help you overcome the fear in your heart.
Alright, gather the team, we're ready to set off.
Lin Yu, seeing how pathetic the trainees were, spoke sternly.
Dean, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Can I skip this? Dean, my family suddenly called, saying I need to go back and inherit the family business. I guess I won't participate in the assessment. This isn't an assessment at all. It's practically a death sentence. I'm giving up on the chance to become an elite martial artist.
For a moment, most of the students hurriedly presented their reasons, and Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. As expected, the scene earlier had instilled fear in their hearts.
Those who are giving up, come stand by my side. Zhou Hao looked at the many students who were backing out, feeling somewhat disappointed.
As soon as the words fell, nearly 70 of the 100 trainees leaned in.
I'll give you one more chance.
It's still not too late to regret it now, Zhou Hao asked coldly. In the end,
no one responded.
Zhou Hao actually understood deep down that once fear took root in their hearts, it was almost impossible to change their minds.
Alright, you all get a score of 0 in this assessment, Zhou Hao said, and then began grading. And Lin Yu organized the remaining 23 trainees to set off. Chu Fan was among them. Chu Fan, it's not too late to regret now. You need to understand that someone like you, a 1-star human rank weakling, might end up like those people just now.
Don't think every monster is as clumsy and slow as that gorilla. Lu Ruhai flaunted his muscles in front of Chu Fan. He possessed strength-based abilities and had the power of an 8-star human rank. With just a casual punch, he could unleash a force of
100,000 pounds.
Without any system assistance, he had trained to such a level purely on his own, which was enough for him to feel prideful. It's worth noting that even with Jiang Rushua's previous support from the Lick Dog system, her full-powered punch at the pinnacle of the human rank could only reach a force of 10,000 pounds.
Looking at me as if I'm a fool, I've tamed a beast emperor, and you're telling me to be afraid of those beast soldiers? Chu Fan is now at the peak of the human realm.
Although the completion of the SSS Dark Strait Sovereign's body is only 15%, it is enough to dominate the crowd.
Adding the SSS talent and the understanding of the unprecedented power of time and space, along with the newly activated Berserk Bond, within the realm, utterly invincible. Such a configuration would defeat even the ancient divine physique in its youth. Chu Fan, maybe you should stay at the base.
Your courage in luring the starry sky giant ape has already proven your bravery. But with your mere 1st star human-tier combat strength, actually fighting beast soldiers in earnest is impossible. Gu Ting also tried to persuade Chu Fan, as she knew him the best.
Yeah, brother Fan, if you end up dying, who's going to give us those fragrant farts? Can I just go observe?
Seeing everyone trying to persuade him, Chu Fan decided to go along with them. After all, he only needed to kill one alien beast to qualify, and he could act depending on the situation.
Alright,
but don't go too far from me, Gu Ting reminded.
Request to open the base gate.
Lin Yu pressed the communicator. The 1-meter-thick, 10*10 sized base gate rumbled open slowly. Lin Yu led 3 instructors and the students out of the base. As soon as base 1 opened, the air outside was filled with dense miasma. However, the beasts had long adapted to this environment.
Finish the mission as quickly as possible. Long-term exposure to this miasma can make humans lose their sanity. Alright, let's move out, Lin Yu reminded.
After the base's gates closed, Lin Yu and 3 instructors waited at the entrance. The students had a communication locator in their hands, and in case of danger, they would immediately proceed to rescue them. 27 trainees, except for Chu Fan, the other 26 trainees set off towards the jungle.
Chu Fan was also very obedient and stood beside Gu Ting. Chu Fan, I heard everyone talking. Is it true that the fart you release has a rich spiritual aura?
Gu Ting's face blushed slightly.
Why don't you take a sniff? Chu Fan joked. Alright.
Gu Ting said as she leaned closer, leaving Chu Fan momentarily stunned.
A teacher is supposed to be reserved, isn't she?
Alas, in this era, strength reigns supreme. Before coming out, Gu Ting personally experienced the taste from above, which directly elevated her realm by 1/3 star.
You must know. After reaching the Earth level, progressing further requires extremely high talent. It's nearly impossible for those with sea-level talent. Gu Ting's talent is only sea.
To cultivate to her current Earth level 7 stars, she had already exhausted all her treasures purchasing spiritual liquid.
If Chu Fan indeed possesses such abilities, she wouldn't mind claiming them for herself. Ms. Gu, I'm not in a hurry right now. How about I call you when I really need help? Chu Fan displayed an expression of embarrassment.
Gu Ting, on the other hand, said expectantly, "It's okay, Chu Fan. Although your talent is average, you've always been very hardworking. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can come to me, I'll teach you personally." Gu Ting unexpectedly revealed a rare moment of gentleness.
Chu Fan was startled. When something unusual happens, there's always something amiss. He naturally understood Gu Ting's true intentions, but he felt it was quite normal. Who doesn't want to become stronger? Just then, Lu Rohai returned with the blood-soaked head of a netherworld fox. Level 7 Beast Soldier Netherworld Fox. Not bad, 80 points. Zhou Hao nodded in satisfaction, and Lin Yu beside him also nodded approvingly. Soon, other classmates began to return one after another. The returning people each carried beast heads, and many classmates also bore some scars. Wow! Tang Yun is back. Look, the beast head he's carrying has a glowing horn.
Seeing Tang Yun's disheveled appearance, everyone realized he had gone through a fierce fight.
What's this? Almost a double kill, sigh, one got away. Really impressive, Tang Yun. You have the demeanor of your Tang family ancestors.
Lin Yu gave him a thumbs up in praise.
Zhou Hao wrote down 90 points for Tang Yun in the notebook and especially marked his name with a pen. Everyone returned, except for 6 people who came back empty-handed and were eliminated from the elite martial artist class.
4 hours passed, but Jiang Rushue still hadn't returned.
Did any of you see Jiang Rushue during the assessment? Lin Yu asked. Everyone shook their heads.
Dean, Jiang Rushue went in that direction. Chu Fan had been paying attention the whole time, so he knew clearly.
Dean, I'll go take a look.
Gu Ting said immediately.
Teacher Gu, let me go with you to check it out and broaden my horizons. Chu Fan stepped forward proactively. Aha!
Stay close to the teacher. Gu Ting was naturally happy to lead Chu Fan.
In this area, there shouldn't be any particularly dangerous beasts.
Thus, the two of them entered the jungle one after the other.
Help! Help!
After walking less than 500 meters, the cry of a woman for help was heard. It's Xiao Xue's voice. Chu Fan immediately recognized that familiar call.
Such an intimate way of addressing. Chu Fan, are you dating Xiao Xue?
Gu Ting teased, quickening her pace.
Not at all, we're completely innocent, we just happened to sleep together.
Chu Fan followed Gu Ting toward the source of the sound.
You call that completely innocent? The two quickly arrived at the stream.
Sure enough, Jiang Rushue was lying by the stream, her expression extremely painful.
Xiao Xue, are you okay?
Gu Ting rushed over immediately.
Teacher, don't go.
Chu Fan grabbed Gu Ting's delicate hand. Gu Ting turned around and saw Chu Fan holding her hand, her pretty face instantly turned red. Despite her age, this was the first time she had been held by a boy, and it was by her most handsome student.
What's wrong? She is not Jiang Rushue.
Chu Fan cautiously stared at the Jiang Rushue before him.
She's not? Gu Ting looked at her in confusion, utterly perplexed. She looked so much alike, how could she not be? Yes. Chu Fan answered firmly. How do you know? How would I not know? How could Chu Fan forget that night?
He remembers the cold and alluring fragrance of the celestial being, a pleasant jasmine aroma, whereas the person before him clearly emanates a heavy stench of decay. More importantly, Chu Fan saw a line of text above her head.
Bond, transformation, allows the user to transform into any object similar to their body/form.
2/4/6/8. After activating 2, there is a 20% chance to transform for 10 minutes, activating 4 increases the transformation time to 20 minutes with a 30% chance, and so on.
Chu Fan looked at these and felt slightly disappointed.
The transformation duration was short, and the success rate was low. This bond was outright trash.
He couldn't be bothered to spend any more thought on it.
At the very least, it proved that this wasn't Jiang Rushue at all.
He.
The Jiang Rushue before him suddenly let out a baby-like laugh, echoing through the jungle. Immediately, she turned into a bubble and disappeared.
This is too bizarre. He.
Young man, you're quite impressive.
Quite impressive. He. A deathly hoarse laugh echoed through the misty haze, sending chills down the spine. Chu Fan panicked at the sight. Damn it, trying to run away? Hey, don't go. Where's my father's Xue?
Chu Fan chased after and asked. Faced with this kind of thing, he was completely powerless, not knowing where the other party was at all. Gu Ting grabbed Chu Fan, her small hands squeezing softly, enough to make one's heart flutter. The two exchanged a glance, their faces flushing red involuntarily, as if they were a pair of young lovers secretly enamored with each other. Don't bother asking, it doesn't know about Xiao Shue's situation. This kind of thing is just an illusion created by exploiting your inner urgency. After listening to Gu Ting's explanation, Chu Fan suddenly understood. This is actually just like the principle of thinking during the day and dreaming at night. The miasma here is too strong. Let's quickly find Xiao Shui and head back. The longer we delay, the more these things will affect us. Logically speaking, Xiao Shui should be active in this area. If we can't find her, then there's only one possibility. She, like us earlier, has been deceived by something strange. Chu Fan nodded, feeling that this analysis made a lot of sense. He and Gu Ting had just been influenced by these things upon stepping out, but since the other students had returned safely, it showed that those influences weren't present elsewhere. The two walked around nearby for half an hour, and finally, Chu Fan discovered a hidden cave under a small hill. The entrance of the cave was overgrown with weeds, completely covered. This is the entrance to a tomb robbery tunnel. Chu Fan, who usually enjoyed reading novels about tomb raiding, found this scene quite thrilling. A tomb? Gu Ting's heart tensed up upon hearing this word. Although she was an instructor, she was, at her core, just a girl. Look, this is Xue's communicator. She must have been lured into the tomb by that eerie force. Chu Fan saw several broken fragments of the instruments scattered on the ground near the cave entrance and regrettably found that the device seemed to have been trampled on. Although Jiang Rushua hadn't treated him well, they were classmates after all, and, more importantly, something indescribable had happened between them. Therefore, he was desperate to save Jiang Rushua. Without the slightest hesitation, he parted the weeds and immediately crawled in. Wait, let me go first. Gu Ting felt conflicted as she saw Chu Fan's actions. She was very afraid, despite having previously gone through martial arts assessments and fought exotic beasts. She wasn't afraid of alien beasts, but the kind of sinister unknown danger in the pitch-black surroundings, something unseen and intangible yet potentially present at any moment, filled her heart with fear and left her face marked by unease. However, Jiang Rushua was also one of her most outstanding trainees, and she didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Rushua and Chu Fan. In her eyes, Chu Fan was merely a cute little one-star human realm individual. She steadied herself and stepped inside first. The entrance was narrow, only enough for one person to climb through. As she just poked her head inside, a wave of cold, dark air enveloped her, filling her heart with extreme fear, and her hands began trembling. Her forehead was drenched in fragrant sweat, and the strands of fine hair at her temples were damp, clinging to her flushed cheeks. She took a deep breath. Behind her, Chu Fan looked at the eerie scene, feeling vaguely uneasy. Teacher, why don't I go up and give it a try? Chu Fan said eagerly, as it was a matter of life and death. I definitely won't let you go. She steadied herself, mustered up her courage, and crawled forward. When she had crawled about 10 meters in, the space ahead suddenly widened, enough to accommodate a person standing upright and walking. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief and was about to stand up, a cold green light suddenly shot from not far ahead. Splurt! Gu Ting's thigh was hit by an arrow. A sharp pain instantly surged, and she instinctively covered the wound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows poured out from the dark cave like raindrops. Watch out, there's a trap. Gu Ting quickly crawled down, but the venom on the arrows had already started to spread, and she felt her thigh gradually go numb. Chu Fan behind her had not had time to get up and remained unharmed. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from within the cave. Quick, go back. Hurry! Gu Ting heard this voice, as if she was witnessing the arrival of death. What's wrong? Chu Fan held onto Gu Ting, helping her move forward. That's a stampeding horde of exotic beasts. This tomb is cold and damp, its atmosphere eerie, perfect for nourishing exotic beasts with dark attributes. They've marked us as intruders. Quick, go! Gu Ting endured the excruciating pain, climbing extremely slowly, relying on Chu Fan to push her from behind to help her out. The two barely managed to escape the tomb, but the roaring sound behind them grew increasingly close. Chu Fan suddenly thought of a question. Where is Jiang Rushua? Under normal circumstances, even if she discovered this tomb, how could she possibly enter alone? Even teacher Gu Ting felt terrified, so how could a young girl like her, who has never experienced such things, not feel afraid? That leaves only one reason: their ability to find this place in the scene of Jiang Rushua they just witnessed are all being guided by that mysterious force. Not good. Chu Fan finally realized a critical issue. What's wrong? Gu Ting, drenched in sweat and already afflicted by the poison of the arrows, barely managed to stand with Chu Fan's support, but she had completely lost her ability to fight. Base. Hurry back to the base. Their target is our base. Chu Fan supported Gu Ting as they jolted their way toward the base. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. Inside the base, Lin Yu was discussing the return plans with Zhou Hao when the rescue alarm suddenly went off. Meanwhile, a thunderous explosion echoed from the tomb's entrance. Boom! Endless otherworldly beasts erupted like a volcanic explosion, expanding the narrow exit dozens of times over. The leading alien beasts are mostly rodent, avian, and low-level feline mutant beast groups at the beast soldier level. They are extremely fast, closely chasing Chu Fan and Gu Ting by his side. It's Gu Ting! They're in trouble! Lin Yu picked up the distress tracker and saw that Gu Ting's locator was heading toward the base. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Hao immediately rushed to the observation room. At the same time, he noticed that all the red lights in the base corridor were flashing, and the alarm system was sounding. Arriving at the observation room, Zhou Hao saw his old friend, Lin Long, the commander of the base, along with over a dozen Earth-tier experts. They were operating the instruments. Is it a beast tide? Zhou Hao looked at the large screen. In the image, Chu Fan was supporting Gu Ting as they hobbled toward the base, while a massive swarm of beasts surged behind them like a flood, less than 100 meters away. Lin Long wasn't tall and appeared somewhat thin and frail, yet his strength far surpassed that of Zhou Hao. Both were heaven-tier experts, but Lin Long had already reached 5-star heaven-tier, while Zhou Hao had been stuck at 4-star heaven-tier for a long time. Heaven-tier. There was an unwritten saying, rounding up to the nearest whole. This means that those below 4-star heavenly rank can only be considered ordinary heavenly rank, while 5-star and above belongs to another level. Although it is only a difference of 1 star, the disparity is worlds apart. Hence, the treatment of the two positions also varies greatly. Zhou Hao can only lead students to learn adventure in various regions, while Lin Long is responsible for protecting the safety of the Martial Dao base. The reason is simple. The leap from 4-star to 5-star heavenly rank, although seemingly just a slight improvement in basic attributes, actually involves a special criterion, walking in the air. This requires an extraordinarily high level of insight to achieve. Lin Long nodded, his brows tightly furrowed, with a trace of pain in his expression. Look, that's a female student from your academy, an operator reminded, simultaneously displaying a split-screen view on the monitor. They are also heading toward the base. Quickly open the base gate. Zhou Hao urged anxiously while watching the scene. Are you crazy? There's an endless tide of beasts following them. If we open the base gate now, everyone will die. Lin Long shook his head. Though he felt sorrowful, he understood that these 3 people truly could not be saved. There are over 100 staff members in the base, as well as nearly 100 students. Once the base gate is opened, there is only one outcome for everyone. Is it possible to just stand by and watch as we refuse to save our people? Zhou Hao roared angrily. He knew this was his responsibility as he waited outside the door for them to return. From a rational perspective, he agreed with Lin Long's approach. For the safety of the majority, this door indeed could not be opened. Fire. Suppressive fire. All artillery, aim at the densest area of the beasts and fire. Quickly. Lin Long ignored Zhou Hao. With one command passed down, dozens of laser cannons, Gatling guns, and others on the base city walls opened their protective shields and fired with full strength like ferocious beasts unleashed. The beast tide surged like a flood, with the beasts at the front blasted into blood mist and flesh by the laser cannons, leaving corpses scattered everywhere in an instant. However, more beasts stepped over their remains and continued their assault. Chu Fan supported Gu Ting, limping towards the base's gate. They were about to return, but to their despair, the machine gates were tightly shut. It's snow. At this moment, Chu Fan saw another direction where Zhang Rushue was also being chased by exotic beasts, running toward the base gate. The 3 quickly met in front of the base gate, while the wave of exotic beasts surged like an overwhelming tide, densely packed as they closed. In on them, flying in the sky, running on the ground, digging tunnels below. Fortunately, the cannons on the base building suppressed their attack. Wife, are you okay? Chu Fan asked with concern as he went to meet Zhang Rushue. Who's your wife? Stop imagining things. Zhang Rushue glanced coldly at Chu Fan. But when she arrived at the entrance of the base and saw the steel door, over a meter high, tightly shut, a sense of despair surged in her heart. Hey! Open the door, we're back. Zhang Rushue, naively and adorably, assumed that they hadn't been noticed, so she loudly shouted in her crisp voice toward the building above the base. Swish! Her shout didn't elicit a response from the base but instead attracted the attack of a killer bat. The killer bat is enormous in size, as big as an adult duck, diving at an extraordinary speed like a meteor, swooping straight toward Jiang Rushua's forehead. This unusual beast survives by feeding on the brain matter of animals or humans to further evolve. The killer bat was about to succeed. Careful! Xiao Xue! Above your head! Although Gu Ting felt the venom spreading throughout her body, her consciousness remained clear. Seeing this scene, she hurriedly warned. Boom! At this critical moment, Chu Fan pulled out his divine weapon, the dark matter brick. He hurled it forcefully. The killer bat instantly exploded, blood flying everywhere. Jiang Rushue was splattered messily in an instant. The dark matter brick automatically bounced back into Chu Fan's hand. Jiang Rushue was stunned. The power of the killer bat was undeniable, evident just from its name. Moreover, ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy, these exotic beasts had grown exceptionally fierce. Once fully grown, their combat strength could reach the beast general level, equivalent to a human Earth-tier expert. But Chu Fan had just casually thrown the brick and annihilated it in one move? Gu Ting was equally shocked on the side. Was this really the same student she had always thought of as the most useless? A boy with no merits other than his good looks? Well, to be fair, that move just now did look incredibly cool, but other than being handsome, everything else about him was hardly impressive. Stop shouting, they must know we're downstairs at the base, but opening the door now would be suicide, Chu Fan reminded, unable to suppress a chuckle in his heart as he saw Jiang Rushue's adorable expression. Fortunately, the base's firepower is powerful. It successfully suppressed the attack of the exotic beasts. Ha! Why does this scene look so much like the ones in cell phone commercials? Chu Pin pouted, his gaze fixed on the army of exotic beasts. At this moment, a massive mutant rhino suddenly appeared in front, followed by almost all the exotic beasts seeming enormous in size. This is a Beast King cluster. The laser cannons and Gatling guns needed multiple hits to bring down these Beast Kings. The horde of beasts rapidly approached the base building. Chu Fan gripped the dark matter brick tightly, staring unblinkingly at the advancing beasts, standing protectively in front of two girls. Roar! Suddenly, a four-horned rhinoceros broke through the barrage of heavy fire and charged fiercely. Its powerful body seemed ready to crush all three of them. Chu Fan waved his large hand. SSS Class 1-star superpower, slow motion directly unleashed. Instantly, the massive body seemed to have time slowed down, its movements becoming as sluggish as flowing water. Damn, it even works in mid-air. This is downright insane. Chu Fan had only intended to test it, but he didn't expect it to work. Truly, SSS class abilities live up to their name. The black brick shot away swiftly, resembling a black meteor in the air. Boom! Following the sound of collision, the Beast King rhinoceros fell to the ground, completely still before it could even let out a wail. Chu Fan! Gu Ting called weakly. She felt like she could no longer hold on, her vision began to blur, and her limbs seemed to have lost all strength. Chu Fan turned to look at Gu Ting and noticed her lips had turned purple, a clear sign of severe poisoning. He quickly pulled out the dagger from his waist and cut open the combat pants on her thigh, which were stained dark red with blood. SSSSS. Though Chu Fan's movements were very gentle, he still accidentally touched Gu Ting's wound, and the piercing pain jolted her awake. SSSSS. This wound is so pale. Oh no, this thigh injury is too deep. Chu Fan took a deep breath, his heartbeat accelerating, even to the point where his nose began to bleed. The main reason was that he had never seen such fair thighs before. Of course, except for Jiang Rushue's, as theirs could also rival hers without question. The venom was beginning to invade the heart, so he had to use his mouth to extract the poisonous blood. Chu Fan stared at the tender, white thigh end. The thumb-sized wound continuously oozing fresh blood, with the skin and flesh around the edges of the wound torn apart, making it a horrifying sight. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to care about such things and squatted down, beginning to forcefully suck out the poisonous blood from the wound. Once full, he spat it aside, and then crouched back down to continue extracting. Jiang Rushue witnessed this scene from the side, and an inexplicable sense of discomfort rose in her heart, feeling the image somewhat discordant and strangely familiar. After a moment, Chu Fan felt his mouth starting to go numb, but Gu Ting's lips gradually turned rosy, though her complexion appeared pale due to excessive blood loss. Ms. Gu, quickly open your mouth. Have one of my big drumsticks. Chu Fan pulled out a spicy big drumstick from his pocket. Gu Ting smelled the rich spiritual energy and immediately felt much more comfortable, regaining some strength. Life and death hanging in the balance, she didn't hesitate to take Chu Fan's big drumstick and bit into it fiercely. Oh my goodness! Gu Ting secretly thought to herself, this isn't just an ordinary drumstick, it's practically spirit essence. After eating the drumstick, Gu Ting felt warmth spreading throughout her body, and her comprehension and absorption of the surrounding spiritual energy became exceptionally smooth.
This drumstick.
Gu Ting was stunned, her heart surging with turbulent waves.
Is this the shape of spiritual energy?
She noticed tiny stars all around, resembling mist-like entities that sparkled with a translucent, mysterious brilliance. This was truly incredible.
This feeling. It was definitely a qualitative change in talent.
Previously, her evaluated talent was grade C, making it completely impossible for her to sense such clear spiritual energy. Based on this talent, in her entire life, she would at most barely reach heaven rank 1 star in her old age, and that would be the most ideal scenario. But now, she feels that her sensitivity to spiritual energy has at least reached grade B, and might even have reached grade A.
Is this really just a single drumstick? Chu Fan? Is he really just a waste? Delicious, right, my big drumstick. Want to have it again next time? Chu Fan asked with a smile. Can I still eat it again?
The rosiness on Gu Ting's face visibly improved. At this moment, a golden-haired lion suddenly leapt down from the sky, but Chu Fan had already reached the peak of the human stage, paired with his monstrous physique and talent. Reacting swiftly, he struck back with a brick, sending the lion flying back into the pack of mythical beasts as if it were a baseball. Meanwhile, the base's firepower could no longer suppress the beast horde. This was because the beasts coming from behind were increasingly formidable, with almost every one of them at the level of a beast king. Inside the base, Lin Long frowned deeply, feeling increasingly uneasy as he observed the beast hordes. Meanwhile, Zhou Ha was requesting headquarters to send Lin Bing back for support, but this would take time. However, at this moment, more and more beast kings had already engaged in close combat with Chu Fan and the other two. Zhang Rushue was merely an ordinary human tier strong fighter and was completely unable to contend with the beast kings. Although Gu Ting had somewhat recovered, she was completely unable to make large movements, otherwise, she might experience severe bleeding again. Only Chu Fan stood alone at the very front, holding a black brick in his hand. A slow yet powerful move allowed him to perform to his fullest potential. It was truly effective, though it consumed some energy. Fortunately, he had plenty of spiritual liquid in his ring. Whenever he felt tired or drained, a sip would instantly rejuvenate him. 1 man guards the pass, and 10,000 cannot break through. As long as all the invading beast kings are smashed into pulp. The two ladies behind were both dumbfounded. Is this the so-called trash they usually talk about? Human rank 1 star? Trash? But it was precisely this trash that managed to save the two of them. If Chu Fan weren't here at this moment, they would have long become a feast for the beasts. Xiaoxue, when did you start being with Chu Fan? Gu Ting suddenly blurted out, instantly making the tense atmosphere a bit awkward. Being together? Teacher Gu, there's nothing between us. Zhang Rushue immediately showed displeasure upon hearing this word, her pretty face slightly flushed. She explained, we are completely innocent, it's just a pure fighting relationship. Hee hee, what a natural couple. Even the way you talk is so similar. Gu Ting chuckled, recalling how Chu Fan had said something similar before, and he had answered in the same way. What kind of fight? Tell me the process. Well, from the room to the living room. Zhang Rushue recalled that night, picturing the scene of her angrily battling Chu Fan in the villa's living room. He. Gu Ting couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably after hearing that. Oh no, Teacher Jiang, it's not what you think. That was really a battle. Gu Ting burst into laughter but suddenly realized there was something wrong with what she said, and her face instantly turned red. I know, so why are you so anxious? Pfft, gasp, ah. Gu Ting laughed so hard that her wounds started bleeding again. I'm not anxious. Zhang Rushue retorted softly. Chu Fan knocked down a 3-eyed giant lizard and turned around to see the two of them actually chatting. Teacher, what bad things are you saying about me? Chu Fan no longer paid attention to the movements of the beast horde, but remained cautious in his heart. He could no longer remember how many beast kings he had taken down. Not at all, the teacher is helping you woo a girl. Definitely not saying anything bad. Gu Ting smiled brightly, displaying the charm of a mature young woman. There's no need for your help, she's already my wife. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Chu Fan defeated another beast king and noticed that the beast tide seemed to be diminishing. He walked up to the two ladies. He took out a water bottle from his waist and handed it to Zhang Gu Ting. Phew! We're finally saved. After an hour of fierce battle, Chu Fan finally drove the alien beasts away. Gu Ting lost a lot of blood and ate a greasy chicken leg, so she was indeed a bit thirsty. She opened the lid, and instantly a rich aura spread out. Whoa, is this spiritual liquid? Gu Ting said in surprise. Chu Fan nodded and admitted frankly, that's right, it's quite refreshing. Go ahead and drink it.
Is this really a way to quench thirst? So extravagant, actually using spiritual liquid as water to quench thirst? Jiang Rushue also caught the scent of that rich spiritual energy. She once again updated her perception of Chu Fan. This guy, how is he hiding so many secrets? Why didn't I notice before? Gulp gulp. Gu Ting boldly tilted the bottle downward, finishing one glass and then 3 more. Hey, just a token gesture is fine, teacher, why are you drinking so much? Chu Fan felt a bit distressed. Although he had quite a bit of spiritual liquid, that was all money. You should know, on the market, a small shot glass of spiritual liquid is worth $10,000. Well, I just wanted to try and see what it feels like to drink spiritual liquid, Gu Ting said with a smile. Hey, with that big gulp of spiritual liquid down her throat, coupled with the recent enhancement of her talent, Gu Ting instantly skyrocketed from Earth rank 7 stars to Earth rank 9 stars. She really liked this student a lot. It seems she'll need to spend more time on him in the future and find an opportunity to teach him one-on-one. Can I have a sip? Although Jiang Rushue was usually reserved, this time she took the initiative to ask to drink Chu Fan's water. That's not possible. Chu Fan immediately refused. Why? Jiang Rushue stomped her feet anxiously. She had been stuck at the peak of the Ren stage for quite some time, and with the inexplicable uninstallation of the strongest bootlicker system, she was even more unwilling to miss any opportunity to enhance her combat power. No reason, my water is only for my woman to drink. Chu Fan put away the water bottle, turned around, and looked at the group of exotic beasts, which were now almost gone. Peace was restored. Didn't you also give teacher Gu Ting a drink? Jiang Rushue pouted discontentedly. Hey, Xiaoxue, don't be modest. If you don't want him, I'll gladly take this boyfriend, Gu Ting said with a charming smile before Chu Fan could respond. Teacher, you. Chu Fan and Jiang Rushue spoke in unison, their surprised gazes perfectly synchronized. Gu Ting glanced at them and couldn't help but develop a bit of fondness for Chu Fan, this handsome young man. Although the academy had clear rules prohibiting instructors from engaging in romantic relationships with students, if such a thing were to happen, she would absolutely resign from her teaching position without hesitation and had even begun to mentally plan for such a scenario. However, the two people before her, whether in temperament, personality, gaze, body language, or even appearance, displayed an astonishing similarity. Moreover, based on their brief conversation, it was evident that something unspeakable had occurred. Taken together, these two seemed like a match made in heaven. Look at you two, you're practically synchronized. Still dare to say there's no chemistry, no destiny? Gu Ting retorted. The two exchanged glances upon hearing this, secretly thinking, damn, we really are eerily alike. Rumble. At this moment, a loud noise came from behind, and the base's gate slowly rose. Witnessing this scene, the three finally felt a bit relieved. As the gate opened, Lin Long and Zhou Hao stepped out first to greet them. This brother, quite skillful. Is that black brick in your hand for sale? Lin Long quickly noticed the extraordinary nature of the dark matter brick in Chu Fan's hand on the screen. Sorry, bro. That's a one-time use item and has already lost its effectiveness, Chu Fan responded coldly. Although he understood that Lin Long and the others didn't open the door to save them out of rationality, it didn't lessen his anger toward their actions. Having been rebuffed, Lin Long appeared somewhat displeased. After all, he was the commander of the base. Classmate Chu Fan, you need to understand that not opening the door for you is to ensure the safety of the majority of students. Lin Long began to speak in an official tone. Chu Fan, however, had no intention of paying attention to him. He led the two into the base and, before leaving, handed the water bottle to Jiang Rushue, giving her a look that meant she shouldn't talk about this matter. Otherwise, she could forget about drinking water in the future. Zhou Hao and Lingyu, standing nearby, understood that the three must have grievances, so they didn't say much and silently followed them inside. Zhou Hao entered a score of 1,000 points on Chu Fan's scoreboard. Goodness, the full score was 100 points, yet Chu Fan actually achieved 1,000 points, a record absolutely unprecedented in history. Other students were waiting on the spaceship all along, and the cabin was almost soundproof, so everyone was completely unaware of what was happening outside. They just found it strange that Jiang Rushue hadn't returned after such a long time, and neither the dean nor Commander Zhou Hao had reappeared. Many people were even playing cards and entertaining themselves in the lounge. The cabin door opened, and Chu Fan and the other two walked in. Ah, Teacher Gu, what happened to your leg? Lu Ruhai noticed that Gu Ting's combat uniform pants had a large tear, revealing her fair leg, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Although Gu Ting didn't dislike Lu Ruhai after all, he was quite active in class affairs. His habit of showing off in front of girls,
combined with some ability but a tendency to be arrogant and slightly lecherous, was a flaw. It's nothing, Gu Ting responded coldly, then went straight to the restroom to change into a pair of casual pants. Lu Ruhai noticed Jiang Rushua closely following behind Chu Fan, their social distance uncomfortably close, and couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. Chu Fan, this time you went out, you didn't cause trouble again, did you? Tell me, is the teacher's injury because of this? Lu Ruhai attributed his displeasure to Chu Fan. This way, his assessment score will be 0. Ha ha, I got 80 points. Let's see if you dare to compete with me for women in the future. Shut up, Lu Ruhai, Lin Yu coldly reprimanded. He knew that the fact Chu Fan and the other two managed to escape death was entirely thanks to Chu Fan. Moreover, the three of them already harbored resentment in their hearts. Such negligence couldn't be further aggravated. At this moment, Jiang Rushue also handed the water cup to Chu Fan. This simple action made Lu Ruhai and Tang Yin burn with rage. If looks could kill, Chu Fan would probably have died 100 times. Finished drinking? Chu Fan deliberately asked gently. Jiang Rushue did not answer, she simply nodded. Just this scene alone sparked everyone's anger. What does this mean? I've been worshipping the goddess for so long, and it turns out she's already taken? Chu Fan, you bleep don't have XXX to have a son. My goddess, why are you so desperate? At least choose someone who isn't useless. Like me, my water is sweet. Everyone in their hearts resents Chu Fan. Hatred from Zhou Tao plus 1000. Hatred from Tang Yun plus 1388. Hatred from Lu Ruhai plus 1555. Watching this scene, Chu Fan secretly rejoiced in his heart, knowing that this move had earned him nearly 50,000 hatred points. I'm rich, I'm rich. This is enough for 5 rounds of 10 consecutive draws. What the heck, Chu Fan, what do you mean by this? Shue, no. You dare to drink water from that useless Chu Fan? Aren't you afraid of bad breath? Tang Yun couldn't help but roar angrily. Trash talk? This is spiritual liquid. It's priceless on the market, $10,000 for 100 grams. What's the matter? If they want to drink it, what does it have to do with you? Chu Fan saw the effect and thought, hey, it really works. Looks like I need to add a bit more. Right, Shue. Will you still drink it in the future? There's more, you know. Chu Fan asked ambiguously as he leaned closer to Jiang Rushue. I want to drink it right now. Jiang Rushue was quite clever. Although that sip earlier hadn't allowed her to break through the peak of the human stage, the intense sensation after drinking it made her faintly feel that another sip would definitely help her break through. She said it outright on the spot. Boys care about saving face, so he couldn't possibly go back on his word, right? Damn, why do beautiful goddesses always seem a bit like green tea girls? So many little schemes, can't they be a bit more sincere? Sweetheart, drinking too much water makes you need to pee urgently. After we go back, come to my place, and I'll let you drink to your heart's content. Chu Fan teased playfully, like a couple flirting, completely ignoring the crowd present. Lu Ruhai's hatred plus 888. Chu Fan harvested another wave of hatred, instantly reaching over 80,000, which made him absolutely delighted. Alright, quiet. We're heading back now. After scoring everyone, Zhou Hao bid farewell to his old friend Long Lin and decided to return. Watching the spaceship slowly ascend, Lin Long felt a bit reluctant. He harbored a trace of greed for the weapon in Chu Fan's hand, refusing to believe Chu Fan's claim that it was a one-time use item. Chu Fan, after this mission, many elite academies in Kyoto will surely invite you to enroll. Zhou Hao walked over. Jiang Rushue, standing nearby, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Yes, Chu Fan's performance this time is enough to prove how outstanding he is. If anyone still thinks of him as useless like before, they are just deceiving themselves. This time, she truly admitted defeat, acknowledging deep down that she couldn't compare to Chu Fan. He is no longer the useless person who could be bullied by anyone. Commander, could you please not reveal my matters? I really want to graduate from Jiangdong University. This place has an environment I like, and someone I like as well. Chu Fan said softly. He just doesn't want to be famous. The bird that sticks out gets shot. What? You don't want to go? That's the dream school of so many martial arts students. It's full of experts and rich in resources. Zhou Hao looked at Chu Fan in astonishment, unable to understand his reasoning. Lin Yu, on the other hand, seemed a bit displeased. Commander Zhou, Chu Fan has feelings for our Jiangdong. Poaching him like this is a bit underhanded, don't you think? About 10 kilometers northwest of Wild Zone Base Number 3, deep in the dense forest, 4 men in black removed their jackets. Leading the group was a burly, heaven-tier powerhouse wielding a heavy cannon. His cold and stern expression exuded authority. He was the squad leader, Winter. This operation ultimately ended in failure, and it even exposed the secret of that bizarre will.
Big brother, I still can't figure it out.
What exactly is that bizarre will? Asked a handsome man holding a sniper rifle, his stubble and yellow hair paired with blue eyes, looking puzzled.
Do you know Murphy's Law?
Simply put, the more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Clydes, if you're scared, just say it. I'd welcome you quitting the team, sneered the man in the baseball cap, a dark-skinned, muscular figure filled with disdain. Behind them, a red-haired woman dressed in black remained silent. She was clad in a tight combat suit that accentuated a figure exaggerated
enough to seem like it belonged in an anime.
Perched in a tree, she said nothing, but her eyes gleamed with boundless killing intent.
Chu Fan, you killed my pet, the three-blade swordsman. I'll make sure you pay with your life.
No. You'll be my pet for a month first.
I'll kill you after I've had my fun. In her mind, she vividly envisioned the scene of brutally tormenting Chu Fan. Phantom Queen, I know you're upset about the three-blade swordsman's death. How about I become your pet instead?
Clydes, the handsome sniper, put on an ingratiating smile. The enchanting fragrance intoxicated him as he admired Guiji's figure up close, involuntarily swallowing hard.
You're completely unqualified.
You're not even worthy of licking my toes, Guiji said with a trace of disdain on her cold face. She only wanted to collect people with extraordinary talents as pets, deriving endless pleasure from it. More importantly, she possessed a special ability that allowed her to control enemies for a month and absorb their talents for her own use. Clyde's was merely a B-level talent, completely unworthy of her attention.
Alright, everyone, say no more. We are a team. Guiji, sorry for making you lose your pet. It's fine.
That kid Chu Fan is just right to be my new pet, Guiji said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared in a flash. Lin Dong felt slightly awkward. Actually, he also wanted to be Guiji's pet. After all, he was a heaven-tier expert with an A-level talent, which should make him qualified, right? That be *TCH, acting all high and mighty.
Take her down for me.
A pet? Don't let me get the chance, or I'll make sure you become my pet forever, Clydes muttered discontentedly as he watched Guiji's figure vanish.
Whoosh! Suddenly, Clydes felt a chill on his neck.
By the time he reacted, a dagger was already pressed against his throat. With just the slightest force from the assassin, blood would spill everywhere.
Say that again if you dare.
Guiji said coldly, the dagger in her hand gleaming with a chilling light, pressed tightly against his skin. Clyde trembled slightly, and a thin line of blood had already appeared.
No. I was just joking earlier. Who wouldn't admire your beauty, Guiji?
I was just saying something casually.
Clyde was almost
scared to wet himself.
He knew full well Guiji's personality, quick to kill without hesitation, not even listening to the captain's persuasion.
Fortunately, he understood women's thoughts, and this compliment had clearly been effective. Next time you speak nonsense, don't make me speed up the knife in my hand, Guiji said before preparing to leave.
All right, Phantom Concubine, Clydes, Black Buddha. Follow me.
At this moment, Winter revealed a mysterious smile.
The two couldn't help but feel puzzled. What exactly is going on? Wasn't our squad here to deal with the base?
The feral beasts and wild creatures have already been taken care of, so why is the captain smiling? What they didn't know was that Winter's plan had never been fully disclosed to them.
Using the nearby Erie Will to attack Wilderness. Base number 3 was just a facade. In reality, he had long realized that the powerful magnetic field here could manipulate human will.
A month ago, he discovered a large amount of spiritual energy in the underground catacombs, but at the same time, many feral beasts also resided there. Coincidentally, the Three Knives and the Phantom Maiden encountered them in the wilderness area, explaining Chu Fan and the others' situation, and everyone discussed it for a while. Unfortunately, Chu Fan escaped, and the Three Knives died.
What's going on here?
The three were utterly puzzled.
You'll understand once you arrive. This trip of ours is definitely not in vain. Sorry, I'm afraid your efforts are going to be in vain.
At this moment, a figure slowly emerged from the void. Lin Bing held a luminous electric sword in his hand, appearing like an invincible war god.
Ah, standing in the void, this is a martial god.
Everyone was utterly shocked, unable to imagine that a martial god would appear here. Swish!
Guiji instantly transformed into multiple shadows, attempting to use her eerie movements to escape.
However, Lin Bing simply flicked his finger, as casually as flicking a glass marble. The air outside his finger instantly emitted a streak of sword energy.
But the shot accurately hit the direction in which the demon maiden was fleeing.
She fell to the ground in response, lying in pain as her wretched body struggled. The other three present trembled uncontrollably, their hearts filled with fear. In the Great Xia domain, mercenaries are prohibited, Lin Bing said coldly, his tone carrying an air of authority. At the same time, Lin Long led over a dozen strong warriors to escort the group back to the base. The spaceship slowly landed on the playground, finally returning to a safe place. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, secretly feeling fortunate. Lu Ruhai, Tang Yun, and others showed joyful expressions, very satisfied with this assessment. Everyone looked forward to receiving praise from the dean and me, the commander, as well as the opportunity to advance to the elite martial arts class. Alright. The results of this assessment are out. I believe everyone has their own understanding of the situation. Most of you have chosen to give up. Therefore, I won't individually name the students who decided to withdraw. You can return to your respective classes and continue working hard. Standing at the center stage of the playground, Zhou Hao rarely displayed such amiability. After this thrilling assessment, it was fortunate that all dangers were averted. More importantly, he had discovered the unexpected surprise in Chu Fan. Most people hung their heads, recalling the scene of severed limbs and mangled bodies, their hearts filled with unease and lacking the courage to face it. Thankfully, the later confrontation with the berserk beasts wasn't witnessed, otherwise, it would have made them even more nauseated. Now, I will announce the results. First place, Tang Yun, 90 points. Second place, Kang Yu, 88 points. Seventh place, Lu Ruhai, 80 points. 22nd place, Zhang Rushua, 61 points. 23rd place, Chu Fan, 60 points. After the results were announced, Tang Yun looked smugly at Chu Fan, secretly thinking, see, I'm still number one. You useless rookie, you only benefited by tagging along with us. If Zhang Rushua hadn't disappeared later, and you hadn't followed teacher Gu Ting to scrape together some points, you probably wouldn't have made it into the elite martial arts class. Stupid dog, is this level really enough to pass? Lu Ruhai was dissatisfied, feeling indignant that Chu Fan could actually pass. The dean and Gu Ting said nothing, but they understood in their hearts that all of these people combined couldn't compare to Chu Fan's excellence. They couldn't understand why Chu Fan didn't vie for the top spot. SSS-tier. Chu Fan cursed under his breath angrily, instantly attracting everyone's attention, as they thought he was dissatisfied with his ranking. In reality, he just wanted to offer Zhou Hao some advice. This kid is a great actor, Zhou Hao chuckled inwardly, thinking Chu Fan was pretending to be weak while hiding his strength, deliberately showing displeasure. Actually, Chu Fan was initiating a 10-draw spree. The result of the first 10 draw was actually 10 thanks for participating. He couldn't help but swear. It must be because I didn't wash my hands. Looks like I need to go back, clean up thoroughly, and dispel this bad luck before trying again, Chu Fan thought to himself, believing this to be the only explanation. After the results were announced, Tang Yun was naturally the happiest one. Brothers, after working hard for a day or two, tonight it's my treat, let's go to Emperor Dragon Imperial Cuisine. Let's have a gathering for our 3 classes. Tang Yun, in high spirits after securing first place, was elated. For their top-tier family business in Jiangdong, money was no issue. Many people had initially felt somewhat discontent, but upon hearing they could dine at Emperor Dragon Imperial Cuisine, they instantly became excited. Emperor Dragon Imperial Cuisine is the most prestigious restaurant in Jiangdong, rumored to cost $5,000 per table. Not just anyone can afford such a place. Even though many couldn't advance in rank, enjoying a sumptuous meal was at least some consolation for themselves. Chu Fan, however, wasn't burdened by such concerns. He was solely focused on going back to take a shower, sleep, and then enjoy another set of 10 draws. There's still 70,000 resentment points left. 7 rounds of 7 consecutive draws. Got to get some good stuff, right? After leaving, Chu Fan headed straight for his shabby rented room. Inside the less than 3 square meter bathroom, there's a wide plastic tub that's Chu Fan's bathtub. In his words, although the conditions are simple, one should still enjoy what there is to enjoy. Chu Fan placed the hot water, took off his shirt, revealing his well-built upper body, 8-pack abs provoking envy, bursting with male hormones. Is this the change brought by an SSS-level physique? He used to have a rounded belly. Knock knock knock. Just as Chu Fan was about to take a shower, he heard the sound of the metal door outside. Opened the door and saw, it was actually teacher Gu Ting. Oh, teacher, I'm sorry. I was just about to take a shower. Chu Fan, with his upper body bare, shyly tried to close the door. However, Gu Ting directly pushed the door open and came in. It's okay, a grown man, what's there to be afraid of being shirtless? You're not a girl, plus, your physique. You could really be a male model.
Gu Ting showed no discomfort. Instead, she admired Chu Fan's figure, occasionally even swallowing a bit. This made Chu Fan feel extremely embarrassed. So it turns out Chu Fan lives in such a modest place? Not even a computer? Gu Ting looked around Chu Fan's residence after admiring it, noticing only an iron bed, a table, a chair, and a window in the room. Do you think I don't want a computer? Crossing over to this useless beginning, I want one too. That Black Goku, I was just getting into the game when that three-eyed kid took me out in one move. If I get the chance, I'll definitely beat you. However, this also reminded Chu Fan, how can a boy not have a computer? Teacher, is there something you need? If not, I'm going to take a shower. Chu Fan subtly issued a polite invitation to leave. Right now, he only wanted to do a 10-pull draw. Then get stronger. Make money. And while he's at it, flirt with some girls, play some poker. Capture a divine beast as a pet, recruit a few ultimate soldier kings as bodyguards, and find a couple of empresses to be maids. No worries, go ahead with your shower. I just came to have a look around. Gu Ting seemed to have made herself feel like the hostess. Chu Fan was instantly stunned. Could there really be such an awesome teacher? Don't worry, go ahead and wash yourself. I won't steal, you're just a little brat. Go on. Gu Ting looked unhurried as she sat on the peeling second-hand chair. But soon, Chu Fan understood Gu Ting's intention. She was after his spiritual liquid. After understanding everything, Chu Fan was not stingy, as teacher Gu Ting had been quite kind to him. He picked up the empty Hawawa mineral water bottle on the table, which he hadn't had a chance to throw away yet, and walked toward the restroom. He rotated the spatial ring, and instantly a rich spiritual aura surged forth. The spiritual liquid slowly flowed into the bottle. After filling an entire bottle, Chu Fan walked out of the restroom. Teacher Gu, is this what you wanted to drink? Chu Fan handed the bottle over. Is this? Seeing the star-speckled, slightly yellowish liquid, it somehow looked like urine. But this was an entire bottle of spirit liquid, and Gu Ting was overjoyed. This is my bathwater. Teacher, do you enjoy drinking it? Chu Fan teased. Get lost. Who would want to drink your bathwater? Aren't you afraid Jiang Rushua would get jealous? At this moment, Gu Ting shed her teacher's seriousness, appearing more like a mischievous little girl. As she spoke, she reached for the bottle in Chu Fan's hand, only for him to pull it back. Not drinking? Well, forget it, I'll keep it for myself. Hey, drink, drink. Gu Ting panicked and immediately said. It didn't matter if she was taken advantage of verbally, what she needed were these spiritual liquids to elevate her cultivation level. Perhaps, with Chu Fan's help, she could advance to the heavenly rank. By then, it wouldn't be just that pitiful monthly salary. The heaven tier truly represents a qualitative transformation. How should it be understood? Even 10 peak Earth tier experts may not be able to defeat a martial artist at heaven tier 1 star. This is because, once an Earth tier individual advances to the heaven tier, after crossing that threshold, their overall attribute enhancement, including speed, strength, and mental power, improves by several multiples. Take Jiang Rushue, for example. As an ordinary expert, the force of her punch would only reach 10,000 pounds. If she advances to the heaven tier 1 star, the force of a casual punch would surpass 30,000 pounds. In comparison, someone like Lu Rohai, who specializes in strength and whose abilities also amplify his power for combat, experiences even more terrifying growth. A heaven tier 1 star individual could effortlessly throw punches with the force of 300,000 pounds. It's truly chilling. Just imagine 300,000 pounds crashing down on your fragile body, you'd instantly be reduced to pulp, wouldn't you? Gu Ting suddenly interjected shyly, classmate Chu Fan, can I keep drinking this bathwater in the future? Chu Fan was speechless, thinking to himself that this tub of bathwater had cost nearly 100,000 yuan. If I sold it, it'd be enough to pay for countless proper massages. Go ahead, drink it as you wish. Once I'm done bathing, you can take a bucket of it home with you, Chu Fan replied to Gu Ting, then walked into the bathroom and pointed at the elegant bathtub. But, wow, what a unique bathtub. I won't disturb you then. If you have any questions, feel free to ask the teacher anytime. The teacher will guide you individually, you can ask about anything. Gu Ting flashed an alluring smile that almost made Chu Fan lose control of his emotions. Gu Ting's smile made him feel as if he was being drawn in. The wool had already been collected, so it seemed it was time to make a graceful exit. If he didn't leave now, he might face some trouble. Phew! Chu Fan felt a little disappointed but quickly calmed himself down. He entered the bathtub and started scrubbing away. He focused on thoroughly washing his hands with shower gel 3 times,
afraid that he might end up with yet another streak of thanks for playing during his next 10-spin pull. 10 minutes later, Chu Fan felt refreshed and reinvigorated. As he looked up, he realized it was already nearing noon, 12 o'clock. In his mind, he thought, he mustn't miss the chance to open blind boxes morning or evening.
Stupid system. Give me 2 rounds of a 10-pull draw.
Chu Fan communicated with the system using his mental energy.
Host can perform a total of 7 10 draws.
Please confirm whether to draw them all, the system suddenly asked.
Confy.
Chu Fan was about to agree but suddenly realized and was startled.
Damn dog system, trying to set me up? Who would draw them all? Are you trying to trick me?
He curled his lips, feeling that this dog system was surprisingly cunning.
Let's start with 1 10 draw. Can't you understand human language? Understood. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Another string of 10 thank you for your patronage messages. Chu Fan looked at these notifications and couldn't help but want to vent his frustration. This was far beyond the issue of not washing hands after using the restroom. It felt exactly like the mechanics of mobile games. Only the first 10 pulls would yield something good, and he had gotten 3 SSS items in his first 10 pull. However, the next 2 10 pulls had resulted in nothing but disappointment. For the subsequent 10 pulls, you had to reach a certain count before anything worthwhile appeared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bottle of ancient lay-by. Lay-by?
Chu Fan carefully read the introduction. Ancient Thunder Sprite, a beverage from ancient times. 1 sip won't upset your stomach, 2 sips will refresh and energize you, 3 sips will cure kidney deficiency, and 1 bottle guarantees to cure all ailments.
Just as he was on his 20th consecutive draw. Consolation prize, 1 charm card. So, does this mean a 20-pull result ends up being just a bottle of medicinal glucose?
Chu Fan saw that his charm value was only 20.
Without hesitation, he immediately used the charm card.
Congratulations to the host for increasing charm value.
Current charm value, 30 points. What is the use of charm points?
Chu Fan curled his lips and asked discontentedly in his heart. The higher the charm points, the higher the probability of a successful confession, and the more attracted you are to the opposite sex.
I'm not some urban tycoon protagonist in a harem novel. What use do I have for charm points?
But fortunately, it's just a consolation prize and should be easy to obtain, so Chu Fan casually made use of it.
Better to have than not, right?
Maybe when the charm level reaches 100, the campus beauty and class beauty will both chase after me, and even celebrities might come to be my maids.
That wouldn't be bad. Host still has 50 draws left. Do you want to continue drawing? I can apply for a guaranteed prize for you.
If all the draws end up as thank you for participating, you will receive the top-tier artifact, the Xian Yuan sword.
Hearing the system's temptation, Chu Fan instantly got excited.
But soon, he calmed down again. On the surface, it seemed like a benefit, but in reality, it wasn't very useful.
No matter how bad luck gets, a 50 draw streak should at least guarantee 1 trial card, right?
But this temptation is truly irresistible.
Maybe he could really get lucky?
If all 50 draws turn out to be better luck next time, then he'd hit the jackpot. For the first time, Chu Fan was actually looking forward to drawing nothing.
Do it! Thank you for your patronage. Ha ha, 20 consecutive thank you for your patronage made Chu Fan incredibly excited. Hang in there. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize. A charm card.
On the 26th draw, it turned out to be the most useless one again.
Damn it!
Chu Fan shouted angrily, slamming the table hard enough to crush it into dust. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 bottles of white cow.
Thank you for your patronage.
Congratulations, host, you have received 10 bowls of snail rice noodles. During the final round, 2 essence-washing chicken drumsticks and a spiritual power ham appeared.
Chu Fan Zhen didn't even look at the charm card and directly used it. The charm value has now increased to 40 points. What is Bain Yo? Snail noodles? Are the ones I usually eat counterfeit? Why don't you just let me eat snails directly?
Chu Fan looked up the descriptions of these 2 items.
Bain Yo, a regular healing beverage. Snail noodles, a regular detox food therapy. Chu Fan couldn't help but feel amused after reading the introduction. Big Ham, slowly and continuously restores spiritual power. A must-have before battles.
The 80,000 hatred points were instantly used up. But at least it exchanged for some items, so let's reluctantly accept it.
After all, this is no longer the first time recharge 10-roll draw.
After dealing with these matters, something more important is coming. Chu Fan thought of the 100,000 units of spiritual liquid on the ring. He wanted to take some out to sell in exchange for some money, so he wouldn't have to struggle even for a meal.
How should I sell it? Chu Fan was a bit troubled.
Wealth should not be flaunted, and this was something Chu Fan naturally understood.
Let's go to Jiangdong Chamber of Commerce. Chu Fan searched online for a long time and finally chose the safest trading method.
The Jiangdong Chamber of Commerce only recognizes goods, not people. Before entering the chamber, people usually wear masks, and there are specialized staff to assist. If the items being traded are valuable, the chamber will provide a free private room for discussions.
Once the final price is agreed upon, the items are posted online,
ready for sale. This way, no one knows who sold the item or who bought it. The downside is that the commission is a bit expensive.
10%.
Chu Fan thought the Merchant Association was a bit shady.
However, for the sake of safety, Chu Fan still chose this transaction method.
He picked up a large bottle of Haveva mineral water and turned the ring. It quickly filled up the entire bottle.
That was a 10L bottle.
Chu Fan carried the large bottle of wine out the door.
Hey, troublemaker, your rent is due. Time to pay up.
The landlady, a young woman dressed in a white dress and dolled up beautifully, was ready to head out.
Sis, can I pay it after you get back? Chu Fan said pleasantly.
With such sweet talk.
Fine. To Chu Fan's surprise, the landlady agreed to his request and even threw him a flirty wink before leaving.
This isn't right, is it? She's usually full of ridicule, followed by something like, if you can't afford it, get out.
Indeed, it's usually like this. Could it be because of the charm value?
It seems this charm value is somewhat useful. It has made things much more convenient.
Chu Fan took out all his belongings, exactly 30 yuan. He could only afford a ride halfway. He simply ran all the way out.
Fortunately, he had now reached the peak of the human tier, running with ease and comfort. In just over 10 minutes, he leisurely completed the full marathon distance. In the world before his transmigration, this would have been an overwhelming lead. Unfortunately, it is now a completely different world.
He arrived at the Jiangdong Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Before entering, Chu Fan picked up a Batman mask.
After putting it on, he walked into the hall. As he stepped into the hall, he noticed that there were quite a few people handling their business here.
Whoa! White Moonlight Bond!
Chu Fan caught sight of a girl with a classical style not far away. Although she was wearing a mask, her appearance was indistinct. However, when he turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with a knife scar on his arm to his right, he was even more shocked.
Bond, facing death fearlessly. Bond, wild frenzy. Bond, transform into a dragon. Bond, divine son-in-law.
These bonds have diverse attributes, and it seems the Chamber of Commerce truly has no shortage of prominent figures. However, Chu Fan felt somewhat displeased. Although these bonds were impressive, he couldn't obtain them. A young lady in uniform greeted Chu Fan with a signature smile.
Hello, sir, may I ask what service you need?
Sell goods. Chu Fan carried a bucket of liquid that looked like urine and walked toward the service desk. The young lady, upon seeing the color and packaging, immediately showed an unfriendly expression. Sir, if you continue with such jokes, we will permanently revoke your trading rights at this Chamber of Commerce. The young lady cast a sidelong glance at Chu Fan and was about to drive him away. But she quickly noticed that the bottle of mineral water was actually sparkling with mysterious, starry glimmers.
Sir, can this really be packed in a mineral water bottle?
The young lady's expression instantly shifted from cold to warm. This completely overturned her understanding. As a salesperson, she knew that spiritual liquid was usually packaged using sealed containers or spatial tools, typically in small quantities of around 100 milliliters. But this oddball, Chu Fan, actually used a mineral water bottle directly, and it was the large-sized one. No wonder the young lady misjudged at first. She had never seen such a situation before.
Do you think I'm joking?
Chu Fan was well aware that the young lady had indeed made a mistake at first.
Sir, please proceed to the private room to discuss.
After confirming everything, the young lady respectfully invited Chu Fan into the private room.
What kind of joke is this?
These 10 liters of spiritual liquid equate to a whopping 10,000 milliliters. Based on market prices, 100 milliliters can sell for $10,000.
Moreover, spiritual liquid is something that is priceless and hard to come by.
Sir, what price would you like to sell it for? The young lady asked.
Just sell it at market price.
If the sales are good, I'll come back again, Chu Fan said as he handed the notice directly to the young lady.
The young lady opened a Merchant Association account for Chu Fan and linked it to his account and identity information. In less than 5 minutes, all the procedures were completed.
Sir, your items have already been consigned to your account. If someone makes a purchase, we will ship promptly, and once the transaction is successful, you will receive the money immediately.
Is there anything else you need help with? Are they already listed? Why can't I find my items in the search bar? Chu Fan couldn't find any listing information for his items in the search bar. Not there?
The young lady was surprised and immediately performed some operations. She actually discovered that it wasn't that the items weren't listed, but that they were sold out.
Sir, it's already sold out. The young lady was exhilarated.
You have to know that after the customer sells out, sales representatives get a 1% commission. Chu Fan's WeChat account displayed 1 million. He felt a bit dizzy. This was the first time he'd seen so many zeros. Meanwhile, the young lady's account had an additional 10,000 yuan.
How about selling some more? Chu Fan felt it wasn't thrilling enough. It sold out in less than a second. Men can't be like this. You need to be magnanimous to stay in the game longer. After thinking for a while, Chu Fan asked the young lady, "Miss, do you have a small swimming pool here? Or a bathtub will do?"
Faced with Chu Fan's question, the young lady showed a confused expression.
Could it be that Chu Fan wants to buy household items? Sir, are you looking to buy a bathtub?
There's a supermarket next door that sells them, the young lady kindly reminded him, as Chu Fan was already her client and she dared not offend him.
I'm not buying a bathtub. I already have one at home. I'm looking to sell spiritual liquid. Chu Fan was even emotionally attached to that bathtub. Is there any connection between the bathtub and spiritual liquid? The young lady still couldn't understand the link between the two. Chu Fan was already feeling a bit annoyed upon hearing this. Isn't that obvious? If I want to sell the spiritual liquid, I need a container to hold it. That bathtub should do, or even a swimming pool if there's no other option. Chu Fan's blunt remark completely left the young lady dumbfounded. What the heck? Do you think it's bathwater? Using a bathtub to hold it? That's spiritual liquid. It's priceless and scarce. I do have one. But
the young lady, imagining spiritual liquid being stored in a bathtub, suddenly felt her understanding of reality overturned. Although the spiritual liquid doesn't evaporate, it's still an exceptional spiritual treasure. In this era of advanced martial arts, possessing spiritual liquid means becoming stronger.
As long as you have it, take me there.
The older sister quickly led Chu Fan to the manager's office and familiarly pointed to the bathtub in the corner.
Here.
The young lady stood aside, her face full of amusement, thinking to herself, I want to see exactly how much spiritual liquid Chu Fan intends to sell. Chu Fan nodded, immediately twisted the ring, and filled the bathtub with spiritual liquid.
The young lady's legs went weak with fright upon seeing the bathtub full of spiritual liquid. You need to know, this is approximately a 5 cubic meter bathtub. According to the calculation, 1 cubic meter equals 1,000 liters. That means selling 1 cubic meter of spiritual liquid would be $100 million yuan. Here are 5 cubic meters. She can earn 5 million. Sir, although I don't know your name, I love you. Love you.
Just like a squirrel loves millet. The young lady was so excited that she nearly jumped up and immediately started calculating her earnings mentally.
Hurry up, put it up there for me. I need the money urgently. Chu Fan gave the order and then left. After finishing these tasks, it was already afternoon. Chu Fan opened his phone and looked, oh my. 2 people had actually added me as friends? Is it really because of my charm?
Chu Fan clicked on the profile pictures and, sure enough, they were 2 stunning beauties.
Ha! Why does this look so familiar? This person looks exactly like Jiang Ruxue. Oh wow, what a coincidence, the other one actually looks just like teacher Gu Ting. Hello there, beauty. You look so much like one of my classmates. After adding her, Chu Fan greeted proactively. You've got sharp eyes, I am your classmate.
Jiang Ruxue replied coldly. But in the villa on the other side, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. What an idiot, truly amusing. Jiang Ruxue's smile was breathtaking, stunningly beautiful like no other. She truly lived up to her title as the #1 campus belle of Jiangdong University, outshining the previous belle right after starting her freshman year.
Chu Fan saw the message and directly replied with an ellipsis. What the heck, the campus belle actually added me as a friend.
Gu Ting, on the other hand, started with polite conversation, thanking Chu Fan for preparing bathwater for her.
I just finished bathing earlier and haven't emptied it yet. You can go to my room and get some more. Ha, I'm full, maybe next time. Oh, by the way, tonight I'm treating, how about we have a drink? Bring your wife along?
***, Gu Ting asked playfully, though her heart was deeply moved. You have to know that in such a situation at the time, if Chu Fan hadn't cared about the 2 of them, they would have been doomed. Now, not only did he save the 2 of them, but he also shared so much spiritual liquid to help them. Just for that, a round of drinks is a must. If one round isn't enough, then 2 rounds. Taking advantage of the gap while replying to messages, Chu Fan glanced at his balance and was almost scared out of his wits. Damn, in just 10 short minutes, 500 million yuan had all been credited. It got Chu Fan so excited. I'll treat you, Chu Fan said, remembering Tang Yu's words. In Jiangdong, when it comes to dining, only Imperial Dragon Royal Cuisine ranks first, followed by the others.
He knew about Imperial Dragon Royal Cuisine. It's located in the busiest area of Sports West Street in Jiangdong City.
He had passed by many times but never had the chance to go in. And Tiyushi Street is not far from the Chamber of Commerce. It only takes Chu Fan about 10 minutes to walk there. When he arrived at the entrance, he saw Tang Yu dressed in a suit, welcoming the classmates.
Oh, useless trash, you came too.
Managed to scrape by with a passing grade under teacher Gu and dared to show up here, truly shameless.
I didn't save you a spot today.
Tang Yun sneered sarcastically.
Chu Fan paid him no attention and walked straight in.
Tang Yun blocked his path.
I said there's no place for you, didn't you hear me?
Tang Yun raised his hand, intending to push Chu Fan away. However, to his surprise, his push felt like hitting a solid wall. Chu Fan didn't budge in the slightest.
I said I'm here for your banquet? Who do you think you are? Do you really think being first makes you unbeatable? If you get the chance, go. Ask Zhou Hao and see how your first place came about.
Chu Fan effortlessly took a step forward, using his body to push aside Tang Yun's hand. The title of Commander Zhou is not something you can call casually. Chu Fan, you useless waste. Tang Yun felt a strange sensation.
Although the thrust just now wasn't his full effort, a trash like Chu Fan shouldn't have been able to withstand it. Could he have some kind of spiritual artifact on him? Young master, should we call someone to take care of this?
The servant next to Tang Yun whispered in his ear, making a slitting throat gesture. Tang Yun glared at Chu Fan hatefully and shook his head, saying, "Today is my celebration banquet for entering the elite martial arts
class as the top-ranked candidate.
I don't want to cause trouble, let him live another day. Remember, don't let him sit down later."
The servant nodded and immediately went to arrange it. Chu Fan walked into the hall and saw quite a few classmates.
"Brother Fan, come over, sit next to me, and give us a fart for entertainment later."
He, no problem, hearing this makes me happy. Chu Fan, how about giving us a live performance? Brother Chu Fan, I want it too.
Everyone was making a fuss, causing the students from other classes nearby to almost gag.
What the heck? Is this a gathering? What's up with class 3? These idiots actually like smelling farts.
Chu Fan did not respond, he simply gave a polite smile and walked toward the service counter.
Waiter, what's the price for the most expensive private room here? Chu Fan asked.
The waitress, hearing Chu Fan ask for the most expensive private room, looked up and saw the young man dressed plainly like a student, appearing almost as if he came from the countryside.
She couldn't believe he was seriously inquiring about the price. Go cool off somewhere else.
The waitress rolled her eyes at Chu Fan disdainfully and ignored him further.
I said, is there a most expensive private room here or not? Chu Fan yelled angrily. What kind of world is this? How is it exactly the same as his previous life, filled with people who only care about appearances?
In the hall, Chu Fan's voice was loud and clear.
But, did you hear that?
Chu Fan wants to book the most expensive private room.
Ha ha ha. This idiot probably has no idea how much the most expensive private room at Imperial Dragon Feast costs, right? Came from the countryside, probably has never been to this place before, so how could they know? At that moment, Tang Yin walked in from outside and sneered, saying, Chu Fan, let me tell you, the most expensive private room here costs 880,000.
And each additional dish costs 10,000.
How about it? Why don't you try booking one? Damn, is it really that expensive?
Chu Fan was secretly shocked, but he had already made his statement, and all the classmates' eyes were focused on him. The price of this meal could practically match the full payment for 2 houses. Without any hesitation, Chu Fan took out his phone and scanned the QR code on the table.
Beep. WeChat payment received 1 million yuan. With this sound, the entire hall instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Was this just an auditory illusion? Since when had Chu Fan become such a wealthy person? Tang Yun's face immediately turned ugly. I'll go to the restroom. After speaking, he awkwardly fled the scene. The waitress, upon hearing this news, stood up immediately with a big smile and greeted him. Hey handsome, can I add your WeChat?
However, when she saw Gu Ting and Jiang Rushua arrive, she instantly closed her mouth, feeling ashamed deep down.
It seems that wealthy people always fancy stunning beauties.
The young woman sighed inwardly, completely unaware of her own attitude problem.
Chu Fan, How extravagant you are to choose the most expensive private room. Gu Ting, clad in a breezy white coat paired with denim shorts and sunglasses, looked playful and adorable.
Meanwhile, Jiang Rushua maintained her cool and elegant classical style, her pink-themed outfit still captivating.
Teacher, Xue. Welcome. Tang Yun turned around to greet them upon seeing the two.
Jiang Rushua cast a cold glance and felt a deep loathing for Tang Yun in her heart, but she did not speak. If it weren't for the poison he used that day, she would never have let Chu Fan succeed. Gu Ting expressed her apologies. Tang Yun, sorry, but today we have an appointment with Chu Fan. Your banquet has already been lively enough. After speaking, she led Jiang Rushua to follow Chu Fan upstairs to room 8. Tang Yun watched Jiang Rushua as she walked upstairs, and the killing intent in his heart grew increasingly intense.
Hatred from Tang Yun plus 3,888.
Chu Fan saw the system prompt and felt quite surprised. It was his first time seeing so much resentment increase at once. Hopefully, it will rise sharply, best if it's enough for a 10 draw all at once.
Chu Fan went upstairs and was surprised to find that the top-class private room was actually an open-air platform.
Not far away was a giant seawater bathtub filled with all kinds of ingredients. A treasure fish, linglong clams, fairy prawns, and other rare varieties are all available. Additionally, the private room came equipped with 3 chefs, one specializing in sashimi, another skilled in soups, and a third proficient in stir-frying.
There were also 2 attendants specifically assigned for pouring wine. This is simply a royal treatment.
The dishes here are ones even a student like Jiang Rushua, who can afford to live in a villa, has never seen before.
Today, in front of Chu Fan, she rarely seemed not so cold and aloof. This is delicious. Make this lobster sashimi.
And this one, the chilled 8 treasures fish skin. The 3 of them chatted and laughed, and after experiencing a life-and-death battle, Jiang Rushua's resistance toward Chu Fan had somewhat diminished.
Thank you, Chu Fan.
Finally, the 3 raised their glasses together.
Bang!
At that moment, the private room door was suddenly kicked open. A middle-aged man with a long beard walked in, followed by a group of Earth-tier experts. His eyes were filled with authority.
Upon entering, he unhesitatingly grabbed Jiang Rushua. Ah, Dad! What are you doing?
Jiang Rushua's delicate hand was pulled so hard by her father that it turned a little red.
This person was none other than Jiang Rushua's father, Jiang Jiangwo. Xiaoxue, I heard you're dating someone at the academy. Is it this guy? Jiang Jiangwo pointed at Chu Fan and sternly questioned Jiang Rushua.
Dad, who told you that? There's no such thing. Jiang Rushua lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, not daring to meet her father's gaze.
How ruthless is Jiang Jiangwo?
Seeing his daughter's expression, his heart skipped a beat, knowing that his daughter was definitely moved.
Little brat, I advise you not to overestimate yourself. Do you know your own worth? Don't think that booking a private room at the Imperial Dragon Feast makes you special.
I suggest you stay away from my daughter, Jiang Jiangwo blared fiercely at Chu Fan.
Are you Xiaoxue's father? I am her teacher.
I don't know the purpose of your visit here today, but the reason for our gathering is to celebrate being accepted into the elite martial arts class. As for us being in this private room, I assume your daughter has already mentioned it to you. Before Chu Fan could speak, Gu Ting, standing nearby, couldn't hold back anymore. Jiang Jiangwo nodded slightly, his tone calming a bit. Indeed, Xiaoxue mentioned that during the evaluation, she was in danger and was saved by some young man.
That must be him.
At this moment, Jiang Jiangwo carefully sized up Chu Fan.
Not that impressive. Jiang Jiangwo said, shaking his head.
Xiaoxue's father, please watch your words and refrain from judging people based on their appearance.
Besides, what's wrong with Chu Fan? Gu Ting appeared somewhat angry. The boy she liked was being criticized like this.
In any case, we are deeply grateful for his life-saving deed, but if he intends to exploit this to become a son-in-law of the Jiang family, he can forget it. Jiang Jiangwo said bluntly.
Chu Fan couldn't hold back any longer as he heard this. Are you Xuexue's father? Excuse me, what kind of person am I?
And what is your Jiang family exactly?
Worthy of me joining as a son-in-law?
What I want is for your daughter to marry me. Chu Fan slammed the table, agitation evident in his emotions.
Hatred from Jiang Jiangwo plus 999.
Hatred from Zhu Long plus 1388. Beside him stood a young and handsome man, dressed in traditional attire and holding a white paper fan.
He coldly stared at Chu Fan and said, You think you're worthy? Let me tell you, Xiaoxue is my fiancé. He was none other than Zhu Long.
As soon as Chu Fan saw this comparison, a line of text appeared above his head. Bond, green hat, increases rage value. The higher the rage, the stronger the power.
But Seeing this bond, Chu Fan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He thought to himself, "System, are you kidding me? What kind of man would want such a bond? Xiaoxue, let's go. We'll talk back home."
Zhang Jiangguo grabbed Zhang Rushua's hand and forcefully pulled her out.
"Teacher. Chu Fan."
Zhang Rushua's face was filled with helplessness as she was dragged away by her father. Before leaving, Zhu Long made a neck-slitting gesture to threaten Chu Fan. Watching the departing Zhang Rushua, an unprecedented sense of masculinity surged in Chu Fan's heart.
As a man, he must not retreat. He swept his hand, and a black brick appeared out of thin air, flickering with electric light. "Let go of me."
Chu Fan leaped high into the air, like a bow shooting a great eagle, raising the brick in his hand high and smashing it down fiercely. Zhu Long turned his head to look and saw Chu Fan daring to launch an attack. He nodded towards a nearby Earth-level 5-star expert. The Earth-level 5-star expert understood his intent, raised the shield in his hand, and prepared to block Chu Fan's attack. "This level of petty trickery is simply laughable before my holy shield, Zhu Yu." He raised the shield high with one hand, responding nonchalantly. Boom! The dark matter brick struck the shield, instantly shattering it to pieces. Zhu Yu realized the situation was dire and wanted to pull back, but it was too late. The immense impact force directly pulverized his shield-bearing arm into pulp. Ah! Zhu Yu was shaken backward several steps, crashing into Zhu Long behind him. They didn't stop until both had fallen to the ground together. Chu Fan was secretly startled in his heart. The defensive power of Zhu Yu's shield was truly astonishing. To be honest, the countershock force just now numbed his palm, causing the dark matter brick to fly out of his hand. Fortunately, it automatically flew back. If it weren't for Chu Fan's SSS-level Dark Lord physique, he would have already been shaken to the point of internal organ damage by the countershock force earlier.
"Chu Fan, how dare you attack someone from our Zhu family? Are you tired of living? Do you know the status of our Zhu family in Jiangdong?"
Zhu Long stood up awkwardly, shouting arrogantly. "I don't care whether your surname is Zhu or Dog.
Do you think I'd bother remembering some random stray cat or dog?"
Chu Fan responded forcefully, the black brick in his hand flashing with a mysterious glow, ready to strike at any moment.
"Enough. Dad, I've already said that Chu Fan is my savior. We are just ordinary friends, classmates, and that's all. Today is our class reunion, so please leave."
Zhang Rushua broke free from her father's grip and stood behind Chu Fan.
Zhang Jiangguo burned with rage and was about to make a move.
At that moment, Director Lin Yu entered the room with Zhou Hao.
"Oh, it's Elder Zhou. How come you're here to eat as well?"
Zhu Long saw Zhou Hao arriving and immediately greeted him respectfully.
Joking aside, Zhou Hao represents the authority of Dixia's commander. Who would dare offend him?
"I just happened to pass by and heard there was some commotion here."
"What's going on? Chu Fan, you're here too? Would you be kind enough to lend me a chair?"
Zhou Hao said with a smile to Chu Fan, completely ignoring everyone else.
Zhou Hao's action left Zhu Long, Zhang Jiangguo, and the others stunned. What exactly is going on? What kind of big shot is Chu Fan? Zhou Hao, a figure capable of causing an earthquake across the entire Jiangdong with just a stamp of his foot, even needs to gauge his mood? Everyone was shocked. What special identity does Chu Fan possess?
Chu Fan nodded, understanding that Zhou Hao was helping him, repaying the favor for the roasted chicken leg.
"Have a seat.
As for those random cats and dogs, please leave on your own.
We don't serve dog food here." After saying this, Chu Fan sat down and ignored them completely. Zhang Jiangguo and Zhu Long glanced at Zhou Hao, then at Chu Fan and Zhang Rushua, feeling as bitter as taking a dose of unspeakable misery. Without daring to say another word, they left despondently. "Chu Fan, I toast to you." Zhou Hao raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Although Chu Fan couldn't hold his liquor, he still accompanied them in drinking it all in one gulp. After the four sat down, Zhou Hao opened the conversation and went straight to the point. "Chu Fan, do you still have the big drumstick you gave me last time? That thing seems to enhance a person's talent." Zhou Hao clarified his purpose for coming. As soon as the topic was brought up, the two women immediately became interested. They had both eaten Chu Fan's big drumstick, and it was indeed remarkable. After eating it, their talents had been enhanced. That's right. Chu Fan, do you have more? Take out a few more to liven things up." Mentioning this, Gu Ting was the most excited. That stuff is really delicious," Zhang Rushua said shyly. Zhou Hao was speechless. "This isn't a matter of taste, this is an extraordinary item that can enhance one's talents." None left. Chu Fan wasn't stupid, that stuff is incredibly valuable. How could they still be thinking about it? "Oh, that's such a pity. If there are any more, I'm willing to buy them 100 million silver dollars each." Anytime works, just add me on WeChat. Zhou Hao's remark clearly showed he didn't believe Chu Fan. 100 million? Chu Fan's eyes widened. How many billions had he just given away?
Chu Fan checked the number of large chicken legs and secretly rejoiced in his heart. He still had 700 million silver dollars. This thing, for him, is nothing more than a way to fill his stomach and has no other use.
Unlike spiritual liquid, it cannot help people advance their cultivation levels. Alright, if I can get hold of it, I'll contact you again.
Chu Fan pretended to reluctantly add a WeChat contact, but inside, he was excited beyond measure. The price of a large drumstick was equivalent to the value of a measure of spiritual liquid. Although Chu Fan had plenty of spiritual liquid, he did not intend to sell much of it. There's one more thing, the Xuanwu Academy in Kyoto asked me to invite you to join their academy, Chu Fan.
The conditions there. Zhou Hao didn't even finish his sentence.
Gu Ting was evidently not very willing, emphasizing that she came here to cultivate students.
Commander Zhou, this might not be very appropriate. Chu Fan really likes it here. Gu Ting tried to defend Jiangdong University but couldn't articulate a clear argument after pondering for a while. She didn't want Chu Fan to leave. So, she gave Jiang Rushua a look, hoping she would speak some kind words. She believed Jiang Rushua had greater influence on Chu Fan. Yes, Commander, we all like Chu Fan, and he also enjoys spending time cultivating with us. It is well known that Xuanwu Academy is one of the 4 prestigious schools in the capital, ranked among the top 10 martial arts institutes.
In Daxia, whereas Jiangdong University, despite having a decent reputation locally, has already fallen out of the top 100 rankings in Daxia. These two are fundamentally incomparable.
If the two want to persuade Chu Fan, they can only play the emotional card. Looking at them, Chu Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. For Jiang Rushua to utter the word like was truly an extraordinary achievement. This at least shows that she already holds a different attitude toward Chu Fan. Commander Zhou, please stop persuading me. I've already said, there are things I like here. I will go to Kyoto, but I'll only go as a challenger. Chu Fan responded earnestly to Zhou Hao. Seeing Chu Fan's firm resolve, Zhou Hao no longer forced the issue. He knew that with the video of Chu Fan during the Beast Frenzy, if it were broadcasted, top schools across the entire Great Summer would compete to recruit him. Alright. Stay in touch when you can. Enjoy your drinks. Zhou Hao, being considerate, emptied his glass and then bade farewell. After Zhou Hao left, the three of them also got up and walked out of the private room. By this time, the class reunion downstairs had already ended. Chu Fan, you're a guy escorting girls, it's not safe at night. Gu Ting, slightly tipsy with flushed cheeks, patted Chu Fan's shoulder and called a car for them. After getting into the car, the two people in the back seat remained silent the entire way. Sitting next to Jiang Rushua, Chu Fan felt this close contact and couldn't help but recall the scene from that time. Smelling the unique fragrance of Jiang Rushua, Chu Fan couldn't help but fall into memories of that night. Although he was beaten until his face looked like a pig's head, his heart was incredibly happy. With the influence of alcohol, Chu Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. He turned his head to glance at Jiang Rushua. He noticed her dreamy eyes, her fair face tinged with a blush, delicate features, a perfectly proportioned nose, eyes, and cherry-like lips, simply the golden ratio. This was the first time Chu Fan had observed Jiang Rushua so closely. At this moment, she was no longer as aloof as before, but rather as approachable as the girl next door. Jiang Rushua tilted her head slightly, her lips just happened to align with Chu Fan's. Their red lips touched, and a strong attraction firmly captivated Chu Fan. His first kiss quietly slipped away at this moment. Ah, youth is wonderful. The driver sneaked a glance through the rearview mirror, shaking his head with emotion. Ugh. Suddenly, Chu Fan felt a taste coming from Jiang Rushua's mouth, followed by an eruption of food. Luckily, Chu Fan reacted quickly, or he would have been hit by second-hand sashimi lobster. The driver saw this and couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. He quickly pulled over to the side of the road. After all, it was his brand new electric car, purchased less than a month ago. I'm really sorry about this. Chu Fan felt a bit guilty and promptly sent an extra 300 yuan to the driver, asking him to have the car cleaned. After vomiting, Jiang Rushua sat by the roadside, feeling much more lucid. Why are we here? Gradually regaining her composure, she looked at Chu Fan beside her and couldn't help but ask. Don't you remember? Chu Fan's face instantly turned red. Could it be that the kiss just now was only his wishful thinking? After the party, Teacher Gu asked me to take you home. Jiang Rushua nodded, seemingly trying hard to recall. Suddenly, she touched her cherry-red lips, as if realizing something, her expression slightly off. A crisp slap rang out, as Jiang Rushua's palm mercilessly landed on Chu Fan's face. Tell me, did you take advantage of me in the car just now?
Although Jiang Rushua was furious, Chu Fan didn't see any system prompt indicating her hatred was deepening. Secretly, he wondered if this little girl might be starting to accept him.
No way. Look at yourself, you vomited all over me. It's already good that I'm not accusing you of bullying me.
Chu Fan preemptively played the victim, masking his inner unease. At this moment, Jiang Rushua finally noticed that Chu Fan's t-shirt and pants were covered with lobster sashimi, fish skin, and other dirt. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Jiang Rushua felt nauseated again. After throwing up, Chu Fan picked up a Haveva mineral water bottle from beside him and handed it to her. At this moment, Jiang Rushua's mouth tasted extremely bitter. She unscrewed the cap and took several big gulps. She suddenly felt that something was off. After putting down the bottle, she realized that the liquid was slightly yellow. Moreover, her body started to heat up. Thinking back to that night a few days ago, her heart tightened.
Chu Fan, what were you doing in the water? Ah, I feel so hot. Hatred from Jiang Rushua plus 999. Chu Fan took a look and saw that Jiang Rushua's entire body had turned red. Ah!
She angrily threw a punch, directly hitting Chu Fan's shoulder.
Boom!
With a loud bang, Chu Fan unexpectedly stepped back 3 times.
This is a breakthrough!
Chu Fan exclaimed, sensing Jiang Rushua's strength had increased several-fold compared to before. After Jiang Rushua broke through to Earth rank 1 star, her body gradually calmed down. The reason her body felt hot earlier was that the abundant spiritual energy filled her sea of consciousness, and a lot of it couldn't be absorbed, wandering aimlessly. After the breakthrough, the range of her sea of consciousness expanded dramatically, allowing it to hold more spiritual power. In simpler terms, her manic capacity increased.
Is this spiritual liquid?
Jiang Rushua focused her gaze on the mineral water bottle in her hand, suddenly realizing she'd wrongly accused Chu Fan. She originally thought Chu Fan had deliberately drugged her.
Sorry, Chu Fan, are you okay?
She had just struck with full force, how could it possibly have no effect?
I'm fine. This lowly life of mine still has a sturdy body.
Chu Fan patted the shoulder that had been punched by Jiang Rushua. What a joke, he possessed an SSS divine physique, with a cultivation realm at the peak of human tier.
He was fine, though that punch did hurt a bit. Not bad? Jiang Rushua couldn't believe it.
She thought she had been drugged just now, but the punch she threw was a full-force strike.
A full-force strike from a 1-star Earth rank, and he actually said not bad? How does it feel? Was the breakthrough satisfying?
Chu Fan asked with a smile, wondering why he couldn't seem to break through. When I get back, I must drink a few bottles properly.
Jiang Rushua nodded, indeed.
She felt that she had improved by more than 1 level compared to before. Originally, she thought that losing the system would slow down her cultivation speed, but unexpectedly, it became even faster.
Then what about it? The thing you mentioned before? What thing?
Just follow me, all you need to do is pour tea, make the bed, and fold the quilt.
Of course, if you can warm the bed, that would be even better. Go to hell.
The two of them didn't take a taxi again and walked all the way to Jiang Rushua's villa.
They discovered that someone was actually standing behind them. Xiao Xue. You guys? That person wasn't Tang Yun.
He was holding a bouquet of fresh flowers and had been waiting at the entrance of Jiang Rushua's villa for most of the day.
The result was seeing Chu Fan and Jiang Rushua walking back together, chatting and laughing. Hatred from Tang Yun plus 888. What's wrong with us? Didn't you see? Just came back from a date.
Chu Fan said smugly, his gaze falling on Tang Yun's bouquet, instantly understanding Tang Yun's intention.
Whoosh! Tang Yun suddenly attacked, sending a green poisonous energy wave.
Just as the energy fluctuation was about to strike Chu Fan, Jiang Rushua made her move. With a wave of her delicate hand, she swept away the Tang family's secret manual that Tang Yun proudly flaunted.
Tang Yun, I haven't even settled the score with you for poisoning me, and you actually have the nerve to show up here?
Jiang Rushua said coldly.
Oh my, so scary.
Thank you, Sister Xue Xue, for taking the bullet for me, Chu Fan teased, full of mischief.
This made Tang Yun feel utterly devastated.
Hatred from Tang Yun plus 1388.
Chu Fan, you've got guts. Come and fight me one-on-one. What kind of man hides behind a woman?
Tang Yun roared angrily, crushing the flowers in his hand until they were reduced to ashes in an instant.
Tang Yun was furious.
As the youngest prodigy of the Tang family, he had entered the elite martial arts class as the top scorer in this assessment. However, he did not expect the goddess of his heart to be dating someone else.
Upon hearing these words, Chu Fan stopped pretending to be meek.
The one thing a man cannot tolerate is this kind of remark, especially in front of the goddess.
Who can endure such humiliation? He stepped forward. Are you ready? Chu Fan asked seriously. Come on. Enough with the chatter. Tang Yun assumed a stance, exuding an aura of green poison. Bond. Berserk. Chu Fan's heart stirred. This is his first attempt to use bonds, just the right time to give it a try. Chu Fan's right hand clenched tightly into a fist. Be careful, he's an expert in poison. Jiang Rushue reminded. Tang Yun let out a cold laugh. His speed was incredibly fast, and in an instant, he charged right in front of Chu Fan. The fist carries venom, bursting with power. A punch straight to the front. Chu Fan smiled faintly. His berserk mode could amplify his strength tenfold, combined with the body of the SSS-level Dark Lord. He swung his fist. Tang Yun was sent flying over 10 meters like a badminton shuttlecock. The bones in the arm that clashed fists with Chu Fan were completely shattered, and blood poured out profusely. Tang Yun was utterly shocked. Why does Chu Fan possess such immense power? He entered the elite martial artist class with the top score. As for Chu Fan, this loser ranked last and only managed to get in by relying on teacher Gu Ting to pad his scores. How could such a loser possibly defeat him? He found it hard to accept. Jiang Rushue, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. This strike! Even she might not be able to withstand it. Has Chu Fan gone crazy? What level exactly is he? Isn't he supposed to be human stage 1 star? He actually defeated Tang Yun, the top genius and number 1 of class 3, with just one punch. Fortunately, I didn't use my full strength. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if someone died, Chu Fan muttered. What? Jiang Rushue almost dropped her jaw in shock. How can this guy be so calm? He knocked out the champion with one punch and still says it's lucky he didn't use full strength? Tang Yun stood up, a surge of combat impulse igniting in his heart. However, when he raised his hand, he discovered that his right hand was limp, completely numb, and utterly immobile. When he looked down, he noticed that the sleeve on his entire right arm had torn apart, swollen like a pig's trotter, rendering it completely incapable of movement. Chu Fan, you've got guts. Just you wait. Tang Yun reluctantly spat out a harsh remark and fled in disgrace. How about that? Think I'm impressive or what? Chu Fan clenched his fist, his heart filled with exhilaration. It was thrilling beyond words. Those arrogant words stirred an uncontrollable surge of excitement. However, that is a bond that only the Beast Emperor can possess, truly an extraordinary and unattainable feat. Being able to achieve the first stage bond with tenfold attributes is already considered an impressive accomplishment. Not looking. Jiang Rushue shot him a glare, opened the iron gate outside the villa courtyard, and walked inside. Her mind was still reeling from the shock of Chu Fan's strike just moments ago. Even with her current Earth Tier 1-star strength, she couldn't unleash such power. Mission as the Flower Guardian is complete, so I'll be heading back now, Chu Fan said as he turned to leave. Jiang Rushue stopped him. Why not come in and clean up before leaving? Look, you're covered in vomit, dirty and messy. A blush appeared on her face, making her seem a little embarrassed. After hearing this, Chu Fan turned back and asked teasingly, What? Aren't you afraid that once I go in, I won't leave? He was filthy all over, reeking of alcohol. Tang Yun suddenly stood up, his fighting spirit ignited in his heart, but he abruptly felt his right hand go limp and powerless, completely numb, incapable of moving. He looked down and saw that the clothing on his entire right arm was torn apart, swollen like a pig's hoof, completely immobile. Chu Fan, just you wait. Tang Yun gritted his teeth and spat out these helpless, fierce words before fleeing with a crestfallen look. So, what do you think? Am I awesome or what? Chu Fan clenched his fist, feeling immensely delighted. Such arrogant words were truly astonishing. However, that bond is something only the Beast King possesses. It's truly rare and hard to come by. Being able to gain tenfold attributes in the first stage of the bond is already quite remarkable. Not looking. Jiang Ruoshue shot Chu Fan a glare, opened the iron gate outside the villa's courtyard, and walked in. Her heart still hadn't recovered from the shock of Chu Fan's earlier strike. Even now, as a first-star Earth-tier cultivator, she couldn't unleash such power. Mission accomplished as the Flower Protector, so I'll be heading back now. Chu Fan turned around, ready to leave. Jiang Rushue, however, called out to him, Why don't you come in and clean up before you go? Look at yourself, you're filthy and covered in vomit. A faint blush appeared on her face as she spoke shyly. Hearing this, Chu Fan stopped in his tracks and teasingly asked, What? Aren't you afraid I won't leave once I go inside? His entire body was dirty, and he reeked of a strong stench of alcohol. Borrowing your courage. Chu Fan didn't stand on ceremony. Familiar scenes and familiar places always reminded him of past memories. How familiar this is. Chu Fan said with a cheeky smile. If this continues, I'll drive you out.
Jiang Rushue said coldly, the memories of that night remaining like an unhealed scar.
The bathroom's over there, go wash yourself. Throw out your clothes, I'll wash and dry them for you.
Chu Fan stepped into the bathroom, and the distinct jasmine fragrance that greeted him stirred his heart.
It was exactly the same scent as Jiang Rushue's.
He realized it was just a body scent, nothing more than the fragrance of shampoo and cosmetics.
Chu Fan didn't turn on the faucet but instead twisted the ring to release the spirit liquid into the bathtub. He also reached the pinnacle of the human realm, but no matter how much spiritual liquid he drank, he was unable to break through. Even in battles against the beast tide, he made no progress. Therefore, he arrogantly indulged in this entire vat of spiritual liquid, feeling a pang of heartache. 500 million after all. Chu Fan quickly stripped off his clothes, opened the door, and tossed them out. The moment she opened the door, Jiang Rushue glanced over and noticed the bathtub glistening brilliantly. Tang Yin stood up, ready to face the battle, but suddenly felt his right hand become limp, numb, and unable to move. He looked down.
The clothes on his entire right arm were torn, swollen like a pig's hoof, completely unable to move.
Chu Fan, just you wait for me. Tang Yin unwillingly left these harsh words behind and fled in embarrassment. How about it? Am I impressive or what?
Chu Fan clenched his fist, feeling an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. His arrogant words were truly surprising. However, that's a bond only the Beast Emperor possesses, truly rare and hard to come by. Being able to receive tenfold attributes from the first stage of the bond is already incredibly amazing.
Not looking.
Jiang Rushue glanced at him, opened the iron gate outside the villa courtyard, and walked in. She was still reeling from the shock of Chu Fan's move earlier. Even now, as a one-star Earth-level cultivator, she still couldn't unleash that kind of power.
The mission of being the flower's protector is accomplished, so I'll be heading back now. Chu Fan turned around, ready to leave.
Jiang Rushue stopped him, saying, why not come in and clean yourself up before leaving?
Look at yourself, you threw up all over and you're so messy.
Her face flushed as she spoke shyly. Hearing this, Chu Fan turned back around.
Jokingly asked, what? Aren't you afraid that once I go in, I won't leave anymore?
He was covered in filth, reeking of alcohol, truly unbearable.
Borrow 2 guts from you. Chu Fan wasn't polite either.
What appeared before his eyes was a familiar scene, a familiar place, always reminding him of moments from past memories.
So familiar. Chu Fan said with a cheeky smile. If you keep this up, I'll kick you out.
Jiang Rushue responded coldly, unable to let go of the memory of that night.
The bathroom is over there, go wash yourself.
Throw your clothes out, and I'll wash and dry them for you. Chu Fan walked into the bathroom and was instantly enveloped by a refreshing jasmine fragrance, the very scent that emanated from Jiang Rushue. People say that's a natural body scent, but in reality, it's just the smell of shampoo and cosmetics. Chu Fan did not turn on the faucet but instead rotated the ring to release the spiritual liquid into the bathtub. He had already reached the peak of the human stage, but no matter how much spiritual liquid he consumed, he still could not break through. Even during the battle against the beast tide, he experienced no improvement. Thus, he decided to go all out this time. Looking at the bathtub filled with spiritual liquid, Chu Fan felt a deep ache in his heart. After all, that was 5 billion. He quickly took off his clothes and threw them out.
The moment Jiang Rushue opened the door, she glanced inside and discovered the bathtub glistening with clarity. Could this be wasting spiritual essence by using it for bathing?
Jiang Rushue pondered in her heart whether she should try that bathwater.
Don't pour out the bathwater just yet, she said, picking up Chu Fan's pants while shouting towards the bathroom. Chu Fan rolled around in the bathtub, as if swimming freely in an ocean of spiritual liquid. His body relaxed beyond measure, he felt his skin and cells constantly absorbing the energy of the spiritual liquid. This little girl, just like Teacher Gu, has a fondness for drinking bathwater. Chu Fan swam in the bathtub, enjoying the comfort immensely. The whole person seemed to enter another world. However, to his disappointment, after soaking for half an hour, his skin was wrinkled, and more importantly, the spiritual liquid could no longer be absorbed. He didn't feel any signs of a breakthrough. Sigh. This SSS-level body, with this flaw, is really such a waste of resources. Chu Fan understood the difficulty of an SSS-level breakthrough but didn't expect it to be this challenging. But once a breakthrough happens, there will definitely be a massive improvement. He still held on to hope. Thinking that next time he soaks, he refuses to believe he can't break through. Chu Fan casually grabbed the pink bathrobe hanging nearby, put it on, and walked out. Ah, you pervert. Who gave you permission to wear my bathrobe? Take it off right now. Jiang Rushue was instantly furious when she saw him wearing her bathrobe. From Jiang Rushua's resentment plus 666. Ah, so it wasn't prepared for me? Chu Fan scratched his head awkwardly, then loosened his belt and took it off. Jiang Rushua immediately turned her back hurriedly. You shameless scoundrel, don't you know to avoid stripping in front of a woman? Although she felt angry, her heart could not help but race with excitement. What an amazing figure. Those abs. Jiang Rushua had never seen such a perfect male physique, far more attractive than those overly muscular gym enthusiasts. So should I take it off or put it back on? Chu Fan was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Why you, hurry up and put it on. Jiang Rushua was almost so frustrated she could vomit blood and had no choice but to sacrifice her cute bathrobe. No wonder it smells so good, it turns out it's Snowy's personal garment. Chu Fan lowered his head and took a deep sniff of the bathrobe's fragrance, his face filled with a look of utter enjoyment. From Jiang Rushua's hatred plus 688. I endure. Jiang Rushua could only speed up ironing Chu Fan's dry clothes. Chu Fan noticed the growing resentment, yet he could still take advantage and thought to himself, what's wrong with this? At that moment, Jiang Rushua sensed something odd. This is too stingy. Even missing underwear, don't even want to replace it? You know nothing. This is called being frugal and managing the household well. Where else would you find such a good man? Why not consider me? Chu Fan chuckled. Although he was thick-skinned, he didn't dare let Jiang Rushua get him clothes again, so he simply snatched them directly. Speaking of this, Jiang Rushua suddenly thought of Zhu Long, the man her father approved of. Sigh. She looked at the annoying man in front of her, her heart filled with confusion. How could someone she used to bully not have a prominent background? Jiang Rushua considered all possibilities but ultimately shook her head. If she were to date Chu Fan, it would only harm him. She might even get him killed. With this in mind, Jiang Rushua's attitude suddenly turned cold. Put on your clothes and get lost. Chu Fan noticed the change in Jiang Rushua's demeanor. That cold tone made him feel a sense of unfamiliarity. A girl's thoughts are truly harder to guess than a lottery jackpot, changing in an instant. He sighed inwardly, reluctantly leaving Jiang Rushua's villa. He had originally wanted to stay a bit longer, but things hadn't gone as he wished. Sigh. Jiang Rushua opened the closet and discovered that the crimson bedsheet was still kept by her. Reflecting on the time she had spent with Chu Fan recently, she felt that he was, indeed, a good person. Although he could be a bit cheeky at times and his words somewhat crude, in critical moments, he always dared to step forward and take responsibility. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but open the window to see whether Chu Fan had gone far. However, to her slight disappointment, Chu Fan was already gone. Jiang Rushua understood that the two of them were ultimately people from different worlds. Despite their fates intertwining, it was merely a fleeting moment of intersection. Like two straight lines, once they intersect, they will never cross paths again. Reason triumphed over emotion. Jiang Rushua chose a path she believed could protect Chu Fan. At this moment, tears streamed down her face. She was crying for someone who was once considered worthless, someone she had never even glanced at before. To protect him, she chose someone she didn't even like. Jiang Rushua didn't even know why she was acting this way. Maybe I've really gone mad, she said with self-mockery. However, what she hadn't expected was that Chu Fan encountered Zhu Long shortly after stepping out the door. Zhu Long carried a Fangtian halberd on his back, accompanied by two Earth-level 5-star experts, each holding weapons in their hands. What's this? Finally willing to come out? I told you, Jiang Rushua wouldn't tolerate a man staying overnight at her place. Looks like she still wants to save the most precious thing for me. Heh, she still cares about me. Zhu Long's mood instantly brightened upon seeing Chu Fan walk out gloomily. Not far away, Tang Yun observed coldly, leaning against a large tree behind him. Chu Fan. I'll make sure you regret it. Originally, Tang Yun and Zhu Long were rivals in love, but he felt extremely annoyed whenever he saw Chu Fan. Zhu Long's appearance was actually orchestrated by Tang Yun. What's the matter? You're done, took a shower. Why aren't you coming back? Are you dumb? Sleeping next to a girl, your arm gets so numb. It's also easy to press on her suddenly. Sleeping becomes uncomfortable. Chu Fan stared at Zhu Long with the look of someone watching a fool. The precious thing you mentioned? Do you dare to go ask Jiang Rushua? You! Hatred from Zhu Long plus 2444. Zhu Long furiously drew out his Fangtian halberd and swung it into the air. A flame surged forward. Flame gun. TCH, fire elemental ability fused with gun techniques? Chu Fan curled his lips, thinking to himself that this guy was clearly a novice. Without even mastering his abilities, he was already trying to imitate others and playing around with fusion techniques?
Bond, berserk.
Chu Fan's strength instantly increased tenfold. One punch.
With a simple punch, he dispersed the flames that Zhu Long had unleashed.
How is this possible? His physical body can actually withstand my fire element superpower?
Zhu Long roared furiously, unable to accept this reality in his heart. Zhu Long's fire element superpower, which he'd always taken pride in, was one of the 5 elemental powers, second only to the lightning element in terms of destructive force.
Yet, the Chu Fan before him had blocked it barehanded, and even reflected it back? What kind of perverse ability is this?
Not far away, Tang Yin was also stunned, hardly able to believe his eyes.
His jaw almost hit the tree trunk. Is this something a human can do? Blocking an ability barehanded? Is the fire element really that weak? Tang Yun couldn't help but feel puzzled, yet that was supposed to be the second most powerful among elemental abilities.
What he didn't know was that Chu Fan was the Lord of Darkness, whose divine body naturally possessed knowledge of elemental abilities.
Moreover, being at an SSS level, its hardness was as firm as solid rock.
Adding Chu Fan's berserk bond into the mix, all these factors combined made his punch, unleashed with full force, approach the level of heaven tier.
Go! Kill him! I'll take responsibility if anything happens.
Zhu Long roared with burning rage, brandishing his Fong Tian halberd as he shouted.
2 Earth Tier 5-star experts drew their weapons. Chu Fan waved his hand grandly.
The two suddenly seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, moving as slow as snails.
Come on, make a move.
Zhu Long, standing nearby, stomped his feet anxiously and kicked at them. As soon as they made contact, they were also affected by Chu Fan's slowdown effect.
Chu Fan did not hesitate and triggered the frenzy bond. A flash of white light appeared in his hand.
The fist was like a crashing meteor, smashing fiercely onto the sword cultivator's treasured blade.
That was a high-grade spiritual weapon. Boom!
Chu Fan shattered the high-grade spiritual weapon with a single punch, vaporizing even its embers with sheer force.
Heaven did not give birth to me. What are you thinking? Do you really think your dad is Li Gang?
Chu Fan glanced at the sword cultivator, seeing him blasted back over 10 meters and lying on the ground, coughing up blood incessantly.
Another specialist, an assassin, excels in stealth and assassination.
Unfortunately, Chu Fan's slowing ability restrains assassins effectively.
Snail assassin, truly not even as fast as a snail. Whoosh! Chu Fan waved his hand, and the mark of the slow motion ability was sent out. The assassin actually managed to evade the mark, which surprised Chu Fan. The power of space-time ability is incredibly fast. But the opponent was able to dodge it? Chu Fan's spiritual energy was completely depleted, but no problem. He pulled out a spicy chicken drumstick from his pocket and took a fierce bite, even crunching the bone shards. Immediately, his dry and parched sea of consciousness quickly regained vitality. The assassin leapt swiftly, moving at lightning speed, already closing in. Die! The assassin's dagger swung in an arc like a crescent moon, slashing straight toward Chu Fan's neck. Do you really think you're the only ones with weapons?
Chu Fan's hand suddenly produced a dark matter brick, blocking the crescent blade.
Clang clang clang. In an instant, the assassin swung 3 strikes.
This made Chu Fan break out in a cold sweat.
This assassin is definitely not ordinary. Luckily, the divine artifact blocked it. From Chu Fan's perspective, he only saw the opponent make one move. This is just too fast. But the opponent's weakness is a lack of strength. Blocked by Chu Fan's weapon, the opponent was left in utter disarray. At this very moment, frenzy! The dark matter brick was hurled through the air.
Although the assassin saw it, there was no time to counterattack by leveraging strength. He could only watch helplessly as the brick hurtled toward him.
Ugh! With a dull thud, the assassin could no longer get up. Chu Fan, this good for nothing. Is he really useless?
Tang Yun in the distance witnessed the scene, his heart deeply shaken. He couldn't believe that the useless person, once mocked and excluded by others, could now take on 3 warriors against Lu Bu and even suppress him.
Chu Fan, just you wait for me,
Zhu Long said as he prepared to leave.
Don't be in such a rush to wait. Come tonight instead.
Chu Fan performed a flip and blocked Zhu Long's path. At that moment, a speeding vehicle shot through like a meteor and landed steadily between the two of them. A handsome older middle-aged man got off the car, his demeanor quite similar to Zhu Long's. No need to explain further, this man was Zhu Long's father, Zhu Haoyue.
Ha! God of wealth, strongest cashback system? Bond, divine eye? Chu Fan sensed the extraordinary nature of the newcomer.
Zhu Haoyue also gazed at Chu Fan, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light.
However, what puzzled him was that he couldn't see through Chu Fan's background. What a joke, trying to see through me with divine vision. I'm a system holder. I'm immune to all system abilities. At this moment, Chu Fan's cheeky system was enjoying itself nearby.
Yet this cheeky system indeed has reasons to brag. If it weren't for its powerful capabilities, it would have been seen through by the opponent long ago.
Brother, give me some face.
It's my failure in teaching my son that led to him causing trouble.
Zhu Haoyue stepped forward and spoke politely,
in stark contrast to the arrogance of his son Zhu Long.
You think you can just give it to me? Who do you think you are?
Your son tried to kill me just now. How should we settle this score? Chu Fan actually wanted to slap Zhu Long to death. But seeing his father show up, and moreover being a system possessor, he knew the matter wasn't going to be simple. More importantly, the other party was willing to reason.
That makes it easier.
Brother, tell me, what should I do?
As long as it's something Zhu can manage, Zhu Haoyue said sincerely upon hearing it could be negotiated.
He is the system's owner, not particularly strong in combat, but possesses divine vision that allows him to see things usually unseen.
Ahem.
For example, stock increases, lottery numbers, and so on.
This number. Chu Fan held out a finger. He originally wanted to say 1 billion.
But seeing Zhu Haoyue's relaxed expression, he changed his mind. 1 billion.
All right.
Chu Fan immediately took back his words.
What do you take me for? Is your son's life only worth this much money?
Upon hearing this, Zhu Long unexpectedly defended Chu Fan. That's right, Dad.
How could my life only be worth 100 million? Give a bit more. After all, you don't lack that money. 10 times.
Chu Fan said seriously. Zhu Haoyue felt instantly troubled after hearing this. He indeed has more than 2 billion on hand. But it has to be invested by tomorrow. Without investment, he won't be able to earn divine wealth points, and only by upgrading these points can his various attributes be enhanced. Although progress has been slow, after working hard for over a decade, he has barely reached the level of human rank 3 stars. He is not a martial artist, lacking such talent, and can only rely on system upgrades. The most troublesome issue is, although the system claims to be the strongest cashback system, it only grants an opportunity for cashback when spending on a goddess,
offering 100-fold return. Then, the money must be reinvested to gain attributes, which is quite a complicated operation.
But he has that, functional disorder, which has left him living very poorly for many years. When he heard that Chu Fan wanted 1 billion, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. You have to understand, this money was earned through his hard work, doing things he didn't want to do.
Who can understand him? Who would truly know him? All right then.
He gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, took out his phone, and transferred 1 billion to Chu Fan.
Anyway, it's no big deal to pay more taxes when I go back. Get lost.
Chu Fan's expression was as grim as death upon seeing the payment arrive, though inwardly he was overjoyed. Hey! This money was earned way too fast. Damn, Chu Fan actually dared to extort money from the richest man in Jiangdong. His guts are just too big. Tang Yin covered his mouth nearby, utterly stunned to the point his jaw almost dropped in just a short moment. From Zhu Haoyue's hatred plus 998. Chu Fan glanced at the time, it was already midnight.
He walked back to the rented apartment alone. Help! Ah! Pervert! Let me go!
As Chu Fan approached the alley next to the apartment, he heard the sharp cry of a familiar woman.
Hey, missy, don't be scared. We're not good people. Just want to borrow some money and have a little fun.
In the alley, 2 sleazy men were tearing at a young woman's revealing dress, which was quickly ripped apart.
How much money do you want? I'll give it all to you. I'm still a virgin. I don't want this. Please don't hurt me.
The young woman trembled as she pulled out a wad of cash from her bag. 2 thugs saw so much money, their eyes instantly lit up. However, looking at the beauty before them, they were drooling uncontrollably.
How could they give up so easily? Come on, little sister. It's okay.
Soon you'll start enjoying this feeling.
Bang! Bang! A dark figure appeared, stepping forward and delivering 2 kicks directly on target.
These 2 thugs are destined to be estranged from women for life.
They clutched their crotches, writhing in agony. Yes! Chu Fan!
The young woman exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the man before her. It was her tenant.
Why are you out here? What's a woman like you doing outside this late?
Chu Fan glanced at the landlady, whose clothes were disheveled and figure-striking. No wonder those 2 thugs had evil intentions. I had no idea I would run into these 2 thugs.
I just got back from playing mahjong.
The young landlady, seeing the 2 men unable to get up, quickly retrieved her money and delivered a kick to each of them with her high heels.
Ouch, ouch. Chu Fan shook his head and walked away on his own. The landlady hurriedly followed. Hey, thanks for earlier. How about this? This month's rent is waived. Chu Fan chuckled lightly and didn't respond.
After going through so much, he felt a bit exhausted. All he wanted now was to go back and get some sleep. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse.
Chu Fan returned to his simple dormitory and finally felt at home. He collapsed onto the bed and slept soundly until dawn.
When he woke up, he stretched lazily and suddenly touched something with his hand.
It was soft and fluffy.
He turned his head to look.
Holy crap!
It almost scared him. The young landlady was actually sleeping beside him, with her legs wrapped around his waist. Her sleeping posture was truly graceful.
Chu Fan immediately broke free and got out of bed. Hey, sis, when did you climb into my bed? What if someone sees us? Chu Fan said nervously. I'm scared to sleep alone. Besides, I'm the landlord, and I have the keys to every room anyway. Oh, and you don't have a girlfriend, right?
What do you think of me? Said Zhu Yunyun, who, as a single aristocrat, Chu Fan knew very little about. But ever since last night's incident, she suddenly realized that having a strong boyfriend gave her a pretty big sense of security.
I don't think it's appropriate. Girls should be reserved. Do you understand? Reserved. We're not even dating yet. If someone sees us like this, they'll definitely gossip. What's the big deal? Just agree to date me, and that's it. I understand, this is called boarding first and buying the ticket later.
Zhu Yunyun said with a cheeky smile. She hadn't paid much attention to Chu Fan before, but suddenly noticed in recent days that this guy was quite handsome.
Right at this moment, the door was suddenly slammed open. Boom! With a loud noise, Chu Fan's metal door was instantly blasted to pieces. Sis, are you okay?
Last night I heard, the sudden voice left Chu Fan stunned, speechless.
The person who came turned out to be Zhu Long from last night? His landlord is actually his sister? These two don't seem to be on the same level. What could possibly happen to me? Get lost. Don't tell me it's your old man trying to convince me to go back again. Let me tell you, no way.
Zhu Long also recognized Chu Fan.
Damn it. Chu Fan. You were just with my fiancé last night, and now you're coming after my sister. Zhu Long couldn't tolerate it anymore.
Even though the other party was stronger than him, he couldn't swallow this anger.
Hatred from Zhu Long plus 1888. Ha? What? Chu Fan, you have a girlfriend? Chu Fan was stunned. What kind of ridiculous drama is this? The key point is that I have absolutely no relationship with your sister. She was the one who sneaked into my bed without my knowledge. As for the fiancé you mentioned, that's even more absurd. She forced me.
At this moment, Chu Fan felt like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to vindicate himself no matter what.
I did it, so what? Go ahead and complain to your dad.
Chu Fan straightened his clothes, preparing to head to school.
He couldn't be bothered to explain, trusting that Zhu Yunyun would clarify everything for him.
After leaving home, Chu Fan hailed a speed cab, spending 1,000 yuan.
In less than a minute, he arrived at the school gate. Having money is truly satisfying.
There's absolutely no need to worry about traffic jams. He came to the corner of Class 3 as usual. Today, Gu Ting rarely wore a short skirt, paired with high heels and black stockings, leaving all the classmates stunned.
The boys couldn't help but swallow.
Everyone knew teacher Gu had a great figure, but they didn't expect it to be this incredible. She was practically a masterpiece from heaven. And Gu Ting just cast a special glance at Chu Fan in the corner. When Chu Fan saw the situation, he thought to himself, looks like I'm going to be taken advantage of again.
Alright, this is the last time I'll lead you all today.
Gu Ting cleared her throat and spoke seriously.
Why? Everyone was confused.
Because after today, like a few other classmates, I will be joining the elite martial arts class, Gu Ting replied.
Teacher Gu is going to become a student too? Finally became an instructor.
Here, I also want to thank a classmate from the class for silently supporting the teacher and helping the teacher break through to the heavenly tier, 1 star. Gu Ting concealed her inner joy and made a victory gesture. Her eyes were fixed solely on Chu Fan.
Is there really someone in the class who could help the teacher? Could it be? Teacher, did you also smell brother Chu Fan's fart and then break through? That time, we all truly improved a lot.
A mischievous classmate suddenly recalled that scene.
Gu Ting smiled faintly, that's a secret. Anyway, thanks to him. And thanks to all of you. You must work hard to improve, okay?
I'll be waiting for you in the elite martial arts class. 7 students from Class 3 successfully advanced to the elite martial arts class.
Tang Yun, Lu Rolai, Zhou Tao, Su Lily, Zhang Hong, Zhang Rushua, Chu Fan. Follow me. The rest of the students, please study on your own. A new instructor will arrive later. After reading the names, Gu Ting led the 7 students out of Class 3's classroom. Tang Yun, who used to love competing for first place, appeared somewhat dispirited at this moment. Walking at the back of the group, he hung his head in silence. Ever since witnessing Chu Fan's performance last night, a sense of powerlessness had arisen in his heart. Gu Ting led them out of the school gate, where a large bus was parked outside. At this moment, the advanced students from Class 1 and Class 2 were already waiting on the bus, all wondering where they were being taken this time. You must be very curious about our destination, Gu Ting said, noticing the questions in everyone's mind. The students on the bus nodded repeatedly, looking expectantly at Gu Ting. Have you ever found it odd that Jiangdong University has always maintained elite martial arts classes, yet it's rare to see truly outstanding students on campus? Aha! The other students seemed to suddenly understand upon hearing this. Indeed, that's true. Jiangdong University, aside from the martial arts classes, is almost entirely composed of liberal arts students researching chemical abilities and biological power. The elite martial arts class is almost just a legend, no one has ever seen it. That's because the elite class isn't actually at Jiangdong University, Gu Ting said with a mysterious smile. Ah, then where is it? All the students suddenly realized it turns out it's not on the same campus. In the new campus, you'll understand once you arrive. The car drove into the mountains, past countless forks, and finally stopped outside a bamboo grove. The bamboo grove was surrounded by a simple fence, with a single plain wooden door at the entrance. On it, a few bold characters read, Jiangdong University Elite Branch. Ah! Everyone was utterly stunned. This is the legendary new campus. Earlier on the bus, while listening to teacher Gu Ting talk, everyone was filled with anticipation, thinking the equipment and resources of the new campus should be good. But, unexpectedly, all the students were filled with disappointment. Only Chu Fan seemed relatively calm. He noticed many students meditating in the bamboo forest, perceiving spiritual energy and absorbing spiritual aura. Whoa! Bond, White Moonlight. Bond, Swordsmanship Specialization. No wonder it's an elite class. At the main campus of Jiangdong University, you can hardly find any students possessing bonds or systems. But as soon as Chu Fan arrived here, he saw quite a few. It seems talent is indeed the key to determining a person's potential. This is a universal truth applicable in any field. Everyone got off the bus with the teacher and formed 3 rows. At this moment, a silver-haired elder slowly walked out. Chu Fan carefully observed the elder but couldn't discern his true nature. Although he appeared quite old, his steps were light, clearly indicating he was an expert. To be honest, Chu Fan felt such a powerful aura for the first time, perhaps only comparable to Lin Bing, whom he encountered in the wilderness. Welcome to all of you, future warriors. Now, please proceed to the 3 instruments to test your data so that we can tailor our teaching to your needs, the elder said kindly, resembling a benevolent father. Next to the simple wooden door were 3 instruments. Talent Assessment Device. Realm Test. Strength Tester. Ms. Gu, please go ahead and give everyone a demonstration. Gu Ting nodded and stepped onto an instrument resembling a threshold. Buzz buzz buzz. The instrument emitted odd sounds, followed by a voice, Instructor, Gu Ting. Talent, Grade B. My goodness. Ms. Gu, you truly impress this old man. Your talent level has actually improved, the elder exclaimed excitedly. It must be understood that this talent is called a talent because it is innately granted, and almost no one can change it. It is the ability to perceive nature, to sense and absorb spiritual energy. The determination of this ability cannot be acquired through practice. Everyone was very surprised because the textbooks mention that talent is almost impossible to change later in life. Only Zhang Ruxue and Chu Fan remained relatively calm because they understood the truth of the matter. Next, Realm Test. Gu Ting placed her hand beneath a conical instrument, which emitted a beam of light. Instructor Gu Ting, Heaven Tier 1 star. Wow! Although the students in Class 3 were already aware, the other 2 classes were still in the dark, causing quite a commotion. Strength Test. Gu Ting stood on the testing instrument, took a bow stance, clenched her fists, and exerted her strength in one fluid motion. Boom! A loud noise erupted. Instructor Gu Ting, Power Intensity, 10,000 tons. Whoa! Everyone was shocked. Even Chu Fan was taken aback. They had absolutely no idea that the strength of a heaven-tier expert could reach the magnitude of 10,000 tons. 10,000 tons. The weight of an aircraft carrier is only around 100,000 tons.
This machine can actually test such formidable strength, truly unexpected.
It's Lu Ruhai's turn.
Talent, D-level, realm, 8 stars of mortal grade, strength, 100 tons.
Wow, the class monitor is amazing. There are still Lu Ruhai's fangirls cheering in the class.
As a martial artist focused on strength, Lu Ruhai's advantage is obvious. Indeed, great strength creates miracles.
The elder nodded in approval. Next up is Tang Yun.
Talent, grade C, realm, human level 9 star, strength, 18 tons. Tang Yun is an ability user of the poison type, which the elder had already seen in the records. Therefore, possessing such strength is already considered quite good.
Moreover, a grade C talent is regarded as excellent within the academy, making him more promising than Lu Ruhai.
All the students completed the test, and most performed quite well.
Only 2 people were left in the end,
Zhang Ruxue and Chu Fan.
Because these 2 were the last on the ranking list.
Everyone was quietly waiting for Chu Fan's joke. It is said that he barely passed by following teacher Guting's lead. With such a level, being able to enter the elite martial arts class is simply a joke.
Isn't this just coming here to get humiliated?
Zhang Ruxue, talent level D, realm earth rank 1 star. Strength, 48 tons. As soon as Zhang Ruxue's results were announced, everyone gasped in astonishment. No one expected the first to break through to the earth rank would be the school beauty. I couldn't help but feel delighted. I never expected there to be such a promising talent among these trainees who could break through to the earth tier.
Tang Yun was shocked.
He glanced at Zhang Ruxue, cold and elegant like snow, and then turned to Chu Fan. If not for witnessing those things firsthand last night, Tang Yun wouldn't have believed this had anything to do with Chu Fan.
Wow, Zhang Ruxue is truly amazing.
Lu Ruhai excitedly stepped forward, wanting to shake hands with Zhang Ruxue, but was met with a cold glare from her instead.
Not bad. You've made a breakthrough.
Chu Fan walked over with a smile. He thought to himself, the bathwater left in her villa last night was indeed worth it. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhang Ruxue remained indifferent to him, merely standing coldly to the side.
Last night, she thought about many things and decided she no longer wanted to harm others.
Chu Fan, it's your turn.
Chu Fan walked to the first instrument.
Student Chu Fan, talent, F. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Tang Yun, who had been wearing a gloomy expression, laughed out loud. He finally felt much more relieved. The worst talent, no matter how strong you might seem now, it'll mean nothing a year later. I'll still crush you. Hearing about Chu Fan's talent, Tang Yun finally cast off the shadow of the previous night and regained his confidence.
This can actually pass the assessment, truly unexpected.
I've heard for a long time that Class 3 had a loser, turns out it's true. The old man seemed a little surprised. Talent level F, logically it shouldn't be possible for him to cultivate to a strong level.
How did he pass the assessment? With such talent, he could kill a beast? Not being eaten would already be considered a blessing.
Suddenly, he thought of another possibility. The talent detection instrument can only measure up to a maximum of A+ level.
Could he be in existence higher than A+? However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment.
He shook his head. How could it be?
A+ level and above talent?
Such a peerless genius only appears once in countless years. Those kinds of geniuses are all at the 4 Divine Beast Academies in the capital. When Chu Fan arrived at the second instrument,
realm, human rank peak. Wasn't Chu Fan a human rank 1-star loser? When did he become peak human rank? The instrument must be malfunctioning.
Yeah, I remember it's only been a week since the last test. How could he improve so quickly?
It must be the instrument malfunctioning.
The classmates discussed fervently, almost laughing their heads off at Chu Fan. You having a high level is considered normal, but when I have a high level, you say the equipment is malfunctioning. He didn't care about the ridicule from this group of people. The facts will speak for themselves.
Next is the strength test. Chu Fan unleashed the Berserk Bond. Combined with his SSS level Dark Lord Divine Body, he threw a punch. Boom!
The instrument let out a muffled sound, shaking everyone.
Is this really Chu Fan?
The power of this punch was almost on par with the one Guting had thrown.
Strength, 3,000 tons. Damn! Teacher, this instrument is really broken. It needs to be replaced.
No wonder.
So it was the instrument malfunctioning. Everyone nodded in agreement.
After all, no one had ever believed that someone at the human level of cultivation could produce a force of 3,000 tons. That was practically the pinnacle of Earth-tier strength.
The old man seemed a bit puzzled. Could this be true?
Thinking back to the talent test in the first stage.
Could it be?
In the end, the old man still shook his head, preferring to believe there was a problem with the equipment. Only Jiang Rushua and Gu Ting were secretly astonished. This guy, has he really become this strong? Gu Ting stuck out her tongue. She had thought her progress was fast, but she didn't expect Chu Fan to already be approaching her level of strength upon reaching the peak of the human stage. What a freak! Jiang Rushua felt a surge of hope in her heart after seeing the test results. Maybe, he really can become a figure in the spotlight? In this way, at least on the parents' side, she seemed to see the dawn of the future. Congratulations, Chu Fan! You have become a powerhouse in the strength category. Jiang Rushua stepped forward, wanting to shake hands with Chu Fan. Everyone present felt a pang of sadness in their hearts upon seeing this scene. The school beauty actually took the initiative to shake hands with Chu Fan. This useless F-level talent, does he even deserve it? If it weren't for a malfunction in the equipment, his strength would at most be 1 ton. Chu Fan gave Jiang Rushua a sidelong glance, completely ignoring her. Do you really take me for a sycophant? At your beck and call, to be used at your whim? Earlier I took the initiative to shake hands with you, but you ignored me. Now I don't want to bother with you either. This is totally crazy, isn't it? The goddess offered a handshake, and he actually didn't take it. Such a big temper, too bad the strength doesn't match the temper. It's only used as a bit of hot air. These words were acknowledged by most people. After the test ended, Chu Fan summoned all the trainees. This elite class has fewer than 100 members in total. Welcome to Jiangdong New Campus. I am the dean here, Lu Li. The elder was fairly satisfied with this batch of students and spoke warmly with a smiling face. Today is a special day. You have 23 new students joining, and it is also the graduation day for the senior students. After Lu Li finished speaking, more than 20 students dressed in different uniforms stepped forward. Bond, alone and helpless? Chu Fan finally saw the words above the head of the leading student here. This bond is too strong. When fighting alone, the strength multiplies greatly. Xia Ming. B-level talent. 1 star in the heavenly rank. Awakened dual elements of thunder and fire abilities. Lu Li proudly introduced the strongest student here, who was graduating today. Xia Ming has made remarkable contributions to the academy. In several championship battles, he fought his way through alone. Honestly, he could have pursued further studies at top-tier universities, but he chose Jiangdong University instead, which is also the reason Lu Li admires him so much. A sense of belonging. A sense of honor. Therefore, after graduation, Lu Li recommended Xia Ming to the military department. From then on, Xia Ming's next stop would be the Grand Xia Military Department. After hearing Lu Li's introduction, all the new trainees present showed expressions of shock. The trainee can actually reach the heavenly rank? He looks only 2 or 3 years older than them. Gu Ting, on the other hand, was full of envy. So young and already at heavenly rank 1 star, with a B-level talent. The future is limitless. But she was already over 30, her physical condition gradually declining, and her room for improvement was limited. Unless she spent a fortune to obtain a large amount of resources. Moreover, Gu Ting was purely a martial arts practitioner and had not awakened any special abilities. Chu Fan felt a bit regretful. This person has left. Perhaps in the near future, he will become a king of soldiers-level existence. If given the chance, Chu Fan truly wants to compete with him and seek that solitary bond. In the era of transition between the old and the new, veteran students reluctantly bid farewell to their former friends. The most sentimental among them is Lu Li. He has witnessed every transition between the old and the new. Meanwhile, the new students are filled with passion for the future. Inspired by Xia Ming's encouragement, everyone was filled with passion for improvement. Only then did they realize that someone had managed to reach the heavenly realm level during the trainee stage. Welcome! A handsome and fervent-eyed teacher saw that many beauties had joined this year's new batch of students, especially Jiang Rushue, who was as stunning as a celestial being. What surprised him even more was the arrival of a new teacher, Gu Ting, who was equally beautiful. The elite martial arts class gained a surge of vitality. But at the same time, he also felt a bit worried. Early next month, they will have an elimination match with Zhanghai Lingwu from the neighboring city, which is giving him a headache. Originally, he wanted to keep Xia Ming until after the match before leaving, but he was also afraid of delaying Xia Ming's future prospects. What troubled him the most was the departure of the elites. This elimination match determines the spots for the year-end advancement to the Grand Summer Finals. Only 32 schools can participate in the finals. And Jiangdong University has never missed the finals in all these years. Although they haven't achieved good rankings in the finals, that's because those geniuses from Kyoto are too strong. Even a prodigy like Xia Ming could only face defeat when encountering them. But with Xia Ming around, advancing to the finals is guaranteed. Sigh. It seems there's no hope of going to Kyoto for the competition this year. Lu Li was deeply troubled as he scanned the remaining group of trainees. The strongest among them was only at Earth rank 7 stars, with an Earth-based defensive ability and a mere D-level talent. Such strength was practically cannon fodder in front of elite geniuses. After a long journey, Lu Li assigned dormitories and personal training spaces to everyone. In the bamboo forest, there were countless small huts, and each trainee had their own private space. Chu Fan stepped into his hut and immediately felt it was far more luxurious than the rental room he had lived in before. The interior was not as simple as it appeared from the outside. The chairs and basins were all made of bamboo. What excited Chu Fan the most was the large bamboo bathtub in the bathroom. He had always loved soaking in baths, and now he could truly enjoy himself. He acted immediately, his spatial ring rotated, and spiritual liquid poured out, instantly filling the bathtub. Without hesitation, Chu Fan performed the disappearing clothes technique and dove straight in. Comfortable. Chu Fan's divine body absorbed the energy from the spiritual liquid like a black hole. Ah! After finishing his bath, he felt completely refreshed. Just as he was about to drain the water, Teacher Guting arrived. Wait. Don't dump it yet. Such a waste. Teacher Guting said while carrying a basin from her hut, scooping Chu Fan's bathwater into her own bathtub, basin by basin. Luckily, their huts weren't too far apart. And so, time quietly passed, and a day went by. After waking up, Chu Fan took another bath, patiently waiting for the instructor's call. However, when he went for a stroll, he discovered there were no assemblies and no signs of classes starting. Just as Chu Fan was about to leave the academy gates, a voice called out from behind. Here, cultivation emphasizes initiative and diligence. No one will force you to cultivate here. If you don't want to be eliminated, you'd better go back and work hard. Lu Li walked out from behind him. Chu Fan turned around and saw that it was actually Director Lu Li. Does hard work necessarily guarantee progress? Chu Fan asked in return. Without hard work, there definitely won't be any progress. Lu Li seemed somewhat irritated. From Lu Li hatred plus 388. Chu Fan did not refute. He felt that Lu Li's outdated notions were far too conservative, fundamentally two unrelated propositions. Dean, is there anywhere here suitable for adventure? Chu Fan asked. He had already reached the bottleneck of the human-grade peak, and only by undergoing a life-and-death trial could he achieve a breakthrough. Young man, I advise you to focus on your training. Being too impatient can lead to failure. Lu Li shook his head. From his conversation with Chu Fan, he felt that Chu Fan's personality made it difficult for him to become strong, let alone reach the realm of a powerhouse like Xia Ming. After a day of observation, Lu Li discovered that Tang Yun and Zhang Rushua's talents were exceptional. Although Zhang Rushua's aptitude was slightly lacking, Tang Yun was someone worth prioritizing in cultivation. Therefore, during the daily distribution of spirit stones, he intentionally gave Tang Yun 2 extra, while Zhang Rushua received 1 more than her peers. But Chu Fan, not even a single one was obtained today. This is the world of the strong. There is no absolute fairness, the strong require endless resources for nourishment. Chu Fan casually walked around the academy and found that everyone was quietly sitting in their rooms meditating, completely relying on the spirit stones distributed by the teachers for absorption and replenishment. Although this method is reasonable, it is not suitable for someone like him. Spirit. What he possesses is an endless stream of spiritual energy. At this moment, Chu Fan's greatest desire is to break through to Earth Tier 1 star. This meant a tremendous improvement for him. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Chu Fan spent every day either soaking in spiritual liquid or wandering around. He discovered that there was a dense bamboo forest in the back mountains of the academy. It was extraordinarily lush, appearing pitch black from afar. The overly abundant leaves blocked all sunlight, making it look eerie and terrifying. Ghostly shadow bamboo forest? Chu Fan saw a stone pillar on the floating bridge leading to the back mountain, with some scribbled text carved on it. He hesitated for a moment but still crossed the floating bridge. If this continued, he would almost start to rot. Only here could he find improvement. When Chu Fan stepped onto the other side of the floating bridge, the scene before him suddenly changed. He turned around to look, but where was the floating bridge? Surrounded by dense bamboo forests, there was no way to find the way back. Talk. In the dim light, a gentle breeze passed through, and eerie sounds echoed from the tranquil bamboo forest. It was too quiet. This kind of silence felt unnatural. Chu Fan held his breath, staring at the surrounding darkness.
There was no sound from animals or insects. This bamboo forest was definitely unusual.
Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Chu Fan seemed to hear the laughter of a baby, but upon closer listen, it wasn't. Chu Fan moved his right hand, and a dark matter brick flickering with lightning appeared out of thin air. He walked gently along the small path in the bamboo forest. Ah! Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out. Chu Fan reacted swiftly, and the brick was immediately hurled out. The dark shadow instantly vanished. What the heck was that? Chu Fan felt a bit uneasy. This eerie bamboo forest turned out to be even more terrifying than an S-class wilderness area. He braced himself fully and prepared to head back, hoping to find the path he had just taken. However, after walking for more than 10 miles, the bamboo forest seemed completely identical everywhere, making it impossible to find the way back. Chu Fan did not dare to be careless, knowing in his heart that he might have encountered something unusual. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Chu Fan turned around to look but saw nothing. He. Ha ha ha. Strange laughter echoed around him continuously. Knock, 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 knock. The bamboo pole not far away suddenly shook violently. Who's there? Come out. Chu Fan hurled a brick over. The surroundings returned to silence once again. Help me. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a voice. His heart leapt to his throat. Someone actually came to this place? But he still mustered the courage to walk toward the source of the sound. Help! The voice came again, and Chu Fan felt he was much closer to that thing. Coming from the Dark Lord, afraid of you? Chu Fan mustered his courage and walked over. Help me, big brother. As Chu Fan moved closer, he saw a little girl standing in front of him, her face pale to an eerie degree. Although she was calling for help, there was a strange smile on her lips. Little sister, why are you here? Did you encounter any danger? Chu Fan glanced around and finally cautiously focused on the figure before him. There's no danger. It's just that it's too boring here. I wanted to find someone to keep me company, and I didn't expect you, big brother, to come. He. The little girl spoke as she laughed, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. When Chu Fan saw this, his heart tightened. This was definitely not a human. What exactly are you? He instinctively stepped back a dozen steps. Big brother, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you, but for the rest of your life, don't even think about leaving this place, hee. The little girl's eerie laughter sent a chill down Chu Fan's spine. Go! Chu Fan threw a brick without hesitation. The little girl instantly vanished. However, Chu Fan seemed to notice something had fallen to the ground. When he stepped forward to take a closer look, it turned out to be a doll made of woven bamboo. Chu Fan kept searching for a way back but was unable to find it. This place seemed like an endless maze. Moreover, similar scenes kept repeating. For 2 whole days, Chu Fan wandered in this eerie bamboo forest, where everything looked exactly the same. Since it was the weekend, the elite martial arts class of Jiangdong had all gone out to have fun and paid no attention to where Chu Fan had gone. Gu Ting came to see Chu Fan twice, and Jiang Ruxue also went to Chu Fan's hut on the weekend, only to find that he wasn't there. Everyone thought he had gone home. But when Monday came, everyone realized that Chu Fan still hadn't returned. Lu Li began to feel a little anxious. Has anyone seen Chu Fan recently? He asked. Everyone shook their heads. Gu Ting said, I haven't seen him since Thursday. Everyone still shook their heads. Maybe he thinks we're better than him, feels ashamed to train here, and simply dropped out? Lu Rohai speculated happily, thinking this was the most likely reason. Impossible, Chu Fan isn't that kind of person, and you can't beat him anyway. Jiang Ruxue rarely defended Chu Fan. At this moment, the dean mentioned Chu Fan's disappearance, and Jiang Ruxue couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Meeting him every day in the past seemingly didn't evoke any special feelings. But now, there was an indistinct sense of unease rising in her heart. Shueshue, I really don't understand why you like that loser. What's so special about him? If it weren't for teacher Gu Ting's help, he wouldn't even be able to step through the door of the elite martial arts class. Now that he's left on his own accord, it's actually a wise choice. This way, it saves us from being dragged down. Lu Rohai shook his fist, striking a pose as if he were very impressive. As for him, I've always stood on the same side as Tang Yun. Humph. However, this time Tang Yun merely snorted coldly without saying anything further. Lu Li asked once and then realized that he was actually the last person to see Chu Fan. At that time, he was at the academy gate and saw Chu Fan wandering around. Not good. Could he have gone to the back mountain? Lu Li's eyes instantly widened like brass bells, as if recalling something. Ah, the back mountain? No way. There's actually someone daring enough to go to the back mountain?
Upon hearing the name Back Mountain, all the senior students couldn't help but shiver inwardly. Over the years, quite a few students got lost in the Back Mountain. As a result, the area has been considered a forbidden zone by the Academy in recent years. Back Mountain? What's the matter? A few days ago, I passed by there and felt an eerie vibe, so I didn't dare go in. Jiang Rushua looked puzzled. You don't know? There's a ghostly shadow bamboo forest in the Back Mountain. It's very dark inside, and I've heard that some students have gotten lost in there. That place is too mysterious. Even Xia Ming, a first-star heavenly rank, almost got drawn in by some mysterious force when he approached to take a closer look. Yeah, if it weren't for the dean's timely intervention, Xia Ming might have. Listening to the older students' descriptions, Jiang Rushua's heart was immediately filled with fear, and even some timid students began to entertain thoughts of dropping out. Don't worry. As long as you don't go near the Back Mountain, there's no danger here. Luli noticed the change in the students' mood and quickly reassured everyone. Afterward, he instructed Gu Ting to organize a competitive match to boost everyone's enthusiasm for cultivation. Luli, accompanied by another Sky-tier 3-star instructor, Wu Ming, immediately headed to the Back Mountain to search. Meanwhile, Xu Fan had already been in the bamboo forest for nearly 3 days. At first, he was somewhat afraid of this environment, but now he had grown numb to it. In the end, he simply chose not to leave anymore. Anyway, no matter where he went, porcelain dolls would still be there, and the eerie laughter wasn't any less frequent. So, he began chopping bamboo, splitting it open, and crafting it into a large cylindrical bathtub. Then, he poured in the spiritual liquid and started soaking. In the end, even the porcelain doll jumped into the bathtub to soak with Xu Fan. However, Xu Fan didn't bother to stop her. After soaking in the spiritual liquid for 3 consecutive days, Xu Fan consumed a total of 1,000 units of the liquid. Finally, the body of the Lord of Darkness started to feel a burning heat. However, Xu Fan didn't stop. These past few days, he had been soaking continuously, furiously heating up more spiritual liquid. Finally, he felt his sea of consciousness begin to expand infinitely, and the previously abundant spiritual energy turned exceedingly thin. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light flashed. Xu Fan's Dark Lord body instantly turned incomparably crimson. With a muffled sound, the self-made bathtub was instantly shattered, spilling spiritual liquid everywhere. Ah! I finally broke through. He stood up. Earth rank, 1 star. He. Ha ha ha. The porcelain doll appeared again, drifting back and forth in the air. Xu Fan casually swung his fist, and the porcelain doll instantly shattered into dust. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the 2-star ability of spatial power, True Sight. Hearing the sound of the system, Xu Fan quickly checked the introduction. True Sight, able to see through all illusions, including formations, traps, temptations, mysteries, etc., and even discover hidden treasures. Xu Fan was extremely excited in his heart. His spiritual energy surged, and he focused his will on his eyes. Instantly, a purple light shot out from his eyes. From Xu Fan's perspective, he instantly discerned everything here. It turns out this bamboo forest is indeed vast. Xu Fan discovered that a massive gravitational field exists in this area, capable of disrupting one's mind. Under the influence of the gravitational field, everything here seems to be controlled by some form of will. In truth, it is an invisible will. Everything aligns with this will, creating this bizarre scene. So that's how it is. Xu Fan comprehended the true vision and immediately understood everything here, meanwhile recalling similar scenarios. Suddenly, Xu Fan noticed that it seemed a massive object was hidden beneath the bamboo forest. However, no matter how he searched, he still couldn't find the entrance. Forget it, I'll come back to explore when there's a chance. His intuition told Xu Fan that something precious must be hidden there. This place was somewhat similar to other spots in the wilderness area, except it was actually a tomb. As for weird phenomena, as long as you don't believe in them, the possibility of their will forming will be much smaller. Xu Fan saw this world through a true perspective. He walked back step by step, covering dozens of miles, and finally saw the floating bridge. Phew! Finally made it back. Xu Fan let out a long breath, thinking that if he hadn't broken through and achieved true awareness, he might have spent the rest of his life inside. Xu Fan, you really entered the shadow bamboo forest. As Xu Fan reached the middle of the floating bridge, Dean Luli hurriedly came over with Wu Ming. My goodness, you actually managed to walk back on your own, thank heavens. Luli's face was filled with terror, but the moment he saw Xu Fan appear, his mood eased considerably. He actually managed to walk out of the ghostly bamboo grove. Could there be something unclean about him? Wu Ming cautiously stared at Xu Fan.
Chu Fan immediately became unhappy upon hearing these words. You're the one who's not clean. I soak in the bath every day inside, I'm very clean.
Thank goodness. You didn't encounter anything unclean in there, did you?
Luli used his great supernatural abilities to thoroughly examine Chu Fan. He found no anomalies and finally felt relieved.
There are indeed some inexplicable things inside.
It's best not to let the students go in again in the future, Chu Fan said with a serious expression.
Indeed, if other students were to enter, they would never come back.
Not only might they be scared to death, but they could also starve to death.
Chu Fan was different.
With the truth in hand, he wanted to keep the treasure to himself. Luli nodded in agreement to this proposal, feeling somewhat surprised internally. He hadn't expected the seemingly unremarkable Chu Fan to make it out of the ghost shadow bamboo forest. Thus, the two brought Chu Fan along and returned together. Before leaving, Luli waved his hand, and the flame blade swept through, cutting the floating bridge mid-air. Then, without looking back, he left. However, after they left, a strange scene occurred. The floating bridge, as if possessing some kind of energy, actually restored itself, reconnecting seamlessly. However, this scene was already a common sight for Luli. Returning to the academy with Chu Fan, they noticed everyone's gaze was as if they were looking at a monster.
Chu Fan, are you okay?
Jiang Rushu's charming face turned red with excitement, her eyes faintly brimming with tears. It was at this moment that she realized she actually cared about Chu Fan, without knowing exactly when it had started. Gu Ting stepped forward and said with a smile, I'm almost dying of thirst. What she meant was that not drinking bathwater these past few days really made her nostalgic. Lu Ruhai, on the other hand, curled his lips, looking very disdainful. They talk about the back mountain being so mysterious, yet this loser managed to come back.
Seems like it's nothing special after all.
Shut up. When Luli heard Lu Ruhai's remarks, he sternly reprimanded him for the first time.
I'm telling you, if anyone dares to go to the back mountain again and leaves the academy without permission, don't say I didn't warn you. The senior students all know that the back mountain is a forbidden zone of the academy.
It's just that the instructor changed when the freshmen enrolled, and no one warned the new students.
Fortunately, Chu Fan is strong enough.
If it were someone else, they might not have survived.
Alright, you've all been here for a week. I've been giving you spiritual stones every day, and now I want to test the results of your cultivation. Xingyun, Sweki, Aoyue, the three of you, show them what you're made of. Luli pointed to 3 senior trainees with a 5-star earth rank.
No need for 3, Dean.
I, Aoyue, alone am enough. Xingyun and Sweki, you two just watch the show. Aoyue said confidently.
Like Lu Ruhai, he specializes in strength and wields a multifunctional battle hammer. This warhammer can switch to bow and arrow mode, but what makes him stronger than Lu Ruhai is not just his level. The most important thing is his Earth-type defensive ability. Simply put, his attack power is high, and his defense is also strong.
Senior, since you say this, I, Lu Ruhai, won't accept it.
I've heard that you're also focused on strength.
Let me test you. Lu Ruhai stepped forward. 2 bronze hammers appeared in his hands.
Careful. Lu Ruhai was full of confidence. After a week of intensive training, he had made rapid progress, already reaching the 9th star of the human level, and was soon to reach the peak of the human level. He exerted force with both feet, leaping high into the air. The copper hammer in his hand was drawn back as far as possible, aiming to maximize the power.
Forged through thousands of strikes. Lu Ruhai roared angrily. Both hammers smashed down simultaneously.
The instant the copper hammer struck down, waves of air rolled, and the guards stirred up bursts of noise.
Boom!
A thunderous explosion echoed as the 2,000-pound copper hammer collided with Aoyue's multifunctional warhammer. The immense sound wave and recoil force left Lu Ruhai's 7 apertures completely numb. His body flipped head over heels, ultimately rolling his eyes back, foaming at the mouth, bleeding from the 7 apertures, and losing consciousness. Cut, not enough strength, poor defense, resorting to such self-harming and injuring attacks is truly foolish. Aoyu cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ruhai.
Who else wants to try?
Aoyu shouted provocatively.
Chu Fan, are you going for a 1 versus 3? Here's your chance to show off in front of Shueshui.
Gu Ting stood with her hands in her pockets, watching the commotion from the sidelines. She was genuinely looking forward to seeing how much Chu Fan had improved recently.
Me? If I go up, how will they have a chance to perform?
Chu Fan said with a smile.
Let them finish their turn first, then call me.
I'll head back to take a shower and change clothes. After speaking, Chu Fan returned to his residence.
Hey!
Wait, don't pour out the bathwater later. I still have use for it.
Gu Ting shouted towards Chu Fan.
Jiang Rushua looked utterly speechless.
What a shame, the teacher beat me to it. I'll go. The former class president, Chu Xiao, stepped forward. But in less than 3 rounds, he was down and unable to get up. 10 minutes later, Chu Fan returned from his shower and saw over a dozen new trainees sitting on the ground bruised and battered, while Aoyu hadn't even broken a sweat. Aoyu glanced at Tang Yun and shouted, "I heard you came here with the top score." What? Too scared to step out? Since seeing Chu Fan that night, Tang Yun had become much more low profile. But since he had been named, if he refused to step forward, it would inevitably make him seem cowardly. Whoosh! Tang Yun did not waste words and raised his hand to unleash a poisonous attack. Aoyu struck it with a hammer, sending it flying. He discovered Tang Yun was an expert in poison techniques, specializing in long-range attacks. Although Aoyu was arrogant, he was not careless. Aoyu pressed a button under the hammer's handle, and the giant multifunctional hammer quickly transformed into a bow. Moreover, 3 arrows were hanging on the bowstring, one emitting flames from its tip, one releasing green poison, and another equipped with a warhead that appeared capable of exploding. "Aoyue, stop at the right point, don't hurt the junior," Luli reminded. Swish! However, before Luli finished speaking, Aoyue had already drawn his bow and knocked an arrow. A bursting arrow flew out like a whistling sound. Boom! A small mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the spot where Tang Yun had been standing. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Although affected by the blast wave of the explosion, he was not seriously injured, but was in a sorry state, his clothes already torn to shreds. "Ah! Sorry. I grabbed the wrong arrow," Aoyu said with a playful grin, clearly doing it on purpose. Tang Yun was furious. He raised his hand and unleashed 2 poison attacks. However, Aoyu was incredibly agile, effortlessly dodging with a backflip. Next, Aoyu pulled the bowstring to its fullest extent, yet did not knock an arrow. The new trainees around her looked at each other, puzzled. Could it be that she forgot to notch an arrow again? However, to everyone's shock, when Aoyu fully drew the bowstring, 3 semi-transparent arrows appeared out of thin air. Tang Yun was stunned for a moment. But it was precisely this brief moment of distraction. Swish, swish, swish. Air arrows, extremely fast, 3 arrows hit Tang Yun simultaneously. He was struck 3 times in mid-air before falling heavily to the ground. The first place is nothing special after all. Aoyu seemed unsatisfied, as this was far from his true strength. Aoyu's strongest ability is close-range attacks in hammer form. Little beauty. How about giving it a try? I heard you've broken through to Earth rank 1 star. Come on, show us your. Jiang Rushua coldly stepped forward, but was held back by Chu Fan. As soon as Jiang Rushua saw Chu Fan, she nodded and obediently stepped back. What's this? You're at the bottom of the rankings, yet you dare to come out and embarrass yourself? Didn't you just make an excuse to escape earlier? Now you come back just to throw yourself away? Aoyu mocked. Whether to feed the enemy a point, I'm not too sure. How about we make a bet? Chu Fan played with the dark matter brick in his hand. What kind of bet? Aoyu laughed, thinking Chu Fan was just trying to mess around. With his strong abilities, he believed he had nothing to fear. Whoever loses must bow and call the other dad every time they meet for a month. Chu Fan said. Ha! Before even getting married, I've already got such a grown-up son. What good fortune. Still, don't expect me to give you any pocket money, Aoyu joked mockingly. Do you dare? Chu Fan asked. Whoa! Chu Fan is basically acknowledging a father figure here. With this move, no one among the new recruits will dare bully him anymore. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Lu Rohai's thought process was astonishing. Let's do it this way. Hearing Lu Rohai's words, Aoyu felt enlightened, but to him, it wasn't a loss. He agreed to it. Are you ready? Chu Fan put away the dark matter brick, his gaze sharp as he stared at Aoyu. Bring it on. Aoyu retracted the bow and transformed it into a hammer, gripping it with both hands. Bond, berserk. Chu Fan silently chanted in his heart. He clenched his right fist. Come on. Son, eat your dad's giant hammer. Aoyu raised the massive hammer high, ready to strike. Chu Fan gazed at Aoyu in midair, a white glow emanating from his fist. With a powerful punch, sand and stones flew, and a fierce wind erupted. Boom! The fist firmly struck Aoyu's multifunctional giant hammer. Aoyu suddenly felt something was off. His giant hammer seemed to strike an iron plate. Ah! Before he could react, the powerful counterforce sent him and the giant hammer shooting out like a meteor. They flew out of the academy's boundaries and fell into the bamboo forest. Everyone present witnessed this scene, their eyes wide open, looking at Chu Fan in disbelief. What a pity! My posture was off earlier, and the force wasn't perfect, it didn't fly very far. Chu Fan, seeing Aoyu's landing spot, actually seemed dissatisfied. It made everyone present want to beat him up. What kind of nonsense is this? Knocking out the old trainee with just one move, and still not satisfied? Is this Chu Fan? Tang Yun, is he Chu Fan? Could it be Xia Ming pretending to be him?
Lu Ruhai said incredulously as he painstakingly shook Tang Yun beside him.
Tang Yun was stunned as well. He didn't know how to answer Lu Ruhai. He knew Chu Fan was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this powerful. Defeating the fully armed and strongest form of Aou with just a single bare-handed punch?
It's worth noting that earlier, Aou had effortlessly toyed with them without using his full power.
But when it was Chu Fan's turn, it was Aou who ended up being crushed?
This contrast left him utterly humiliated, despite always priding himself on being number one. Little did he know, in Chu Fan's eyes, Tang Yun was nothing more than a clown. Tang Yun couldn't imagine how vast the gap between them would be if he were to face Chu Fan at this moment. Zhang Rushua was also utterly shocked. She had once witnessed Chu Fan fending off mutant beasts in the wilderness, but back then, his strength was nowhere
near as monstrous as it was now.
She remembered clearly that at that time, Chu Fan mainly relied on the brick in his hand and his mysterious deceleration ability. This kid has already broken through to Earth rank 1 star.
Shue, you're really fortunate.
Teacher Gu Ting beside her cheerfully patted Zhang Rushue's shoulder. Luli was also utterly shocked at this moment, standing there speechless for quite a while.
Could someone truly send Aou, a Earth rank 5 star, flying with just one punch?
Even the former Xia Ming couldn't pull off such a feat.
Could it be that I really misjudged him? Lu Ming couldn't help but glance toward the testing equipment at the door. Chu Fan shook his hand over there. Well, why don't you all come at once? I'm in a hurry. Is this even human language? A junior challenging a senior can actually say something like this?
Xing Yun and Xueqi exchanged a glance, then Xueqi stepped forward, taking out the pink handkerchief in her hand. Chu Fan, do you see this?
It's pink. That's right. And mine. It's green.
Xing Yun also pointed to the hat made of grass on his head. Everyone was puzzled.
What exactly are these two trying to do?
Dean Luli urged, hurry up and teach him a lesson, otherwise, you'll disgrace all the senior students. Dean, take a closer look.
Aren't we already showing him a lesson here? You wouldn't want me to pull out the red underwear, would you?
Xing Yun looked troubled.
Whoa. Oh, so that's what show him a lesson means, huh? Dean Luli, seeing Chu Fan's extreme behavior, could hardly contain his anticipation. Ha!
Especially since no one else knew that he held this ace in his hand. When the most critical moment of the championship arrives, he'll reveal it.
Alright.
I have no interest in seeing underwear, not my thing.
How about this? That guy who was sent flying just now should rest properly for 10 or 20 days. Meanwhile, you two can call me Dad for a few days, how does that sound?
Chu Fan said with an innocent smile on his face. But in Xing Yun and Xueqi's eyes, this guy was an extremely dangerous character. If they didn't comply, they could experience being hurled into the air like Ao Yue at any moment.
Dad!
Xueqi blushed and called out first. No way was she willing to spend 10 days to half a month bedridden, or worse, end up paralyzed.
Good girl. Daddy will give you candy.
Chu Fan walked up to Xueqi, pinched her pretty cheek, and pulled out a lollipop from his pocket.
Xing Yun's temper flared when he saw this. But recalling Ao Yue's fate just now, he instantly shrank back again. Dad! Dad!
Xing Yun, though unwilling, still called out. Chu Fan immediately became displeased upon hearing how forced it sounded.
Ungrateful child, why does calling me Dad sound so awful? He kicked him without hesitation. Xing Yun quickly reacted, raising his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier.
Yet, he was still sent flying over 10 meters by Chu Fan's kick.
Ungrateful child, you even dare to fight back.
Chu Fan, looking exasperated as though Xing Yun had failed to meet expectations, rushed over intending to slap him.
Alright, Chu Fan, having tendencies toward domestic violence isn't good, you know.
Gu Ting advised loudly from the side. After speaking, she leaned close to Zhang Ruoshue's ear and whispered, hey, you two shouldn't have kids in the future. Enjoy life having 2 kids without the trouble of childbirth.
Giving birth can change your figure. I'm so envious of you. Zhang Ruoshue's face instantly turned red, but her words seemed to displease the new trainees.
Teacher Gu, when they were beating us to the ground just now, you didn't try to stop them.
Now that Chu Fan has won, why are you urging him to back down? Exactly.
It's great to let Chu Fan vent some frustration for us.
Everyone wanted to watch the drama unfold.
However, Gu Ting understood Chu Fan. She knew he had already surpassed his limits. If the fight continued, it might lead to serious consequences. The one who knocked you down has already flown outside the academy, and the other two are already calling him dad.
What more do you want?
Gu Ting asked, curling her lips.
Everyone thought about it and realized, yeah, that's true.
Remember, from now on, whenever you see my fan bro, call him dad.
Fan bro, I want to call you dad too.
Chu Fan daddy.
I want it too. Looking at Chu Fan's astonishing performance, everyone was convinced. This battle, even Tang Yun and Lu Ruhai, who usually liked to belittle Chu Fan, stood on his side.
From this moment on, no one dared to call Chu Fan useless anymore.
His status in everyone's mind experienced a dramatic transformation. At this moment, Lu Li was full of confidence. He immediately pulled Chu Fan into his private office and closed the door.
Hey, director, what are you doing?
I'm not.
Chu Fan saw Lu Li's actions and felt faintly that something was amiss. Lu Li took out a kettle from the safe behind his desk. Chu Fan felt slightly more at ease upon seeing the dean's actions.
What is this? Chu Fan asked curiously.
This is a treasure I bought with my salary. Next week, we are going to have an elimination match with Zhenghai Lingwu from the neighboring city. Before leaving, Xia Ming got our academy through the qualifiers and into the elimination round. I hope you can inherit his glory. Lu Li was full of excitement, his tone passionate. However, he still felt a bit regretful in his heart. If Xia Ming were still here this year, he might have had a greater performance in the finals. After all, he had just broken through to Heaven rank 1 star, and perhaps he could have earned a place among the genius-filled 4 Divine Beast Academies. But these are merely his fantasies. At this moment, Xia Ming was already undergoing more rigorous special training at the military headquarters. For Xia Ming, the hellish special training felt as warm as home, only deepening his sense of belonging. What he pursued was to become an outstanding martial artist.
Lu Li put away his admiration for Xia Ming and instead focused on Chu Fan in front of him. Chu Fan indeed had some of Xia Ming's traits. When he first entered the elite class at the academy, he was able to overshadow older students.
But the difference was that Xia Ming was extremely hard-working, whereas Chu Fan appeared lazy and idle. He had heard the story of the untalented Zhong Yong.
People, if they don't work hard, no matter how gifted they are, they will ultimately amount to nothing.
What treasure? Chu Fan looked at Lu Li's mysterious expression, and his heart began to anticipate. Recently, someone at the Chamber of Commerce sold a batch of spiritual liquid.
I spent all my savings and bought this big jug.
Hey, how about it? This is spiritual liquid.
It's not the spirit stones we give you every day,
Lu Li said excitedly.
Spirit stones are given out daily? How come I never received any?
Chu Fan countered. He examined the big jug of spiritual liquid, recalling that the dean mentioned it was bought at the Chamber of Commerce.
Could it be the batch he'd sold earlier? Chu Fan immediately felt disappointed. What kind of treasure is this? You even want to lock it in a safe?
It's nothing more than something I played with and discarded.
This is for you. Consider it a personal favor from me. I hope you can bring glory to our academy in the upcoming elimination rounds. TCH, I thought it was something good. Keep the spiritual liquid for yourself. After saying this, Chu Fan opened the door and left.
To him, spiritual liquid was nothing more than bathwater.
Sigh. Ultimately, it's just a lazy personality. Forget it, let them go as far as they can.
Lu Li shook his head, feeling a bit regretful as he watched Chu Fan being so unambitious. He didn't have high expectations for Chu Fan. It's easier to change rivers and mountains than to alter one's nature. What teacher could truly teach a student to change their personality? Returning to his own hut, he found that the bathtub he'd soaked in earlier was already empty. He glanced toward Gu Ting's hut and noticed the curtains in the bathroom had been drawn. After a while, Teacher Gu walked out looking refreshed, her hair still slightly damp and a satisfied smile on her face.
Her cultivation at the first stage of Heaven rank had improved by more than half.
After soaking twice in Chu Fan's bathwater and even drinking a little, she was visibly close to breaking through to the second stage.
Cough, cough.
When she stepped out of the hut and saw him, Gu Ting smiled warmly.
Hey, Chu Fan. Why are you back so quickly? Didn't the dean call you for some special tutoring? My bathwater just now. I poured it out.
Leaving bathwater for too long isn't good for the bathtub, especially for this kind of bamboo product, Gu Ting explained calmly without batting an eye.
Hey, it seems Teacher Gu really cares about the life in the academy. Chu Fan chuckled inwardly. If you want the spiritual liquid, just say so, why go through all these roundabout excuses?
Of course, we all came from the old campus, so it's only right to look out for each other. Gu Ting had an expression of complete self-assurance.
All right then. I still have a pair of smelly socks and some laundry in the house. After staying in the eerie bamboo forest for a few days, the smell is quite strong. Can you help me deal with them? I have some business to attend to in the city. Chu Fan casually tossed out the words before leaving. He walked out through the dilapidated door without looking back. There weren't any vehicles on this stretch of road. Only on weekends and Mondays would there be cars for transportation. Chu Fan relied on his physical strength, sprinting through the bamboo forest third road for over 10 minutes before finally returning to the city. After being stuck in that desolate bamboo forest for a week, Chu Fan was utterly bored. Breathing in the sea breeze until dawn truly felt refreshing. After enjoying a barbecue at a roadside stall, he returned to his rental apartment. This time, he planned to pack up his belongings. Here were the precious items left to him by his parents. Although Chu Fan had traveled through time, he inherited all the original owner's memories, so he still felt an emotional attachment to these things. He came to his room, used the key to unlock it, but found that it wouldn't open. Suddenly, he remembered that last time he left, Zhu Long had smashed the door open. Chu Fan took out his phone and sent a message to his landlord, Zhu Yunyun. "Sis, why can't I open my room? You damn bastard, you still dare to come back? Sleep and then try to run?" Surprisingly, Zhu Yunyun replied instantly. Chu Fan took a look and was instantly dumbfounded. "Damn, I clearly saved your life, and yet you still wronged me? You were scared and came to my place to spend the night. Does that count as sleeping together?" After a while, Chu Fan heard the sound of the front door downstairs opening. Zhu Yunyun was dressed in silk pajamas, wearing slippers, and stomped over to Chu Fan in just a few steps. With her hands on her hips, she glared at him furiously. "Chu Fan, are you even human? You ran away without saying a word, and I searched the academy for half a day because of you. I couldn't even find Jiang Rushue. According to my brother, she's your little girlfriend. Tell me, did you two elope? Have you no shame? You sleep with me and then try to run? Sis, isn't this a bit much? That night, I only saved you because I saw a thug harassing you. You came to me out of fear, that's all." Cold sweat broke out on Chu Fan's forehead. It's also because he had fought continuously that night, truly exhausted, and slept too deeply. The noise was loud enough to wake the entire building. Arguing in the middle of the night, will you let anyone rest? The door opened, and out walked a 3-star Earth-level warrior. When he saw Zhu Yunyun, he immediately chuckled and said, "Carry on with your chat." "Keep chatting. You're kidding, who living here doesn't know Zhu Yunyun's identity? Even though she's at odds with her father, who would dare offend her? Can't even find a job. I'm blackmailing you, so what? Break up with your little girlfriend and be with me, or else I'll cry right in front of you." Zhu Yunyun struck a posture as if she were about to cause a scene. Chu Fan looked utterly troubled. This darn high charm value seems to have become a burden too. But if you're not tall, someone like Jiang Rushue, that aloof goddess, wouldn't even bother with you. Landlady's sister, how about I introduce someone to you? Just let me off the hook. I'm still just a kid. Chu Fan was truly scared of this situation. Can't hit, can't scold, can only think of ways to avoid. Hurry up and open the door. I need to pack up my stuff and move back to school. Break up, or forget about it. Don't even think about leaving here. Boom. Chu Fan, unable to hold back, smashed the door to pieces with a single punch. He quickly grabbed the backpack by the bedside and the ring-shaped jade pendant from the drawer, then fled in haste. Hey, hey, hey! Zhu Yunyun chased after him from behind, but Chu Fan had already vanished without a trace. He randomly picked a hotel to stay overnight, with the only requirement being that it had a bathtub. Chu Fan soaked in the bathtub filled with spiritual liquid, took out his phone, and transferred 10,000 yuan to Zhu Yunyun as compensation for the incident at the door. Suddenly, Chu Fan sensed someone outside the door. He immediately activated his 2-star ability to investigate. Sure enough, he discovered someone outside the door preparing to knock on his room door. Chu Fan quickly put on his clothes and walked to the door. Just before the person knocked on the door, Chu Fan opened it. "What do you want from me?" Chu Fan asked impatiently. The man in front of him was unusually muscular, wearing a black t-shirt, a baseball cap, with dark skin, and a ghastly knife scar on his face. His physique clearly exuded explosive power, with a murderous intent reflected in his gaze. "Someone paid to have your life. So, tell me, how do you want to die?" The man spoke coldly and decisively. Moreover, he seemed unhurried, leisurely walking into Chu Fan's room, turning on the television, and sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. "There are plenty of people who want me dead. Who do you think you are?" Chu Fan searched his mind, trying to figure out who might want him killed. Surely it couldn't be Zhu Yunyun. Kill him just for not breaking up? Chu Fan silently dismissed this possibility. It was indeed too unlikely. Lu Ruhai? Tang Yun? Or perhaps someone behind the Zhu family? Chu Fan had no way of knowing. Quite arrogant, huh? How about this? I'll give you a choice. First, hand over all those spiritual liquid inside the house, and I won't kill you today. But only today. Second, I'll kill you, take everything you have, including those spiritual liquid. The visitor crossed his legs, his gaze indifferent, clearly a professional assassin. I don't doubt whether you can kill me. I'm just wondering if you can walk out of this room. Chu Fan, seeing how brazen the other party was, simply responded in kind. As for the bathwater, if you can walk out of here, you're welcome to take it with you. Suddenly, the scar-faced man casually tossed the remote control in his hand. Whoosh! The remote control, carrying a powerful energy wave, swiftly surged toward Chu Fan. Chu Fan sat opposite, raising his hand to steadily catch the remote control. The energy fluctuations in front of him were effortlessly dissolved, transforming into a wave of air that passed by his side. The scar-faced man saw this and a flash of excitement appeared in his eyes. Oh, this is interesting. How about we have some fun? I'm not interested. Chu Fan ignored him, and a dark matter brick suddenly appeared in his hand, surrounded by lightning, exuding an imposing aura. Speak, who sent you? Tell me before I decide to kill, then help me kill that person, and you'll still have a chance to live. At that moment, the scar-faced man suddenly vanished from where he stood. Spatial power? Teleportation. Chu Fan scoffed disdainfully. This kind of ability is indeed rare, but in his eyes, it's completely insignificant. Chu Fan wields the power of time and space, making spatial abilities seem like child's play to him. His true vision is constantly active, so the moment Scarface disappeared, Chu Fan immediately discerned where he would reappear in the next instant. Slow down. The moment Scarface reappeared, he was right behind Chu Fan, holding a dagger coated in green poison, less than 10 centimeters away from him. However, he still could not pierce Chu Fan's body. The speed was as slow as a snail, as if bound by a powerful gravitational field. Chu Fan casually returned to the sofa, playing with the dark matter brick in his hand. Suddenly, Chu Fan exerted force, throwing the dark matter brick with full power. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, and the scar-faced man instantly vanished from this spacetime, as if he had never existed. Who could it be? Chu Fan sat on the sofa, pondering for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Chu Fan yawned and decided to have a good sleep. Whoever it is, so be it. If it's a person, kill them. If it's a Buddha, slay them. Upon waking up, he received a call from Teacher Gu. What's the matter, teacher? Want to drink my bathwater? Chu Fan lazily stayed in bed, his eyes half closed. Someone's looking for you at the academy. Gu Ting said on the phone before hanging up. Hey. Really know how to keep people in suspense, not even saying who it is. Chu Fan muttered softly to himself while looking at his phone. After getting dressed, he headed to the business association once again. This time, Chu Fan still found the same saleswoman as before. Miss, do you remember me? Chu Fan asked. Of course, how could she forget someone like Chu Fan? She'd remember him even if he turned into ashes. After all, she earned millions in commission last time. Of course, sir. You are my benefactor, how could I forget? By the way, what business are you here for this time? The young lady asked with a smile, her cheeks flushed with excitement upon seeing Chu Fan. This time I want to sell more spiritual liquid. Chu Fan said. Sir, you want to sell more? 10 portions, the young lady asked excitedly. A bit more. 20 units? Where's the place that can hold the most liquid here? Chu Fan asked. The young lady was so excited that she was nearly dizzy. So extravagant? Sir, if what you truly want to sell is spirit liquid, we have storage space tools here. How much do you want to sell? The young lady asked expectantly. Chu Fan suddenly understood, 1,000 cubic meters. In fact, Chu Fan had always wanted to buy an air vehicle, as it would be much more convenient. How much? Excuse me, sir, did you just say 1,000 kilograms or 1,000 cubic meters? The young lady worried she might have misheard. 1,000 cubic meters. Sir, are you joking with me? The young lady, despite having previous experiences, still found it hard to believe this time. Is there really someone who can produce 1,000 units of spiritual liquid? Can it be done or not? If not, I'll find someone else. Chu Fan disliked trouble the most. Originally, he sought out the young lady not because she was beautiful, but because he feared that involving too many people might lead to information leakage. Yes. Sir, please wait, she said, returning to the private office area and retrieving a belt. Come on. Put it in. Aim carefully.
That thing is too precious. The young lady pressed the activation button on the belt, waiting quietly for Chu Fan's spirit liquid. Chu Fan turned the ring, and instantly, a fountain of starry spirit liquid gushed out, precisely entering the interior of the belt. Sir, the energy equivalent of the belt is 1,000 units, just right. As the belt emitted a red glow, Chu Fan stopped his actions.
Sell it all for me. By the way, can I ask if you have airborne vehicles for sale? The kind with automatic driving and interior space?
Yes, of course we do. However, regarding the interior space you mentioned, while it can hold items, it cannot carry anything living.
Chu Fan nodded. As expected. That kind of space, if it could accommodate living beings, would practically be like a fortress.
Inside, one could fully enjoy a variety of conveniences.
Nonetheless, being able to store items is already quite good. Get me one.
The top model, he said eagerly.
The top model. Philly Sapphire brand.
The kind that can withstand small missiles, just like Batman's, super cool.
The young lady enthusiastically recommended. This one it is. How much does it cost?
Chu Fan asked urgently. You'll need to speak with our manager about that. He's the one in charge of selling cars. As he spoke, a middle-aged manager with a receding hairline walked out. His face was sallow, clearly showing signs of long-term kidney
overexertion.
Sir, the hover car you want currently has a market price of 800 million.
It's quite high. Do you want to wait a bit?
I'm not waiting.
I want it right now.
As for the money, just deduct it from the funds I made from those sales.
Chu Fan was burning with urgency, thinking that traveling back and forth to the city would be way more convenient now.
And when picking up girls, having a car would definitely make him stand out.
He just wondered what it would feel like in the air. Would it be shaky?
All right, please wait on the playground for a moment. I'll complete the paperwork and deliver the car to you, the manager said. Under the manager's guidance, Chu Fan arrived at the playground, and sure enough, there were all kinds of stylish cars parked there. But after looking around for a long time, he still couldn't spot the one the manager had mentioned. Fortunately, the manager returned not long after, holding a remote control in his hand and saying with a cheerful smile, "The valuable cars are all in the underground garage." He pressed the button, and a huge recessed door appeared on the ground.
Chu Fan followed him down the elevator.
This underground garage was truly enormous, resembling a circular football stadium, layered downward
to an unfathomable depth.
The policeman led him to the 43rd underground level. Soon, Chu Fan caught sight of his dream car.
It truly was the Batmobile.
The elegant lines and eye-catching design made his heart race. He got into the car, and it automatically launched its initial owner recognition program. The process was simple, with facial recognition and DNA identification checks, and soon, Chu Fan's car flew out of the garage on its own.
Fly a bit higher.
Chu Fan soared over Jiangdong City, overlooking the skyscrapers from above. The scenery before him filled him with awe. He could even see the protective shield in the sky, a massive safeguard designed to defend against the invasion of alien beasts. Every city had one.
This is so beautiful, he thought with admiration, gazing down at the entirety of Jiangdong, the coastal city.
His eyes naturally fell on the Jiangdong Academy's new campus nestled in the bamboo grove at the city's northwest corner, with a backyard that opened directly into a desolate, untouched jungle wilderness. Chu Fan piloted the plane, soaring freely across the entire Jiangdong, eventually returning to the academy. However, as he passed the new academy, a gigantic shadow suddenly enveloped the entire sky.
Chu Fan looked up and was utterly astonished. It was a meteorite.
On the beach, by the coast, on house balconies, villa courtyards, and streets, many people were filled with laughter and joy, the atmosphere harmonious, yet they remained unaware of the impending disaster.
Chu Fan witnessed firsthand as the meteor fell like an arrow from the sky.
The metallic substance of the meteor rubbed against the oxygen in the atmosphere, instantly igniting into blazing flames, resembling a super fireball descending upon the world.
Finished.
Chu Fan witnessed the massive fireball colliding with the protective shield in the sky. This shield is made of a special silicon-based compound, capable of resisting harmful radiation while effectively preventing the invasion of alien beasts. It can withstand an impact force of approximately 100,000 tons. However, meteorites flying from outer space, influenced by the gravitational forces of various galaxies, bring an energy that is far beyond what 100,000 tons can compare to. The powerful airwave instantly melted a massive hole in the protective shield. Immediately afterward, a gigantic fireball appeared in people's field of vision. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared intently at everything unfolding. Chu Fan roughly estimated that the gigantic fireball had a diameter of at least 100 meters.
Something's not right. It's a meteor.
Instantly, the crowd, upon seeing this scene, scattered in panic to escape. Everyone's first reaction was to rush home as quickly as possible to reunite with their loved ones. For a moment, Jiangdong City turned extraordinarily chaotic, like a disaster-stricken world. Fortunately, the Jiangdong Martial Arts Hall headquarters emitted 3 energy waves red, blue, and green that enveloped the giant fireball, temporarily halting its advance. Inside the hall, a silver-haired young man frowned deeply.
Big brother, let me give it a try. I can teleport it away.
No, your method has less than a 1% chance of success, and you don't have any descendants.
You can't take this risk. Then I'll go. Another man, with flowing long hair and exceptional good looks, stood up. Do you want your newly wedded wife to become a widow?
The mature man sitting in the main seat, radiating strength and vigor, sported a buzzcut, giving him an especially sharp appearance.
There's no time.
If we don't act now, Jiangdong City will be razed to the ground, and this pure land of bliss will instantly turn into a living hell.
Even if there's only a 1% chance, there's still hope.
The white-haired youth Xu Qing crossed his arms in front of his chest, pacing back and forth anxiously. The 3 of them were none other than the strongest trio of Jiangdu Martial Arts Center. Xu Qing, Gu Chen, and Pang Long, who was seated in the main chair, had just joined forces to cast the domain control suspension technique, temporarily halting the meteorite's advance. However, this was only a temporary measure. In less than half an hour, their spiritual energy would be depleted, and Jiangdong City would be reduced to ashes. Just as the 3 were at a loss, the office door was pushed open.
Lin Long, what are you doing here? You can't help with this.
Pang Long glanced over and saw that it was the commander of the Great Xia military department. They belonged to 2 entirely different systems. Pang Long and the other 2 are members of the Daxia Martial Arts Headquarters, while Daxia is composed of 3 forces, the Military Department, the Martial Arts Headquarters, and the Technology Headquarters. These 3 departments usually support each other, and in the face of such disasters, they help each other even more.
No, I came to bring a solution.
Lin Long sat down.
What solution? Speak quickly.
Xu Qing appeared anxious, slapping the table as he stood up. Fine beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead, and he was about to reach his limit. After saying this, he swallowed a spiritual fruit to replenish his energy.
Don't worry, I'll show you a video first.
Lin Long said, taking out a hexagonal crystal. This was a memory crystal.
Pang Long extended his index finger, and a surge of energy flowed toward it.
Suddenly, the light screen of the memory crystal flashed. A miniature 3D projection formed on the desk, vividly depicting mountains and cities, resembling a real miniature world.
The scene displayed the outskirts of Wilderness Zone Number 3. That's a beast frenzy. Did you not call for support? Xu Qing was baffled. Why was Lin Long showing them this video? What does it have to do with the current meteorite disaster? Look closely. Lin Long reminded.
The scene showed Chu Fan using the antimatter slab in his hand, killing one exotic beast after another. No powerful beast king could withstand Chu Fan's dark matter weapon, all were reduced to ashes.
That is, a dark matter weapon. Gu Chen exclaimed in shock as he finally understood the truth. Dark matter weapon? Can this really be true? That is something beyond an ultimate spiritual weapon. It's referred to as a divine weapon. How could someone like him, merely a human-level Karami, possibly own such a thing?
Xu Qing was utterly perplexed, but he already understood why Lin Long wanted them to watch the video.
Dark matter. It possesses endless absorption capabilities.
If he is willing to lend this weapon, along with the combined strength of us 3, we can surely destroy that meteorite, Gu Chen said while slapping the table.
Where is that person now? Pang Long asked.
He's a student at Jiangdong Academy, and he should currently be at the new campus.
At the Jiangdong new campus, Xu Fan boarded just now. Dark matter weapon? Is this true?
That's an existence surpassing supreme-grade spiritual tools, practically referred to as a divine
weapon. How could someone as insignificant as him at the human tier stage possibly possess such a thing?
Xu Qing looked puzzled, but he understood why Lin Long had them watch the video.
Dark matter. It has infinite absorption capabilities.
If he's willing to lend this weapon, combined with the abilities of the 3 of us, we could surely blast away this meteorite, Gu Chen said excitedly, patting the table.
Where is he now? Pang Long asked.
He's a student at Jiangdong Academy, and he should be at the new campus now. At the Jiangdong new campus, Xu Fan hurriedly landed his newly purchased flying car in front of the gate.
Xiao Shui, Teacher Gu.
Xu Fan shouted loudly after getting out of the car. At this moment, all the students were collectively gazing up at the massive fireball in fear. Tang Yun, Lu Ruhai, and others urgently sought help from their families, while Jiang Rushue also received a call from her father, Jiang Jiangwo.
Amid the chaos, the void flickered, and 3 peerless experts suddenly appeared.
Yes, Chief. Lu Li immediately recognized the 3 leaders of the Jiangdong martial arts chief.
You're Chu Fan?
Peng Long didn't have time for small talk with Lu Li. Chu Fan nodded, appearing calm on the surface, but waves of turmoil raged within him. He realized that all 3 people before him possessed connections he could utilize.
Shu Qing, Bond Arrogance, during battles, automatically restores a small amount of spiritual energy. February 4th. Ancient Dust, Bond, the more you fight, the braver you become. During combat, all physical attributes will improve over time.
2/4/6/8.
Peng Long, Bond, Soldier King.
Proficient in various firearms, able to unleash the maximum destructive power of all weapons.
If you want to save your classmates, come with us.
Around Zhu Qing were many beautiful female classmates, especially after seeing Jiang Rushue. Many of them secretly admired him in their hearts.
He struck a pose as if trying to be cool. If you want my help, just say so. What's the point of making up these excuses?
Chu Fan curled his lips, easily seeing through their intentions, thinking to himself, as if I'm the one begging you.
Alright, stop rambling so much.
We're all in the same boat. If you want to survive, come with us. Peng Long's words still held great persuasive power, and the 2 men quickly ceased speaking further.
Chu Fan accepted this perspective. A shared destiny. It did seem true.
He silently pondered in his heart, wanting to figure out how he could be of help.
Let's go.
Chu Fan got directly into the car, initially thinking he would need to drive it himself. But as soon as the 3 others lightly touched his vehicle, whoosh,
Chu Fan and the 3 instantly disappeared, vanishing as if they had never existed.
We have no choice but to trust them, Lu Li softly muttered to himself, his gaze firmly fixed on the enormous red sphere in the sky. The blazing flames, as if they had emerged straight from hell, filled his heart with dread. Perhaps, before long, this place, every corner, the entire academy, and even all the academies would become a sea of fire. But, where else could they go? Was there still time to escape? If that red sphere crashed down, an area spanning nearly 1,000 kilometers would be reduced to ashes. The headquarters of Jiangdong Martial Arts Hall.
Chu Fan and his beloved car were instantly transported here. Little brother, I heard your weapon is a dark matter weapon. Where did you get it?
Shu Chun walked to Chu Fan's car door, tapped on it, and asked.
Chu Fan's heart trembled. How could they know his weapon was made of dark matter?
He had never mentioned this to anyone, and he
hadn't paid attention before since no one had ever noticed it.
But now, he hadn't expected someone to inquire about it directly.
Shu Qing, stop being so nosy. Peng Long reprimanded in a low voice.
Shu Qing could only obediently shut his mouth.
Your weapon, is it a dark matter weapon? Peng Long asked seriously. Chu Fan nodded.
At this point, he could no longer deny it. He extended his hand to reveal the black dark matter slab, with arcs of
electricity flickering on its surface.
Upon closer inspection, the slab's structure appeared highly unstable, its shape constantly shifting.
Indeed it is. Big brother, there's hope now.
Guchen said excitedly upon seeing the slab in Chu Fan's hand.
Could we borrow it? Peng Long asked.
Chu Fan shook his head.
You're not lending it?
Then I'll have to kill you and take it myself, Chu Qing angrily threatened. It's not that I refuse to lend it to you, but this weapon is quite unique.
It's bound to my soul.
Even if you kill me, the weapon will disappear along with me. Shu Qing and Gu Chen both revealed puzzled expressions.
Is there really such a thing as soul binding?
They had never heard of it in their martial arts cultivation journey.
Big brother, is there really such a thing? Gu Chen couldn't help but whisper to Peng Long.
Peng Long didn't answer, feeling as though 1,000 grass-mud horses were galloping through his mind.
You ask me, but who else can I ask?
If what he said is true, if we kill him, we're all doomed.
How about this?
The 3 of us shall set up a spirit-gathering formation, concentrate all our energy on this kid, and then have him wield the weapon to blast the meteorite.
Peng Long proposed.
This weapon requires a certain level of energy to destroy the meteorite, Gu Chen added. Our combined energy is no small matter.
Can this kid really handle it? Shu Qing expressed doubt. Let's go all out. This is the only reasonable way now. If I keep hesitating, I won't be able to hold on. Waiting for support might be too
late. Besides, the capital might not necessarily have a better solution.
Beads of cold sweat were already forming on Gu Chen's forehead.
The 3 of them had been continuously splitting their focus to maintain the domain control immobilization technique. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was secretly shocked.
So the massive fireball was forcefully immobilized by their combined abilities.
Such a huge fireball being controlled by powers, just what level are these three?
Alright, let's do it.
The three of them quickly reached a consensus, their eyes turning to Chu Fan.
Why are you all looking at me? Do I have any decision-making authority? I'm just here to cooperate with you.
Chu Fan's brief words had already shown his support for this approach.
It must be noted that
making such a decision required immense courage from him. Of course, he was also confident in his godlike physique as the Lord of Darkness, believing his body could withstand the power of the three.
Jiangdong City, overhead. Everyone witnessed this scene.
Zhu Cheng, Gu Chen, and Pang Long stood in a triangular formation, spaced 100 meters apart.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Pang Long drew circles left and right, kicked with his right foot.
A series of movements unfolded swiftly.
The grand formation was created, revealing semi-transparent divine radiance, with dense runes swirling around.
Get up here.
At this moment, Chu Fan actually heard Pang Long's voice in his mind.
Is this the 1,000-mile sound transmission technique?
Chu Fan was secretly amazed. Once he mastered this, he wouldn't need to spend money
to chat on the phone anymore.
He wouldn't have to worry about being overheard and could whisper sweetly to his lover without feeling shy.
Chu Fan piloted the flying car, taking it to the top of the magic array. The four-person team formed an equilateral triangular three-dimensional shape. Everyone
in Jiangdong was watching intently, placing all their hopes on this moment. The television stations continued to report, and drone footage captured the scene. The people of Jiangdong put everything down at this moment. All matters seemed insignificant now. They only wanted to stay close to their loved ones, silently praying for everything to succeed.
Are you ready? Pang Long asked.
Unable to communicate verbally, Chu Fan could only nod in response.
Come on. Pang Long suddenly surged with spiritual energy.
The three sensed each other and poured all their strength into the magic array. As the domain control immobilization spell lost its spiritual energy support, the massive fireball instantly began to move.
It's moving! It's moving again!
Everyone panicked as they watched the massive fireball approach Jiangdong City's protective shield once more. The scorching lava burned through the entire protective shield. No material, no matter how tough, could withstand such extreme temperatures. The protective shield emitted a piercing sound as it melted piece by piece.
Ah!
At the center of the magic array, Chu Fan felt an endless surge of power entering his body, like an unceasing tide.
So painful.
Chu Fan finally realized the discomfort in his body. After all, his Dark Lord's divine physique was not a complete form.
He could feel his body cracking. This power was simply too overpowering.
The full strength of the three powerful beings surged in, making him feel as if his entire body was about to explode.
Hold on.
A voice echoed in Chu Fan's mind. Pang Long was encouraging him to persevere. At this moment, if his will were not firm enough, his divine body would soon collapse.
I know. Chu Fan gritted his teeth, but the intense pain was almost unbearable.
He felt as though his body was about to crack apart, shattering into countless pieces, with every inch of his skin and bones emitting piercing pain.
An infinite surge of power swept over, filling Chu Fan's vessel with endless energy. Am I going to die?
Suddenly, blood and sweat seeped from the center of his brow. At the same time, other parts of his body began to show cracks of the divine physique. The clothes were stained red with blood, looking utterly disheveled.
Chu Fan. Zhang Ruxue, in the Academy's registration room, couldn't help but burst into tears upon seeing Chu Fan's situation. She felt heartache for Chu Fan. Although this person was often quite annoying, and his words sometimes really sharp, he always stepped forward in critical moments. At this moment, Zhang Ruxue felt the most genuine emotion in her heart, though she didn't know if such thoughts were still in time. Watching Chu Fan's face contort in agony, suffering immensely. Chu Fan.
Even Gu Ting couldn't help but shed tears. This time, it wasn't because she feared losing Chu Fan's bathwater. Every inch of Chu Fan's skin, every nerve ending, even every molecule felt indescribable pain.
Ah!
This pain was not merely physical, even his soul trembled. As energy poured into the magic array, a crack began to appear on Chu Fan's forehead. Blood gushed out, dripping onto the intricate inscription of the magic array.
It's bad. Xu Qing saw the scene and felt uneasy.
He noticed that Chu Fan's life force was gradually fading away.
And in front of the camera, everyone was staring at this scene. He is still just a child. Sigh. How could he bear such enormous pressure? You must hold on.
Everyone felt a pang of worry in their hearts for Chu Fan's condition. Until today, no one truly knew this student. But at this moment, everyone was silently praying for him.
Ah, damn system, I'm about to lose it. Chu Fan's soul seemed to be sweating. He used the last bit of his sanity to communicate with the system. Don't worry. The Dark Lord's body can handle it. Resist your sister. Why don't you give it a try? Chu Fan felt like he was about to be completely annihilated. At this moment, the meteorite had completely transformed into a massive fireball, pressing down onto the land of Jiangdong City. Chu Fan, hold on for me. Peng Long shouted loudly. The three simultaneously exerted their strength, channeling all their energy into the magic formation. The magic formation underwent a series of complex transformations, emitting a beam of light that shot straight toward Chu Fan. Ah! At this moment, Chu Fan's sense of pain once again reached its limit. He felt as if his body were about to split apart, with some parts even losing sensation. However, at this moment, Chu Fan had only one goal in his heart. He understood that this was the only chance to survive. Fortunately, his right hand could still move. Chu Fan endured intense pain and stretched out his blood-covered right arm. The dark matter brick seemed to bathe in a golden sea of lightning, with a surge of unparalleled energy flowing through it. At this moment, Chu Fan forgot the pain, for he no longer cared about life or death. Bondage, berserk. Blood seeped from Chu Fan's cracked head and eyes. But in his eyes, there was only the enormous meteor. Go! Chu Fan swung with all his might. The dark matter slab, like a blade slicing through the darkness of the void. Ah! The powerful energy fluctuation caused the void to shimmer with dazzling radiance. Boom, boom, boom. The compression of power in the air produced dazzling lightning. The entire space was about to distort. Two immense forces collided fiercely. Ah! No! At that moment, everyone covered their eyes, not daring to look directly. Some girls instinctively dove into their boyfriend's arms. Zzzzzzz. The TV screen could no longer receive any signal. Everyone stared desperately at the screen with no images, eventually closing their eyes and awaiting the arrival of the end. However, after waiting for a long time, no violent explosion occurred. Ah! Chu Fan widened his eyes, seeing that the dark matter slab was actually crazily absorbing the energy from the meteorite. Chu Fan's body, deprived of energy impact, could no longer feel the kind of maddening pain. However, his broken body could no longer walk normally. The moment the magic formation vanished, Chu Fan's body fell from the sky. Fortunately, Peng Long caught him in time. Child, you've worked hard. Rest for a while. He placed Chu Fan on the rooftop of a flat house, while Chu Fan's weapon continued to confront the meteor in the air. It's a success. Big brother. Look. That dark matter is indeed absorbing the energy of the meteorite, Zhu Qing shouted excitedly, pointing at the scene in the sky. Chu Fan's dark matter brick truly lived up to expectations, rapidly absorbing all the meteorite's energy. In the end, the meteorite fell to the ground like an ordinary stone. However, its sheer weight still leveled a mountaintop. Lin Long, it's time for you to take action. Peng Long pulled out the communicator and shouted. They have already given their all. At this moment, they have exhausted all the energy in their bodies and won't recover within 10 days or half a month. Therefore, they are completely incapable of fighting now. However, the meteor just now has already melted all the protective shields. At this moment, Jiangdong City is exposed in the wilderness zone. The most dangerous disaster may have been eliminated, but new dangers have quietly arrived. Lin Long was in the corner, constantly keeping an eye on Chu Fan. After hearing Peng Long's message, he felt somewhat displeased but still left. 30 minutes later. Due to the disappearance of the protective shield, the beasts all caught the scent emanating from this area. Howl. All the wild beasts charged in from all directions. This time, the exotic beasts have definitely surpassed everyone's imagination. Calling the martial arts headquarters? The meteorite crisis has been resolved, but the exotic beasts will soon smell the scent of blood and prepare to attack our city. Requesting support. Peng Long kept contacting various forces, seeking help. Headquarters has received the message. Martial God Lin Bing has already led a heavily tier team to provide rescue, and the technology department has dispatched personnel to repair the shield. Upon hearing this news, Peng Long finally felt a bit more at ease. However, the period before support arrives is the most dangerous. He had just hung up the communicator when a dense flock of avian-type alien beasts appeared in the sky. Boom boom boom. The defense laser cannons of Jiangdong City activated, beginning the counterattack. Meanwhile, all martial artists from the academies and martial arts halls quickly formed squads, preparing to face the impending disaster. In the face of this disaster, people displayed astonishing unity. Zhang Ruishue, Tang Yun, Lu Rohai, and others formed a school squad under Gu Ting's organization,
ready to fight at any moment.
Who? Chu Fan gulped down a large amount of spiritual liquid, stopping only when his stomach felt uncomfortably full. Then, he struggled to sneak into the bungalow. Luckily, there's a wooden barrel bathtub here. Chu Fan poured the spiritual liquid without hesitation and dived in without even taking off his clothes. His damaged body soaked in the glowing spiritual liquid, feeling his divine physique gradually recovering. The pain gradually subsided, replaced by a tingling sensation. Chu Fan understood that it was a sign of the crack healing. In less than 5 minutes, the energy in the spiritual liquid was completely absorbed by Chu Fan's divine body. He replaced it with a new tank of spiritual liquid. After soaking 5 times in a row, Chu Fan's body was finally completely renewed. He was surprised to find that he had reverted to the peak form of his Dark Lord divine body, with its completion rate unexpectedly increasing to 30%. What surprised him even more was that his dark matter brick, after absorbing the meteorite's energy, had actively returned to his divine body. What puzzled him was that at this moment, the dark matter brick appeared to show a numerical percentage of energy. 0.01%? Was this all the energy that the dark matter brick had absorbed from the meteorite?
A high-speed meteor with a diameter of 100 meters contains energy greater than thousands of nuclear bombs.
And after fully absorbing it, it's only 0.01%? What will happen when it's fully absorbed? Chu Fan, thank you for everything you've done for us. I will remember it forever.
Among the Academy's group, Zhang Rushua's heart echoed with memories of her moments with Chu Fan, even unable to stop herself from recalling that night.
Harshly punished Chu Fan. The scene just now, the final moment.
Chu Fan was so close to the meteorite, yet it didn't trigger a nuclear explosion. But the meteorite landing destroyed the mountaintop, and the energy it generated was enough to cause a significant earthquake in Jiangdong City. No one believed that Chu Fan could survive at such a close distance.
Chu Fan, from now on, I'll take care of your woman for you.
Lu Ruhai was also among the group, and he couldn't help feeling a bit pleased in his heart. In the past, he always mocked and slandered Chu Fan, but after the battle with Aou, he realized that he was nothing more than a clown. The deeply unbalanced Lu Ruhai knew that Chu Fan probably wouldn't come back this time. Incredibly joyful inside, these 100 elite martial arts students of Jiangdong, led by Gu Ting, headed to the forest near the wilderness area in the northern part of Jiangdong City to fend off the exotic beasts. That place was also the wilderness area where they were previously assessed.
This is an S-level dangerous zone.
Fortunately, after a period of training, they have significantly improved, and many have reached the Earth rank. Even when facing Beast Command-level creatures, they can respond with ease. The entire Jiangdong City has fallen into crisis, with all portals wide open.
The concept of safety has almost disappeared. All the wild zone beasts can invade at will. Laser cannons and thermal weapons are basically used to deal with airborne alien beasts. However, in just 10 short minutes, a large number of alien beasts surged into the outskirts of Jiangdong City.
The nobles swiftly activated space shuttles to transport family members to Zhanghai City for refuge, as Zhanghai is the closest to Jiangdong. However, what they did not know was that due to this incident, all the exotic beasts became unusually active, making it impossible to open the shield of Zhanghai City.
As a result, many spacecraft arrived only to discover they couldn't enter.
In the end, they were shattered into pieces by a single slap from airborne exotic beasts. The scene was too tragic to behold.
Many people in Jiangdong City were torn to pieces by exotic beasts. After fully recovering, Chu Fan stepped onto the street. Growl.
Chu Fan saw a spirit cat of beast general level, incredibly fast, leaping down from a tree and preparing to bite his throat.
Chu Fan raised his hand and struck. Smashed it into pulp with one palm. Woo woo woo. Please save my mom.
At that moment, Chu Fan heard the sound of a little girl crying from the end of the street. He rushed over immediately and saw the girl's mother lying in a pool of blood, her back torn apart by the claws of a strange beast. The scene was horrifying, and there was no sign of life remaining. The little girl appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old, crying like a tearful mess, her clothes stained with blood.
Chu Fan witnessed the scene and felt a tightness in his heart.
He knew that such a tragic scene was unfolding in every corner of the city. He stood up and picked up the little girl, but not far away, 3 king-level exotic beasts, the Ice Plains Wolf Kings, were charging from different directions.
The Wolf Kings were incredibly fast and extremely powerful.
More importantly, their claws carried freezing frost. Once entangled, it was almost impossible to escape.
Berserk! Flames seemed to ignite in Chu Fan's eyes. He glared furiously at these alien beasts.
At this moment, he showed no mercy. The dark matter brick appeared out of thin air in his hand.
He held the little girl in his arms, a chilling gleam flashing in his eyes. The 3 Ice Plane Wolf Kings pouncing toward him instantly slowed down. Immediately afterward, he swung down 3 bricks. The 3 Wolf Kings instantly turned into a wisp of gas and vanished from the world. Chu Fan placed the little girl on his Batman Batmobile and instructed it to take her to the Jiangdong Martial Arts Association headquarters. Chu Fan once again unleashed a killing spree. Endless alien beasts emerged, and with the brick in his hand, Chu Fan moved through the surge of beasts as if in an uninhabited zone, resembling a meat grinder. Wherever he went, the alien beasts almost evaporated. When feeling weak, he gulped down the spiritual liquid. Chu Fan fought his way from the city center to the outskirts. Many people witnessed Chu Fan's bravery and quickly recorded videos. This hero seems somewhat familiar. Oh my god, isn't he the young man who once stopped the meteor? And now he's repelling the beasts again, truly incredible. That's right. When has Jiangdong City ever had such an outstanding young man? This youth looks like he's just a college student. Even back then, Xia Ming didn't seem this strong. On the roadside, many people, after witnessing Chu Fan's heroic actions, couldn't help but compare him to the once famous genius Xia Ming. Chu Fan rampaged along the way, like a deity of war, fearless and unstoppable. He fought his way along the highway all the way to the gates of Jiangdong Academy. It's Chu Fan. Look how handsome he is. At the old campus of Jiangdong Academy, most of the students at the entrance were still at the level of 4 or 5-star human rank, utterly powerless against such beasts. However, when they saw Chu Fan appear, it was as if they had caught sight of a savior. The academy's teachers swiftly slew the beasts at the gate, allowing Chu Fan to enter. How is it? Are the students at school doing all right? Chu Fan asked when he saw the faculty members from Class 1 and Class 2, Yu Yun and Gu Shanyu. They're doing fine. The academy still has the development marks left by the ancestors and the Sword Saint predecessor. That's why the beasts don't dare attack too recklessly, Yu Yun explained. Brother Chu Fan, you're amazing. We all saw your heroic deeds just now. Yeah. Just now, when you were enduring that immense force and looked like you were in so much pain, it had us terrified. But you turned out just fine. Brother Chu Fan, can I like you? Many girls had already become Chu Fan's fangirls. Hearing this, Chu Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the compliments were pleasant, now was not the time to become complacent. Suddenly, his expression turned angry. Since the academy is safe, why don't you go out and rescue the innocent people outside? Just sitting here waiting? Yu Yun and Gu Shanyu were stunned by Chu Fan's roar. They never expected that as teachers, they would be reprimanded by a student, and they couldn't even refute him. Indeed, as instructors with 7-star and 8-star Earth-level strength, as long as there wasn't a powerful Beast King outside, they should be able to handle it. If they could survive and bring others back to the academy, they could save more lives. Hurry up and organize a rescue team. After throwing down these words, Chu Fan disappeared at the academy's entrance. All the trainees were filled with guilt in their hearts. Indeed. Why were they so selfish? Afraid of death? Then what was the point of cultivation? What is the essence of a martial artist? Suddenly, everyone had a realization in their hearts. Yu Yun's delicate face turned slightly red, after Chu Fan's words just now. She realized the gap between herself and the top-tier powerhouses. Meanwhile, Gu Shanyu beside her appeared timid and hesitant. Teacher Yu, how about you lead the elite powerhouses out, and I'll stay to guard the academy. Hearing Gu Shanyu's words, Yu Yun couldn't help but scoff inwardly. With a disdainful smile, she merely uttered 2 simple words, suit yourself. Chu Fan used to be a waste in the academy, yet he understands the need to contribute. As a teacher, how can you be so cowardly? Thinking back to how Gu Shanyu had been pursuing her all these years, she suddenly felt fortunate for not accepting him. Such a person is unlikely to achieve greatness. After saying this, she selected some students proficient in long-range abilities or healing abilities from the group and followed Chu Fan's lead. As soon as they stepped out of the academy's entrance, they saw numerous bodies sprawled across the street, many of them mangled and incomplete, emitting a pungent smell of blood. The scene was extremely gruesome. Ugh! How could the students have witnessed such a sight before? Many of them vomited on the spot. Roar! Suddenly, a beast-level black-haired pig came charging out from the flower bed beside the street. This was a beast general-level mutant beast. Yu Yun's wind-based ability was as gentle as a spring breeze. This was a group support type ability. Yu Yun's small finger pointed to the sky. Instantly, a gentle breeze swept through the entire space, bringing a sense of comfort. Everyone present experienced a boost in speed and strength to varying degrees. The black-haired pig seemed about to pounce on its target,
but the female student narrowly dodged the attack with her nimble movements. A male student standing beside the girl saw this and felt a surge of fury. That was the girl he had always secretly admired. How dare this black-haired pig attack her? A bolt of lightning flickered in the boy's hand. Wrath of thunder. Boom! The black-haired boar had just landed and was about to launch another attack, but a lightning strike roasted it into charred blackness. Roar! It convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Well done, Yang Ming, Yu Yun said gleefully, looking at the boy who had stepped forward. Thank you, Yang Ming. The girl blushed, her heart racing, seemingly still unsettled from the earlier danger. After the cooperation just now, Yu Yun's confidence surged, and the other classmates also became braver due to Yang Ming's performance. Yes, our homeland is in trouble. If we don't stand up, who will? In our daily lives, we are well fed and worry-free, all thanks to these ordinary farmers and workers who toil day in and day out, year after year, to sustain us. Without them, we probably wouldn't even have food to eat. Looking at the scattered corpses covered in blood on the ground, everyone was deeply moved. Kill. Drive these beasts out of our homeland. Yes. Kill. Everyone was filled with burning anger. Meanwhile, Chu Fan advanced explosively, leaving sparks and lightning in his wake. Starting from the old campus in the middle of the academy, he fought his way all the way to the northwest new campus. During this period, he didn't know how many exotic beasts he had slain. He was covered in blood, with a stench emanating from his body. Finally, he arrived outside the large bamboo forest. But Chu Fan discovered that the academy in this bamboo forest seemed to be deserted. His heart tightened. Did something happen here? When he strode into the academy, he found it completely empty, with no corpses at all. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. Suddenly, he sensed a chill behind him. Chu Fan quickly sidestepped. So close. The huge claw of a Peak King-level exotic beast, carrying lightning, swept past Chu Fan's side. Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, outside the bamboo grove, a flashy sports car glowing with sapphire brilliance flew in from the sky. Two young people jumped down from the car. The man was handsome, with strikingly chiseled features, and, most notably, his skin was even fairer than a girl's. The girl wore a neat single ponytail, her figure not overly exaggerated but still outstanding, and her face was in no way inferior to Jiang Rushuet, definitely a stunning beauty. Both were dressed in black combat uniforms with golden silk trim. Little brother, don't be afraid. I'll take care of this Tiger King. The handsome man had a gentle expression, trying to reassure Chu Fan. He was afraid Chu Fan might panic and suddenly run away, which would instead infuriate the Tiger King and lead to a quicker death. Afraid? Chu Fan secretly laughed in his heart. Right hand clenched into a fist, left hand struck. In a berserk state, he blasted the Tiger King out of the bamboo forest with a single move, leaving the two people before him utterly stunned by its miserable cries. Is this even human? A single punch to cripple a Peak King-level beast? Is it still the Tiger King with incredibly strong attack and defense? What kind of freakish power is this? Nice one, brother. Are you here as support from Kyoto too? The pretty girl gave Chu Fan a thumbs up and a sweet smile. After speaking, she drew the slender sword from her back and made a mid-air bow-drawing pose. The girl looks valiant and spirited. This actually left Chu Fan greatly astonished. After the girl completed her movements, a massive golden bow appeared, carrying a slender longsword that was unexpectedly being used as an arrow. Whoosh! As the girl let go, the longsword shot out like a meteor. Thud! The sword pierced right through the Tiger King's brow, leaving it lifeless. Kyoto? Could it be that they are students from Kyoto? Hey there, bud. Let me introduce myself. I'm Luo Yu from White Tiger Academy, and she's Xia Hong. Which school are you from? I've never seen you in any of the previous training matches. Luo Yu said confidently. Xia Hong? Chu Fan had heard that they were aid coming from Kyoto and nodded to express gratitude. Chu Fan, a local student of Jiangdong. Upon hearing that Chu Fan was a student from the local academy in Jiangdong City, the two of them were immediately surprised. Based on the power of the punch delivered by Chu Fan just now. Are you a student of Jiangdong University? Are you Xia Ming? Luo Yu asked in confusion. He vaguely remembered that Jiangdong University had a rather skilled student who performed well in last year's Grand Summer Martial Arts Elite competition. In the finals, they caused some trouble for Chu Fan. However, it was merely some trouble. Xia Ming ultimately still lost to a student from their academy. After all, the opponent was one of the strongest students from the capital. But, the person in front of him doesn't seem to look much like Xia Ming. This person is so handsome, he might even surpass himself. My name is Xia Hong, nice to meet you. Xiahong stepped forward with a sweet smile, like the girl next door. At that moment, the long sword she had just launched automatically returned to its scabbard. Luo Yu, standing nearby, felt a surge of dissatisfaction in his heart upon seeing Xiahong take the initiative to shake hands with Chu Fan. Normally, Xiahong wouldn't easily shake hands with people, let alone taking the initiative, right? Chu Fan was covered in blood and flesh, but when he saw the fair, tender little hand reaching out in front of him, he did not extend his own hand. At the same time, Chu Fan noticed a line of text appearing above the girl's head. Bond, archery specialization. Capable of precisely launching weapons to hit enemies. Chu Fan's heart lit up. This was simply perfect for him. If I can obtain this bond, wouldn't using a dark matter brick in the future guarantee a perfect hit every time? Greater distance, higher accuracy. But they are a pair after all. Snatching someone away? That's somewhat taking advantage of the situation. Just as the two were kindly greeting Chu Fan, he was actually considering whether to snatch someone away. Thinking of this, Chu Fan gave himself a figurative slap. Is this stealing someone else's thunder? No, this is improving oneself. Enhancing combat power. Only then can he better slay monsters and contribute to the nation. Thinking of this, Chu Fan smiled slightly. A moment later, he returned to his hut, and 10 seconds later, Chu Fan had changed into a dashing combat uniform, completely clean and spotless, appearing before them with a completely new look. When Luo Yu saw Chu Fan's handsome face, it even made him, who prided himself on surpassing Panin, feel a tinge of jealousy. Chu Fan. Let's continue to learn from each other in the future. This time, Chu Fan proactively extended his hand as a gesture of goodwill. Just as Xiahong prepared to reach out, Luo Yu intercepted, standing in front of Chu Fan and shaking hands with him. Chu Fan. Not bad at all. That punch just now, the force was at least 8,000 tons. Seems like you've reached at least the peak of the earth level, ha! Luo Yu said with a hostile expression. Hatred from Luo Yu plus 1,000. Hearing this, Chu Fan was stunned for a moment. But he quickly understood. This guy feels like he's about to lose his place, ha! The handshake between the two was filled with a contest of strength. Luo Yu was secretly shocked in his heart. The person before him turned out to be a sky-ranked 2-star expert. Even in the Kyoto Academy, where powerful figures gathered like clouds, he was an exceptional talent. However, he couldn't overpower Chu Fan. What kind of monster is this? Could it be that he has also advanced to the sky rank? How could a student from a small place be so powerful? It's completely illogical. He looks as if he's only a freshman. If there truly were such a genius, how could they not be in one of Kyoto's 4 academies? Luo Yu couldn't figure it out. Similarly, Chu Fan was astonished. He had just broken through to the Earth tier. Coupled with Berserk mode and the divine body of the Lord of Darkness, his power had reached an unprecedentedly terrifying level. But unexpectedly, the person in front of him could actually stand on equal footing with him. It seems that the genius of Kyoto does indeed have some skills. The handshake between the two lasted for a full minute, and the blush on their faces seemed nearly overflowing. Hey, what's the matter with you two? Can't bear to let go of the handshake, huh? Alright then, go fight monsters hand in hand. Xiahong pouted high, got in the car, and flew off. Hey, Xia, wait for me. Luo Yu saw this scene and immediately felt a bit embarrassed, quickly letting go and chasing after her. Chu Fan gazed deeply in the direction they left, understanding in his heart that their bond would not end here, they were destined to meet again in the future. Chu Fan searched in the bamboo forest for a while and indeed discovered a small path littered with the corpses of strange beasts. Everywhere else was clean and tidy, except for this small path, which was covered with corpses and bloodstains along the way. It seems that a martial artist fought their way through. Chu Fan walked north along the trail, covering 10 kilometers, and indeed found the students led by teacher Guteng. Trouble. Chu Fan's heart tightened as he saw nearly 100 students surrounded by a pack of thunder leopards, caught in a critical situation. The thunder leopards were incredibly fast, numbering at least 500, with each possessing Beast King level strength. The Academy's trainees were already exhausted, having used up all their abilities and nearly depleted their spiritual energy. The lightning leopard's speed easily evaded their attacks, and the war of attrition wore down Guteng and the others. Boom! Chu Fan hurled a brick, instantly blasting a huge hole in the lightning leopard's encirclement. In an instant, more than a dozen Beast Kings were killed on the spot. Roar! Roar! The lightning leopard group, enraged by Chu Fan's attack, immediately focused their attention on him. Almost instantly, Chu Fan found himself surrounded as the lightning leopard group rapidly expanded their encirclement. At the same time, it's Chu Fan. Ah! He's not dead. He's okay. Jiang Rushue was instantly overwhelmed with tears the moment she saw Chu Fan, her heart filled with uncontrollable excitement.
Gu Ting's eyes also watered. Chu Fan, you're back. That's wonderful. Tang Yun, on the other hand, was utterly astonished.
Lu Ruhai felt dissatisfied. Originally, he could escape Chu Fan's protagonist aura, but now this guy had come back to life again.
Yes. I'm back. Is everyone alright?
Chu Fan noticed that many people were injured and visibly exhausted. Without hesitation, he took out a large prepared barrel of spiritual liquid and placed it on the ground.
Everyone drink. Drink your fill.
Chu Fan said boldly, as he simultaneously charged toward the group of lightning leopards.
Boom boom boom.
Chu Fan activated Berserk mode, and with the release of his 1-star battle skill, even the fastest lightning leopards seemed no different from ordinary people running. Chu Fan went up and smashed one with each strike, and in nearly an instant, a large number of lightning leopards collapsed.
What kind of technique is this? Why does it seem like killing beast kings is as simple as slaughtering chickens? Wrong, slaughtering chickens isn't nearly that fast.
Look at him, he's like a meat grinder. Wherever he goes, the beasts instantly dissolve. All the students were utterly shocked. They hadn't expected that this was Chu Fan's true strength. He was truly powerful beyond belief. Their entire team had fought with all their might, yet they had only managed to kill fewer than 10 beast kings, with many students injured, including 3 who were severely wounded and unconscious. But as soon as Chu Fan arrived, dozens of beast kings were effortlessly slain by him.
Is he really that strong? This is even more outrageous than cheating.
Lu Ruhai found it hard to believe the scene before him. Less than a month ago, Chu Fan was still a useless 1-star human tier, even and nobody dared to walk all over him.
But now, this scene was completely unacceptable to him.
He looked annoyed and took a big gulp of the spiritual liquid that Chu Fan had brought out.
That boy Chu Fan is really fierce. No wonder I was sent flying by a punch from him before.
Aou sat up, his spiritual energy had mostly recovered.
Seeing Chu Fan's performance, he didn't feel the slightest bit of defiance.
Meanwhile, Xing Yun and Shui Qi, upon witnessing this scene, secretly felt fortunate that they had called him dad back then.
Goodness! We actually didn't see Chu Fan's true strength before. This is absolutely insane. If it's used in the battle against them, wouldn't it instantly defeat them? Daddy is amazing.
Shui Qi stuck out her tongue, showing a cute and dazed expression. Gu Ting patted Jiang Rushue, who was sitting beside her, and said meaningfully, "Seize the opportunity, or someone might compete with you for it in the future." Jiang Rushue's face instantly turned red upon hearing this. However, she understood Gu Ting's intention.
Yeah, such a powerful man, and so handsome, who wouldn't like him?
10 minutes later, everyone had more or less regained their composure.
The other trainees immediately entered battle mode.
Chu Fan's arrival threw the alien beasts into chaos, and their original formation was instantly shattered.
After suffering over half casualties, the lightning leopard pack chose to flee amidst furious roars. Are you all okay? Chu Fan asked with concern. 3 people are seriously injured. The others are fine. Gu Ting replied. Boom, boom, boom.
Just as Chu Fan was about to say something, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from deep within the jungle. The sound was thunderously deafening.
Boom, boom, boom.
Immediately following, a series of heavy, concentrated footsteps approached from afar.
This is the Beast King, the cloud-stepping leopard. Beast King. Everyone was instantly stunned.
A cloud-leaping leopard, over 10 meters tall and 30 meters long, its massive body resembling a small hill.
Boom. Chu Fan quietly gathered his strength, ready to strike. The cloud-leaping leopard vaulted high into the air, easily evading his attack. It was simply too agile. Chu Fan shook his head, secretly thinking of using slow speed to deal with it.
However, the gap in strength between him and the steppe cloud leopard was simply too vast. As soon as he applied slow speed, its effects were broken in less than 0.1 seconds. Moreover, using slow speed on such a massive beast consumed spiritual energy so quickly that it almost instantly drained Chu Fan's power.
Quickly take the wounded back to the old academy. There are protective formations there, and the beasts won't dare attack.
Chu Fan stood at the forefront, taking the rear while signaling everyone to retreat.
I'll stay. You all go quickly.
As an instructor, Gu Ting knew she had to step forward at this moment. Although she understood she couldn't defeat this colossal creature, since Chu Fan had already stepped forward, how could she back down?
I'll stay too. Jiang Rushue hurriedly shouted. No! All of you leave. Hurry! Once you're gone, I can escape. Move quickly! Chu Fan roared angrily. Despicable humans! You killed so many of my kin and still dare to think of running away. None of you shall escape.
The roar of the cloud steppe leopard carried an unexpected shock, as it spoke the language of humans.
Quick, run! After Chu Fan activated the Berserker bond, everyone quickly began retreating upon hearing the command, with Jiang Rushua being taken away by Gu Ting. Chu Fan, we're here to assist you. A plane flew overhead, and Luo Yu and Xia Hong leapt down from it. Wow, the Beast Emperor. This is my first time seeing one.
Xia Hong bent her bow and notched an arrow, launching a slender, precious sword that pierced straight towards the cloud steppe leopard.
When? A metallic clang was heard as her sword was deflected back. This. Xia Hong was furious in her heart. How could the Beast King's defense be so outrageous? Boom!
Although the cloud-stepping leopard wasn't physically harmed, it was infuriated by the provocation and spewed out a burst of flames.
Fortunately, the two had already reached the sky rank 1 star.
They clapped hands to leverage each other's strength and leaped to the sides.
Today, no one is getting away.
The giant claws of the cloud-stepping leopard swung, sending streaks of lightning crashing down like thunder, blocking everyone's path.
Wretched beast! Prepare to die.
Suddenly, a voice came from the void, accompanied by a stream of light streaking across the sky. Lin Bing appeared once more. In his hand, he held a short sword shimmering with blue divine light, which he hurled as a projectile. This sword actually pierced through the skin of the cloud-stepping leopard.
Splash! After being injured, the cloud leopard surprisingly bled light blue fluid.
Its martial god Lin Bing, the war god of the military, has arrived.
Xia Hong was ecstatic with joy.
All the trainees witnessed Lin Bing's display, and everyone was profoundly shocked.
It was too powerful, standing in midair effortlessly.
A martial god is never ordinary. When Chu Fan saw Lin Bing again, he felt as though Lin Bing had become even stronger. His strongest soldier king system is truly astonishing, capable of rapidly advancing even at the martial god level. After the cloud-stepping leopard was injured and landed, it suddenly raised its front paws and slammed them heavily onto the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble as if an earthquake had struck.
Dust billowed into the air, and when everything cleared, the cloud-stepping leopard had already vanished.
This time, Lin Bing was here to save someone, so he did not pursue further.
Phew!
The moment he saw Lin Bing, Chu Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the large support troops from the capital had finally arrived.
They in Jiangdong City had withstood the pressure and successfully held out.
The protective shield had also been fully repaired thanks to the engineers' efforts, and the beasts outside could no longer invade.
The current task now was to eliminate the beasts within the urban area. The cleanup operation lasted for 2 full days before all the beasts were completely eradicated. The surviving citizens cheered thunderously, grateful to have made it through.
This disaster, however, claimed nearly 10,000 lives.
Upon seeing the report, Chu Fan felt a bit depressed.
Before he came to this world, he had experienced an unprecedented calamity where everyone worked together and ultimately overcame the crisis. Chu Fan understood that in the face of such disaster, an individual's strength is truly limited.
Become stronger. Chu Fan silently chanted in his heart. Only by becoming stronger can he prevent the disaster before it strikes.
Thinking of this, he glanced at his resentment level, which was just over 12,000, not even enough for a 10 draw.
Forget it, better not draw. A 10 draw might not even yield a single item.
Through the baptism of life and death battles these past days, Chu Fan's combat skills, physical fitness, reaction speed, and more have significantly improved. After this battle, Chu Fan advanced to Earth rank 3 stars. In the martial arts manager's office, Pang Long and the other two held a commendation ceremony. Those with significant achievements were invited over, and Chu Fan, as the key figure in taking down the meteorite, was naturally among them.
Your name is Chu Fan?
Before leaving, Lin Bing, though not having spoken to anyone, specifically walked up to Chu Fan.
Chu Fan nodded, feeling somewhat surprised in his heart.
Lin Bing has a solitary and aloof personality. During their first encounter in the wilderness, he didn't say a single word.
This time, he actually took the initiative to talk? You're quite outstanding. Want to join the military? I can recommend you.
Lin Bing's words surprised everyone.
War god Lin Bing.
Xu Qing, Gu Chen, and Pang Long were all shocked. None of them had won Lin Bing's favor.
Actually willing to make introductions for Chu Fan? What kind of privilege is this? However, to everyone's surprise, Chu Fan rejected Lin Bing's invitation. I'm still a student, so I think I'll consider my future after graduation. Alright. Our military department always welcomes you.
By the way, one of your seniors, Xia Ming, is also there. Lin Bing mentioned Xia Ming again. But he knew in his heart that, despite Xia Ming being a tier heaven 1 star, the Chu Fan before him absolutely possessed greater potential.
He had an eye for talent item from the strongest soldier king system. When he used this item on Chu Fan, he found himself utterly unable to discern any information about him. There could only be two explanations. For this, 1. Chu Fan had no information at all, like an ordinary person, or 2. Chu Fan was so formidable that he couldn't be seen through, possibly even possessing the ability to counter efforts to probe him. What he hadn't anticipated was that this was exactly one of the special abilities of Chu Fan's Dark Lord God physique, capable of obstructing all attempts at surveillance. Chu Fan was absolutely not an ordinary person. His performance during this disaster had perfectly illustrated that point. As a result, Lin Bing believed Chu Fan was an exceptional talent. Pang Long and the others looked at Chu Fan in astonishment, their hearts filled with shock. The military department, it was a place martial artists dreamed of reaching. There, cultivation resources were abundant, allowing for greater personal advancement. Although Pang Long and the other three were head managers of martial arts practitioners and considered impressive, their resources still paled in comparison to what the military department could offer. Back in the days when they failed to get into the military department, they had instead joined the Martial Arts Association. Senior Lin Bing. Pang Long wanted to step forward and greet him, but Lin Bing completely ignored him, not even acknowledging his presence. Lin Bing flickered and disappeared on the spot. Mission complete, time to head back. Chu Fan, after we graduate, why not join our guild? The three of us would always welcome you. Pang Long smiled, wearing a flattering expression on his face. What a joke, who wouldn't want such talent? Meanwhile, Lin Long was secretly fuming. He'd always coveted Chu Fan's dark matter weapon, but now more and more big shots were eyeing Chu Fan. Pang Long, I'll take my leave too. The base still needs to be guarded now that the alien beasts have retreated. Lin Long missed the chance and had no choice but to leave first. Chu Fan shook his head and said, let's talk after graduation. After the commendation ceremony ended, Chu Fan returned to the academy. The academy had already been cleaned spotless. In this disaster, Jiangdong Elite Academy had lost 2 students. Lu Li was arranging the funerals, and all the students participated. Chu Fan quietly stepped forward and lit an incense stick. This was a tradition of the Great Xia. The next morning, everyone began training early. They knew they were about to face Zhenghai City in the elimination round at the start of the month and absolutely couldn't afford to lose. For nearly a decade, Jiangdong University had never missed the finals, and they had to maintain this honor. Although Xia Ming had left the academy, even without Xia Ming, they still had Chu Fan. Hope filled everyone's hearts, but relying solely on Chu Fan wouldn't be enough to advance. After all, the matches were 5v5, played in 3 rounds, with the winner being decided by best of 3. Victory would secure one of the academy's 32 spots in the finals. Once they advanced to the finals, everyone would receive a generous reward of spiritual stones. Chu Fan didn't care about these incentives. As long as he could fight, he would join the fray. Brazenly beating people up while also amassing considerable resentment. Opportunities like this didn't come often. The next morning, Dean Lu Li, leaning on his cane, organized the team at the entrance. Tomorrow will be the match against Zhenghai City to compete for the last spot in the finals. I trust everyone knows that over the years, our Jiangdong Academy has never missed the finals. We must defend this honor. Can you do it? Lu Li shouted loudly, causing his wound to ache and his teeth to tremble uncontrollably. We'll try our best. Everyone appeared listless and dispirited. What kind of joke is this? Everyone has seen it. This year, all the contestants who made it to the finals are, without exception, backed by heaven-tier powerhouses. Even more terrifying is the fact that in a strong city like the eastern region, Jiling actually has 2 heaven-tier 2-star powerhouses. Moreover, one of them is rumored to be a double-ability awakened individual. Not to mention the 4 Divine Beast Academies in Kyoto. Each one is more astonishing than the last. It is said that competitors below the Heaven rank 1-star level don't even qualify to register for the competition. In other words, within the 4 Divine Beast Academies, each academy sends 5 students to compete, and those vying for these 5 spots must be at least Heaven rank 1-star to have a chance to register. After passing numerous tests, they can represent the academy in the competition. It's extremely difficult for other schools to find even one Heaven-tier contestant. Meanwhile, the 4 Divine Beast Academy has trouble choosing because there are so many options. It's outright extravagant. There's no helping it. After all, they're the strongest 985 university in Kyoto. Even a contestant from one of their lesser-ranked departments would be considered a top-tier talent and a key focus in other schools. This time, Jiangdong Academy is facing the challenge of competing against Zhenghai Academy for the last ticket to the finals. They also have a Sky-tier expert. This is exactly why everyone is so insecure. Chu Fan, it's all up to you. Aoyu's expression was somewhat dispirited.
Originally, after Xia Ming left, he had the chance to become the strongest in Jiangdong. But then Chu Fan appeared, and with one punch, he crippled him.
Rely on him? Don't make me laugh.
That idiot, who knows which garbage bin he picked that weapon from? Sure, the weapon is slightly impressive, but he hasn't even reached the Earth rank,
while his opponent is at the Heaven rank. He can't even compete.
And you should know that the elite competition doesn't allow weapons with high destructiveness, Lu Rohai kept mocking.
You're so amazing, why don't you go up then? Ayo, you couldn't stand people like this. Is it really that hard to acknowledge someone else's strength?
Better forget it. I just became an elite trainee, and I have a long way to go. Lu Rohai instantly backed down upon hearing this.
He is only at the peak of the human stage.
If he really goes out to compete, it would be utterly embarrassing. The opponent is a heavenly stage expert. Defeating him would be as easy as crushing an ant.
Alright, everyone stop arguing. Chu Fan is exempt from inspection and must go. As for the 4 slots, Teacher Gu and Wu Ming, you two discuss and decide. Give me an answer by this afternoon.
Lu Li threw this difficult task to the 2 instructors and went back to his room to recover. During the beast invasion, Lu Li's thigh was injured, and he is still in the process of healing.
Understood. Wu Ming's face showed a troubled expression. He knew this elimination round was extremely challenging.
If they failed, he would have to bear the responsibility.
Choosing participants was truly not easy. Mr. Gu, what do you think? Do you have anyone in mind?
After Lu Li left, Wu Ming also dismissed the trainees. He and Gu Ting sat facing each other on the stone bench in the bamboo grove, his head aching. He knew this time he was probably going to end up as the scapegoat. I think, besides Chu Fan, Aoyu, Chang Yun, Shuiqi, and Zhang Ruxue are all pretty good. Gu Ting shared her opinion.
Ha? Zhang Ruxue?
Wu Ming was a bit surprised. Aoyu, Qing Yun, and Shuiqi were expected. After all, they'd been at the academy for 2 or 3 years, their cultivation levels were quite exceptional, and their talents were not lacking.
But Zhang Ruxue,
she had just advanced, and during the last test, she was only at the peak of the human stage.
Her? Does she have anything special?
Wu Ming glanced at Zhang Rushue's profile on the stone table.
Don't just look at her profile. That's information from a few days ago.
Xiao Shui has already advanced to the Earth stage. And she's still progressing.
Rapidly.
Most importantly, she is the person most familiar with Chu Fan. This competition is a 5v5 team battle, and coordination is extremely important. Qing Yun and Shuiqi, as a team, are responsible for long-range combat output, while Aoyue acts as the melee tank. The high-tech warhammer makes our tactics adaptable and diverse. Chu Fan is the main attacker in the C position, and Zhang Ruxue is responsible for supporting Chu Fan. Gu Ting explained the personnel arrangement and tactical coordination in her mind.
Wu Ming looked a bit helpless, thinking, do you think you're playing 101?
Melee tank, C position, supporting roles and all that.
But he didn't have much insight.
After all, losing Xia Ming, the absolute main player, this year left him feeling a bit helpless, like desperately trying a last resort.
Alright, I'll follow your lead.
You handle the final training arrangements, I'll go report the personnel situation to the dean. Wu Ming didn't hold out much hope.
Alright, it's decided.
This is our first collaboration, so please guide me well in the future. Gu Ting was pleasantly surprised to hear Wu Ming agree so readily. She stood up cheerfully, proactively extending her elegant hand to shake hands with Wu Ming. Seeing the beautiful woman actively reaching out to him, Wu Ming suddenly felt a bit shy. He wanted to hold her hand but hesitated. Gu Ting always wore a faint smile, as if encouraging him, which instantly melted Wu Ming's heart. Since Gu Ting became a teacher at the academy, he had been paying close attention to this beautiful instructor, but he rarely had the chance to interact with her, as he mainly assisted Lu Li in handling resources while Gu Ting was responsible for student guidance.
What's wrong? Still feeling shy? Gu Ting noticed the blush on Wu Ming's face and couldn't help teasing him. No.
Wu Ming finally mustered his courage and stretched out his sweaty hand to shake hands with the person he had been longing for.
Then I'll go arrange the training.
After the handshake, Gu Ting frowned slightly, thinking to herself how Wu Ming could be sweating so much. His body seemed somewhat weak. Watching Gu Ting's departing figure, Wu Ming softly murmured, "Teacher Gu, I like you." Yet he dared not say these words to her face. That bittersweet feeling, could this be the taste of unrequited love? Wu Ming slowly walked toward the dean's cottage. Meanwhile, Gu Ting summoned Chu Fan and Zhang Ruxue. You two will participate in the competition together tomorrow.
Me?
Zhang Ruxue was extremely surprised, not expecting to have such an opportunity. After all, she was a new student, with strength only at Earth rank 2 stars. How could it be her turn?
Chu Fan was equally taken aback. Teacher Gu, I'm afraid I'll disgrace the academy.
Zhang Rushue's face suddenly flushed with panic, her delicate features losing color.
That's why I asked Chu Fan to help you. Chu Fan, I'm not joking. You still have plenty of spiritual liquid, right? Don't be stingy this time.
Gu Ting playfully fixed her gaze on Chu Fan.
Don't worry, Teacher Gu. This is for my woman, of course, I'll be generous. Chu Fan said heroically. Chu Fan, what are you talking about? Who's your woman?
Zhang Rushue's cheeks instantly flushed upon hearing this, but it seemed she wasn't entirely against the idea of being addressed this way.
Go on, you two have the day off today.
I don't care how you train, whether you go on a date, eat at KFC, take a holiday, soak in spiritual liquid, or venture into the wilderness to fight exotic beasts, I won't interfere.
Gu Ting said to them with a mischievous smile.
However, my requirement for you is to show 100% combat power tomorrow.
Can you do it?
Gu Ting suddenly became serious and asked earnestly.
Ms. Gu, what are you talking about? Who would want to train with him?
Zhang Rushue faced this series of questions, feeling surprised yet responding coldly. At this moment, her face had already turned red with embarrassment. The clever Gu Ting could certainly discern the differences.
Go ahead. Perform well and aim to secure.
Gu Ting gave Chu Fan a look, strive to win the competition.
Promise to complete the task.
Chu Fan saluted Gu Ting.
Go ahead, don't overwork yourselves. Come back for dinner tonight, I'll cook myself.
Gu Ting gently patted both of their shoulders. Chu Fan waved his hand, and a Batmobile materialized in midair.
The car automatically descended and opened its scissor doors.
Chu Fan took the lead and climbed in, while Zhang Rushue hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed him into the car.
This is the task assigned to me by Teacher Gu, I must complete it.
It has nothing to do with anything else. Zhang Rushue muttered to herself, her face flushed, trying to stay calm and not overthink.
This is a special training, a unique cultivation, but it is absolutely not a date.
Shue, you're so beautiful.
Chu Fan looked at Zhang Rushue, serene as a fairy beside him, and couldn't help but praise her.
Thank you for the compliment, Chu Fan.
Can you focus on driving seriously?
Zhang Rushue felt shy deep inside.
This is autopilot, I don't need to control it. How about we?
Chu Fan hadn't finished his sentence before he moved closer to Zhang Rushue.
Ah, what are you doing?
Zhang Rushue panicked, instinctively retreating backward. Your seatbelt isn't fastened, flying cars are very dangerous.
As Chu Fan adjusted Zhang Rushue's seatbelt, he was surprised to realize she was quite well endowed.
Ha! Zhang Rushu suddenly felt Chu Fan's fiery gaze looking at places that shouldn't be looked at.
She instantly blushed. Ah, you pervert. What are you looking at?
She raised her hand and delivered a slap.
Chu Fan reacted quickly and immediately blocked it.
Hatred from Zhang Rushu plus 648.
Bang, bang, bang.
Zhang Rushu unbuckled her seatbelt and kicked with her leg.
But Chu Fan reacted swiftly and actually caught her fragrant foot.
So delightful.
Chu Fan took a deep breath, the smell was truly pleasant. You shameless scoundrel. A dog can't stop itself from eating filth.
Zhang Rushu was furious, unleashing a frenzy inside the car, lightning powers surging incessantly. In the park, a couple was on a date when suddenly they noticed a flying car swaying precariously. The girl blushed furiously. What do you think the people upstairs are doing? The boy asked with a mischievous smile.
Chuyu, you're so bad. How would I know what the people inside are doing? I can't even see.
A vivid image surfaced in the girl's mind.
You say you don't know, yet you call me bad.
The boy grinned slyly and, before finishing his sentence, leaned in for a kiss.
In the air,
bolts of lightning struck towards Chu Fan from Zhang Rushu. Yet at this moment, Chu Fan was no longer the same as before, his level was now on par with Zhang Rushu. With the assistance of an SSS-grade divine body, Zhang Rushu was utterly incapable of inflicting any substantial harm on Chu Fan.
The two chased and played all the way. The hovercar finally landed outside Zhang Rushue's villa courtyard. The car door opened. Bang!
After the two exchanged a palm strike, they flew out through opposite sides of the car door.
Zhang
Rushue realized that this was her villa. After being away for many days, returning to this place stirred deep feelings of longing in her heart. To her, this place was like a second home.
Immoral scoundrel! Why did you bring me here?
Zhang Rushu suddenly recalled that night, and her expression turned cold. From Zhang Rushue's hatred plus 1388.
What else can we do? Your place is spacious, the environment is nice, the bathtub is big, we can take a bath together and relax. Chu Fan said with a smile. Who's going to take a bath with you? You're daydreaming. Jiang Rushua rolled her eyes at him. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt displeased. What's wrong with bathing with me? My spiritual liquid is worth billions per bottle. This is the task assigned to us by Teacher Gu. Shue, don't you want to win the competition? Chu Fan looked upright and serious, but inwardly, he was smirking mischievously. As he spoke, his spatial ring activated, instantly transporting him to Jiang Rushua's master bathroom. The bathtub was immediately filled with spiritual liquid. Jiang Rushua walked in and was stunned when she saw the bathtub brimming with spiritual liquid. This was the first time she had seen such an abundant amount of spiritual liquid. Previously, it was all used by Chu Fan. She kicked Chu Fan out the door with one foot, then shut the bathroom door. Your strength is decent, so you don't need to soak. Wait until I've finished, then come in to drink the bathwater. A proud smile appeared on Jiang Rushua's stunningly beautiful face. Let you taste the flavor of second-hand spiritual liquid as well. That's fine too. Your scent is quite nice. Chu Fan said expectantly. In fact, he was rummaging through Jiang Lu's room. This will do. Chu Fan discovered Jiang Rushua's intimate clothing in the wardrobe, which happened to be able to block the gap under the room's door. Jiang Rushua heard the commotion outside and sensed something was amiss. She had originally planned to take off her jacket and enter the bathtub. However, she quickly put on the bathrobe that Chu Fan had used, opened the bathroom door, and was shocked to see Chu Fan holding a dozen pieces of her intimate clothing. Ah, you shameless scoundrel! What are you doing with my clothes? Jiang Rushua raised her hand angrily, as if ready to unleash lightning. Boom boom boom. Another fierce battle erupted in the master bedroom. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as Jiang Rushua gave it her all, but Chu Fan effortlessly dodged every bolt of lightning. Outside the villa, someone was passing by. Hearing the commotion from the room, they couldn't help but shake their head. The life of the wealthy is truly indulgent, exercising indoors even in broad daylight. Inside the room, Jiang Rushua had already exhausted her energy, leaning forward with her hands on her knees, panting heavily. She was utterly worn out. The frenzied release of her abilities earlier hadn't even managed to hit Chu Fan once, leaving her frustrated beyond words. Hey, don't blame me for not warning you. You're exposed, Chu Fan said while stuffing her clothes into the door gap again. After this commotion, he finally managed to plug all the leaking gaps. Jiang Rushua glanced down, startled. Whoa, so white. Her pretty face instantly turned red with embarrassment, and she quickly straightened up. You shameless rascal, what trick are you playing now? Jiang Rushua saw Chu Fan holding her clothes but realized he didn't have any bad intentions and was only using them to block the door. For a moment, she couldn't make sense of Chu Fan's intentions. Could it be? There's no other way. There's only one bathtub, and since you're unwilling to share it with me, I had to create my own. Chu Fan sighed, then turned his ring. Splash! Endless spiritual liquid poured out in an instant, filling the entire room. It wasn't until the water rose past his shoulders that Chu Fan finally stopped. Chu Fan! You're just two. Jiang Rushua was utterly shocked, her mouth wide enough to fit 2 golf balls. That's why I say, when looking for a woman in the future, don't pick someone too selfish. Sigh. Chu Fan had a helpless expression. This is just too extravagant. As the water rose past her shoulders, Jiang Rushua quickly took off the soaked bathrobe. That thing clung to her skin in the water. Swimming like this was really hard. In the room, Jiang Rushua actually started swimming. The two soaked in the room all the way until the afternoon, during which a significant amount of the spiritual energy within the spiritual liquid had been absorbed by Chu Fan and Jiang Rushua. This time, Jiang Rushua directly advanced to Earth rank 3-star, while Chu Fan felt somewhat frustrated. He still hadn't leveled up. The SSS grade divine physique was ridiculously hard to upgrade. However, once it did level up, it would result in tremendous progress. Phew! Thank you, Chu Fan. Jiang Rushua had initially thought Chu Fan brought her to the villa for some other purpose. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be so extravagant, allowing her to soak in a spiritual liquid bath right in the room. Although this cultivation method was efficient, not even top-tier aristocratic families would use such luxurious spiritual liquid. The divine medicine contained within this liquid was exceedingly rare in the world, yet Chu Fan used it for everyday bathing. No wonder his improvement was so rapid. Didn't I already tell you? Stick with me and you'll never be shortchanged. Also, that ultimate bootlicker system of yours, I was the one who uninstalled it, Chu Fan said while doing a backstroke. Ah, it's really you. Why are you treating me like this?
Jiang Ruxue heard the news, her face full of anger. She had been able to rely on the ultimate simping system to dominate all the way and become a female lead no less impressive than Chu Fan. However, at this moment, she could only end up as a mere vase.
Because if I want to become stronger, I have to do this.
But as compensation, I will provide you with all the resources you need for cultivation in the future.
Chu Fan swam toward Jiang Ruxue, gazing at this unparalleled beauty.
Her appearance was like a lotus emerging from the water, her pink and delicate complexion stirring an irresistible sense of wickedness in his heart.
You, what are you trying to do? Stay away.
If I have to sell myself as a price for cultivation resources, then I'd rather not cultivate at all. Jiang Ruxue flushed and her heart raced under Chu Fan's gaze, quickly pushing him away.
Not at all. It's just, last time, you beat me black and blue, so I wanted to give it a try too.
Chu Fan's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. After saying that, he opened the room door, and the discarded spiritual liquid instantly surged out of the room. Before long, Chu Fan and Jiang Ruxue were face to face, staring at each other, making Chu Fan involuntarily swallow and his nose slightly dampen.
Ah, you pervert. What are you looking at?
Jiang Ruxue blushed furiously, covered her face, and quickly ran into the bathroom.
Chu Fan quickly closed the door and spread the spiritual liquid once again. Come out. It's not like I haven't seen it before.
Hurry up and continue soaking to improve yourself. There's a tough battle to fight early tomorrow, Chu Fan said, curling his lips.
The spiritual liquid once again filled the room and surged into the bathroom.
Only then did Jiang Ruxue summon the courage to step out of the bathroom and swim over to the bedside.
Chu Fan, where did you get so much spiritual liquid?
Jiang Ruxue asked curiously, as such things were extremely scarce on the market.
Just enjoy it. Chu Fan, tired from swimming, directly lay down on Jiang Ruxue's pink bed to rest, the bed floating in the spiritual liquid.
Seeing this, Jiang Ruxue couldn't be bothered to stop him. She had already accepted Chu Fan's suggestion in her heart. She decided to follow Chu Fan, hoping her family wouldn't oppose her anymore. After all, Chu Fan had already grown into an outstanding martial artist, earned respect from all sides, and was even a hero of Jiangdong City's beast disaster.
These should be enough to convince the family,
Jiang Ruxue thought to herself. After saying this, she closed her eyes to relax and focused on absorbing the spiritual liquid.
Are you hungry? Chu Fan suddenly asked. Indeed.
After soaking in the bath all afternoon in the room, Jiang Ruxue truly felt a bit hungry.
In the academy, inside Gu Ting's cottage, a sumptuous dinner was already prepared.
Sashimi oysters, stir-fried eggs with chives, Chinese turtle soup with goji berries, and stir-fried deer antler with ginseng. Gu Ting looked at the time. It was already past 7 in the evening.
This Chu Fan kid is way too carefree. Taking so long and still not back, isn't he worried about affecting tomorrow's competition?
Gu Ting muttered to herself. But she felt awkward about calling to urge him, who knows what they might be doing right now.
In the room, Jiang Ruxue nodded.
Meanwhile, Chu Fan took out 2 large chicken drumsticks and tossed them to Jiang Ruxue.
Ah,
this is the exquisite chicken drumstick from last time.
It can enhance talent,
Jiang Ruxue exclaimed, her delicate face flushed with excitement. She could no longer care about maintaining her ladylike image and began devouring them in big bites.
How about it? Am I impressive? Chu Fan looked at Jiang Ruxue's celestial beauty, paired with such an ungraceful eating manner, and couldn't help but laugh.
Terrible,
Jiang Ruxue muttered indistinctly, gobbling down her food.
After finishing a garlic drumstick, she was astonished to find that her spiritual energy absorption rate had significantly increased. She had now reached Earth level 4 stars.
So greasy,
Jiang Ruxue complained after finishing a cleansing chicken drumstick. But she saw her talent truly improving and simply couldn't stop. Before long, both large drumsticks were completely devoured, and Chu Fan saw the spiritual liquid wither once again. He replaced it with a new batch of spiritual liquid once more. This time, Jiang Ruxue couldn't even be bothered to go to the bathroom to avoid suspicion. She just grabbed the bedsheet to cover herself, avoiding any awkwardness.
I'm so full.
Chu Fan, it's all your fault. You made my belly swell. As the spiritual energy filled the room, Jiang Ruxue touched her slightly rounded belly and complained.
Don't worry. I'll take full responsibility. Marry me.
Chu Fan suddenly embraced Jiang Ruxue and kissed her deeply.
Jiang Ruxue was momentarily stunned by Chu Fan's sudden action, and by the time she reacted, it was already too late.
The two held each other tightly, kissing for several seconds. She instinctively wanted to push Chu Fan away, but Chu Fan's strength was overwhelming, firmly holding Jiang Ruxue in his embrace.
For the first time, Jiang Ruxue experienced the sensation of kissing, so soft it made her intoxicated. Soon, she realized she couldn't resist at all, even her heart was completely conquered by Chu Fan. She felt as if she had entered an entirely new world. Throughout the entire day and night, the two were either soaking in spiritual liquid or indulging in delicious drumsticks. When morning came, Chu Fan was brimming with energy, looking revitalized. After a night of immersion, he and Jiang Ruxue were now evenly matched. Previously, Jiang Ruxue had the upper hand, but this time, he had exacted a thorough revenge. Over the course of the entire day and night, he changed the spiritual liquid 10 times, while Jiang Ruxue joyfully devoured 3 cleansing drumsticks. Her talent level had terrifyingly risen to B+, and her realm had advanced to Earth Grade 5-star, making future progress exceptionally challenging. Chu Fan, though progressing with difficulty, had barely reached Earth Grade 2-star. Yet, the advancement process for his SSS grade divine physique was undoubtedly arduous. However, upon leveling up to 2-star, Chu Fan's base attributes noticeably improved. If paired with the frenzy blossom, his strength would see another substantial increase. His heart was filled with anticipation, eager to test his abilities in the elimination rounds and see how much he had truly improved. "Are you ready?" The two got dressed and left the room, boarding the flying car. Chu Fan asked, while Jiang Ruxue's face was like a peach blossom. Though still stunningly beautiful, she now carried a hint of mature charm. Ding ding dang dang. Gu Ting was awakened by the alarm. Last night, she waited for Chu Fan and Jiang Ruxue to come back for dinner, only to find they hadn't returned all night. This made her somewhat displeased. Young people really don't know how to pace themselves. Do you even realize there's a competition today? All team members were lined up, and only then did Chu Fan and Jiang Ruxue arrive leisurely. After the plane landed, the two leapt out of the car. Seeing Jiang Ruxue's radiant complexion and glowing skin, it was apparent she'd spent plenty of time soaking in spiritual essence last night, likely boosting her abilities significantly. Gu Ting nodded silently to herself. Apologies for keeping everyone waiting. Chu Fan and Jiang Ruxue hurriedly joined the lineup. Lu Li exclaimed irritably, "Teacher Gu, what kind of special training is this? You two nearly made us late. We've arranged the competition at the city sports arena for 9, and now it's already almost 8. Shui, are you okay? Your face is all flushed red, are you running a fever?" Lu Ruhai noticed that Jiang Ruxue's complexion was a bit off and approached her with concern, reaching out to check her temperature. However, Jiang Ruxue casually lifted her leg and sent him flying several meters away. Ah! Everyone was stunned. The force of that kick. It was astonishing. Lu Ruhai specialized in strength training. Ow! Shui, that move was way too ruthless. If you didn't want me to touch you, you could have just said so. But to hit me so hard. Wait. How did you get so strong? Lu Ruhai used to be evenly matched with Jiang Ruxue, but now she had sent him flying casually with a single kick. What kind of improvement could achieve such a feat? And then there was Chu Fan. Lu Ruhai stared at him with the glare of someone looking at a joke. Hatred from Lu Ruhai plus 1388. What exactly did you two do last night? Lu Ruhai asked angrily in front of all the trainees. Everyone couldn't help but look at the two of them. Jiang Ruxue's face was flushed red with embarrassment, wishing she could find a place to hide. Chu Fan, on the other hand, was brimming with confidence. "We went for extra training last night to prepare for today's competition." "Why? Are you dissatisfied? Want to fight it out? If you win, you can compete instead." "Special training?" Everyone was stunned upon hearing this news, left speechless by the sheer fact that it was the kind where you stay out all night. From AOU Hatred plus 888, from Duo Rong Hatred plus 999. When Chu Fan saw these messages, he secretly felt pleased. Whoa, Jiang Ruxue really has quite a number of fans, there seem to be tons of them wherever you go. Luckily, he had uninstalled her system, or he might have continued to be overshadowed by her. Alright, enough with the chatter. Everyone's here, so let's get moving. Lu Li, leaning on a cane, gave the order. Everyone hopped on their bikes and headed towards the gymnasium. The Jiangdong Sports Stadium can accommodate up to 100,000 people, and today it was hosting the final showdown of the championship, a thrilling spectacle. This was Jiangdong's home turf because Jiangdong won last year. Although it was Jiangdong's home field, there were quite a few supporters from Zhonghai as well. Many of them, usually privately funded, had traveled from Zhonghai to watch the match. Coupled with the fact that Jiangdong had recently endured a beast attack and was only just recovering, the number of fans from both sides was almost evenly matched. Jun Tian, Jun Tian, Jun Tian. As Chu Fan and the others entered the arena, they heard deafening shouts erupting within. Across the venue, they saw martial artists from Shanghai stepping into view.
A handsome blonde-haired young man raised both hands, seemingly basking in the welcome of his fans.
That's Jun Tian. Wow, so handsome.
Even the girls from Jiangdong, upon seeing him emerge, began to swoon like infatuated fans.
Yes. Amazing, amazing. I want to marry him. I want to have kids with Jun Tian. Chu Fan also noticed that young man.
He did look pretty good, maybe 1/3 as handsome as himself.
He is our strongest enemy. Second star of the heavenly rank. Chu Fan, are you confident? Gu Ting asked Chu Fan quietly next to him.
However, Chu Fan was dozing off, as if he hadn't heard her at all.
Gu Ting secretly lamented in her heart. I should have called them back last night.
If things don't go well today and they fail, she'll end up being the scapegoat. The other side is actually a true 2-star expert of the heavenly tier. His combat power is on par with Gu Ting.
Can Chu Fan really handle it?
She began to feel a trace of worry. Inside the VIP room of the gymnasium, Zhou Hao stood next to a dignified middle-aged man.
Inspector Lin, thank you for your trust. I guarantee you will absolutely not be disappointed. Zhou Hao said respectfully to the middle-aged man seated in the main position of the suite. He was Chu Yun, known as the Chu Overlord.
In the southern region's 3 continents, all military affairs were determined by him. Even someone like Lin Bing, a martial god, must obtain his permission to enter the southern 3 continents. It can be said that Chu Yun's status in the southern region is akin to that of a feudal lord in ancient times. Lin Yun nodded slightly.
I hope what you said is correct. Are you referring to that very popular young man?
Not bad, it seems he does have some strength.
Reaching tier 2 star at such a young age.
Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction. The military division is indeed in urgent need of talent. However, Zhou Hao shook his head, pointed to the unassuming Chu Fan beside the camera lens, and said, Lord Lin, the one I recommend is him.
His name is Chu Fan. Is this person impressive? 2nd star Earth rank? Seems quite average.
Lin Yun picked up Chu Fan's profile.
Lord Lin, during the exotic beast disaster in Jiangdong last time, Chu Fan performed outstandingly.
You must have heard about it.
Although his rank isn't high, his strength is astonishing. Zhou Hao was filled with doubt.
He glanced at the Lin Dragon beside him, feeling puzzled as to why Lin Dragon hadn't introduced Chu Fan to Lin Yun. Lin Dragon appeared oblivious and completely ignored it.
Chu Fan, huh? A kid at the 2nd star Earth rank can defeat someone at the 2nd star Heaven rank?
Such a massive gap in levels has never been heard of in the history of martial arts. Lin Yun wasn't optimistic about Chu Fan and was instead more focused on Jun Tian. Lin Long, after the competition ends, extend an olive branch to this Jun Tian. Lin Long secretly rejoiced upon hearing this.
Ha! As long as it's not Chu Fan, that's fine.
If Chu Fan really joins the military department, then obtaining his weapon will be much more difficult.
Lin Long has always been thinking about Chu Fan's dark matter weapon.
Lord Lin, the competition isn't just about winning and losing. Although Chu Fan is at a lower level and cannot defeat Jun Tian now, his future potential is immense.
I hope you. Zhou Hao strongly recommended Chu Fan.
Lin Yun thought for a moment and reluctantly said,
If he performs well, then let's talk about it again. But this Jun Tian is indeed quite impressive. The sports arena was packed to capacity. The people's voices rose and fell one after another. Xia Ming, Xia Ming, Xia Ming, Jun Tian, Jun Tian, Jun Tian. These two are sworn enemies. However, Jun Tian always loses to Xia Ming.
This year, Jun Tian is considered the strongest ever, having advanced to 2-star Heaven tier through talent and prepared to seek revenge.
However, when the team took the stage, Jun Tian didn't see Xia Ming's figure. Anger ignited in his heart. What is the meaning of this? Is Jiangdong looking down on us Shanghai students?
According to the latest news, Xia Ming has been authorized by the military department to pursue advanced studies there. A nearby instructor glanced at the information on his phone and came to this conclusion.
The military department? Xia Ming. Are you afraid? Can't handle losing? Fine. Watch closely today. I'm going to ensure that your Jiangdong Academy never rises again.
Jun Tian, who was full of confidence and determined
to seek revenge, never expected Xia Ming to leave Jiangdong.
What infuriated him even more was that Xia Ming had been recruited by the military department he had dreamed of joining, while he himself was overlooked. Looking at Jun Tian's face, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but feel a chill of fear.
Even the instructors from Zhonghai secretly prayed for the 5 students representing Jiangdong. Alright, now, let the contestants from both sides enter the stage. The host, hovering in the air on a jet-powered floating device, stood suspended in the center of the stage. Thunderous applause erupted at the scene. No need for further words, Jun Tian was the first to step onto the stage. Ow. Jun Tian is so handsome. I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Everyone cheered for him, yet at this moment Jun Tian couldn't feel happy. Xiaoming's departure had taken away his joy, leaving him with a stern face and no actions. Jun Tian, the genius martial artist of Zhonghai. Heaven ranked 2-star. Talent B+. Specializes in speed, wind-based abilities. Rang high. The second-ranked powerhouse in Zhonghai. Earth rank 8-star. Talent C. The host introduced the information of all the participants one by one, filling Zhonghai's fans with anticipation. Ha, the great Jun Tian has finally broken through the shackles. But over in Jiangdong, Xiaoming hasn't shown up. What's going on? Could it be that he was injured during the last exotic beast disaster? Some neutral spectators, who care more about the excitement of the match, keenly noticed Xiaoming's absence and couldn't help feeling regretful. Jun Tian and Xiaoming, lifelong rivals, now missed the chance to face each other in the final battle before graduation, leaving people sighing in lament. It seems Jiangdong Academy's strongest Xiaoming isn't here? Where is our genius Xiaoming? The host continues to stir up the atmosphere. Without the genius Xiaoming, how will Jiangdong fight this battle? Can they withstand the fierce charge from Zhonghai's genius Jun Tian? Ah, roar! All the fans supporting Zhonghai erupted in thunderous applause. Alright, now let's introduce Jiangdong's contestant. Ao Tian. Jiangdong's exceptional strong contender, Earth rank 5-star. Upon hearing this, the entire venue was filled with overwhelming boos. Is there no one worthy in Jiangdong? The strongest is actually a 5-star Earth rank? So boring, a 2-star heaven rank against a 5-star Earth rank. It's practically a joke. Even many loyal fans of Jiangdong were indignant. Go home and drink milk. Stop embarrassing yourself out here. Ayo, you saw the reaction in the arena and almost broke down. It was all boos. Xue Qi, a stunning beauty from Jiangdong. Earth tier 5 stars. Xue Qi's appearance thrilled many fanboys, significantly reducing the booing. Jiang Ruxue. It's said that she's the newly crowned campus queen of Jiangdong. The boys are in for a treat. When Jiang Ruxue stepped onto the stage, all the male students roared in excitement, and the scene was filled with continuous whistling. This woman. I like her. Jun Tian's face finally showed excitement when he saw Jiang Ruxue no longer maintaining a stern expression. Chu Fan. It's said that this newcomer made significant contributions during the last calamity of the alien beasts. Wow, it's Chu Fan. He actually came to participate in the competition. Fans from Jiangdong lit up with excitement upon seeing Chu Fan's face. Isn't this the hero reported on TV the other day? Didn't they say he sacrificed himself? How could this be? The crowd began to discuss fervently. Earth rank 2-star? Is this a mistake? Instructors from Jiangdong, are you really planning to send an Earth rank 2-star student to compete? The host raised a question upon seeing Chu Fan's information, echoing the doubts of everyone present. In this kind of competition, an Earth rank 2-star student surely isn't just here to be cannon fodder, right? Jun Tian couldn't help but laugh upon hearing the news. Ha, Jiangdong is insulting us. Sending out a newbie at Earth rank 2-star. Lin Yun, sitting in the VIP room, frowned slightly. Just Earth rank 2-star. How can someone at this level compete with others? However, Zhou Hao seemed very gratified. He remembered that when Chu Fan first stepped into the wilderness zone, he was merely at human rank 7-star. How much time has passed since then? Now, he has already reached Earth rank 2-star. With such progress, if he's given another year, he would definitely surpass most of his peers. Chu Fan stepped onto the stage, instantly igniting thunderous applause. Although no one believed he could win, the applause was not for anything else but because he was the hero of this city. Chu Fan, keep it up. Hold on for a few more rounds. That's right. Gain experience. Come back next year. We believe in you. No one had faith in Chu Fan. How is Chu Fan's popularity so high? Lu Ruhai felt annoyed upon hearing these comments. Jun Tian also looked puzzled. Did this kid hire trolls? He has no record of achievements, yet the cheers for him are louder than mine? Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. The introductions of the participants are complete. Now, let's talk about this year's rules. There are some small changes. The competition is still a best-of-3 format. However, the 3 matches will represent different mechanisms.
The first match will have one person designated by the school to compete,
which is a one-on-one.
The second match will involve 5 competitors facing off separately, similar to the Tianji horse racing strategy.
The final match will be a 5v5 team battle. The rule changes are pretty good. Competitiveness and strategy can both influence the competition. Quite nice. It's not as monotonous as in previous years. Jiangdong Academy has decided to send out Chu Fan. This hero is finally making his debut. As the host announced the name, applause and cheers erupted like thunder. What kind of stunt is this? Jun Tian sneered with disdain all over his face.
At the same time, Zhonghai Academy also looked puzzled.
Could this be giving up completely? How could they choose the one with the weakest skills to fight? Are they mocking us, Zhonghai?
Coach Chang, they are just looking for excuses for their own failure.
Jun Tian sneered. Jun Tian, you go.
The fact that they chose this person to take the lead means he must have something extraordinary.
We shouldn't underestimate him.
Zhonghai coach Chang Naichao said kindly to Jun Tian.
Teacher Chang, they sent a 2-star Earth-level person to compete with us, and you want me to go? Isn't this just setting me up for embarrassment? Jun Tian looked dissatisfied, not even placing Teacher Chang in his eyes.
There's no helping it, being gifted comes with such arrogance. Chang Naichao shook his head helplessly.
Ronghai, you're up.
Chang Naichao said in a commanding tone.
Ronghai was utterly helpless. Let me take the blame for this.
Even winning wouldn't be considered glorious, and losing would be disastrous. His martial arts career might come to an end.
Defeated by a minor character at Earth grade 2 stars who would dare to want you in the future. But since the mentor had already spoken, what else could he do? He's not like Jun Tian with that freakish talent.
Yes. Ronghai responded in a deep voice, full of reluctance as he walked onto the stage.
Chu Fan was somewhat surprised to see that the opponent wasn't Jun Tian. However, he quickly understood that the opponent believed he wasn't qualified to compete against him. All right, I will make you regret it.
Chu Fan smiled faintly, completely unconcerned. The two walked to the center of the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated match is about to begin. Who will earn the final ticket?
Stay tuned for our first match. Ronghai from Zhonghai Academy faces Chu Fan from Jiangdong Academy.
The match begins.
With a crisp sound,
Ronghai immediately launched an attack. Flame Blade. Ronghai's fire-based superpower has awakened.
A fiery blade suddenly appeared in his hand. Although the rules of the competition prohibit carrying weapons, tools created by superpowers are not included in this restriction. The flame blade in Ronghai's hand was surrounded by fire, and the edge of the blade even shimmered with a cold light. He lunged forward, slashing down with a blade in midair.
Clang!
Chu Fan did not dodge, instead throwing a punch to meet it head-on. The flaming blade actually failed to break through Chu Fan's fist.
Ah! Everyone was stunned. What kind of physical resilience is this? To withstand weapon attacks with a mere mortal body. Although it's a supernatural weapon, it's still extremely sharp.
Jun Tian initially had a mocking expression, thinking Chu Fan was just a reckless fool daring to use his body to confront the flame blade. But when he saw Chu Fan unharmed and even counterattacking, he immediately stood up.
Bond, berserk.
Chu Fan's gaze was incredibly resolute. A flash of white light appeared in his hand. When Ronghai swung his blade again, Chu Fan raised his hand and caught the fiery blade.
Ah! He actually caught the fiery blade. Doesn't it burn? Interesting.
This boy's divine body seems to be somewhat special, possibly above sea level.
Zhou Hao, have you tested him?
Lin Yun began to show some interest in Chu Fan.
Zhou Hao shook his head. The academy hasn't set up divine body testing instruments because most of the students have ordinary divine bodies. It's too rare for a special constitution to appear. But Zhou Hao also believed that Lin Yun's remark might indeed be possible, because Chu Fan's progress was just too rapid.
If given the chance, he would definitely find a way to test it.
Break for me.
A flash of white light appeared in Chu Fan's hand, his strength as if accumulated over 30 years, incomparably powerful.
The flame blade was forcibly crushed into powder by Chu Fan. Boom!
The flame blade turned into embers and vanished.
What? Jun Tian exclaimed in shock.
Ronghai's flame blade, even if he struck with all his strength, might not be able to shatter it. But Chu Fan, the young man on stage with merely Earth-tier 2-star strength, could actually crush it barehanded. This was simply too outrageous.
Meteor fire rain. Ronghai, upon seeing his flame blade shattered, immediately unleashed his ultimate fire technique.
The sky was instantly filled with countless meteors, as if they had eyes, each heading straight for Chu Fan.
Petty tricks. Chu Fan paid no heed and raised his hand to launch a direct attack on Rong Hai. Boom, boom, boom. Before Chu Fan could reach Rong Hai, countless meteors of fiery rain struck Chu Fan one after another. "We've won!" Jun Tian exclaimed with a smug smile. He hadn't expected Chu Fan's approach to be so desperate, with no defense, only offense. But who can withstand this endless rain of fire? Oh no! Chu Fan seems to have been hit. Rong Hai's fire-type abilities are indeed powerful. The meteor fire rain move seems to leave no blind spots, the host explained fluently. On the screen, Chu Fan kept moving forward, but he was surrounded by the endless meteor fire rain, and his true figure was completely obscured. In the eyes of all the spectators, they could only see the rolling rain of fire advancing. Ah! Chu Fan is way too arrogant. Luli watched this scene and stomped his feet in frustration. Jiang Rushu was sweating profusely, even though she trusted Chu Fan deeply. But that was withstanding the meteor firestorm head-on. Who could achieve that? Even a heaven-tier expert wouldn't dare. Wait. This isn't right. Chu Fan is actually still attacking. Gu Ting seemed to notice something unusual. He discovered that although Chu Fan was surrounded by endless meteors, his speed did not slow down in the slightest. He still maintained his attacking posture. Break for me. Chu Fan was enveloped by the meteor firestorm, yet the SSS class Dark Lord was not an empty title. He forcibly withstood this meteor firestorm. Although his skin felt intense burning pain, it did not cause fatal damage. However, his clothes were almost entirely burned away. Through the meteor firestorm, Chu Fan saw the opponent's position. Enduring the intense pain, he swung his fist. Boom! The meteor firestorm suddenly exploded, scattering like a celestial maiden spreading flowers. Chu Fan's fist struck heavily on Rong Hai's chest. In his berserk state, Chu Fan's strength was terrifying. Rong Hai was hit, flying backward over 10 meters and crashing into the wall at the outer edge of the stage, slowly sliding down. And Chu Fan's skin was like charred coal, with only a badly torn red pair of shorts left on his body. Fortunately, the vital parts were still intact, otherwise, the children would have had to cover their eyes. Everyone fell silent for dozens of seconds upon witnessing this scene. Ha ha ha, this guy is actually wearing red shorts. The boys burst into laughter. Oh my! Handsome little guy turned into a black doll. How annoying. But the red shorts do look quite nice. The girls blushed bright red with embarrassment. Jiang Rushu saw this scene and her face immediately turned red. Although she knew that Chu Fan had a habit of wearing red boxers, in front of so many people. Oh my gosh! Chu Fan sought his own outfit and instantly covered the key parts, sprinting back to the contestant's seat in a flash. But, Chu Fan, your skin really shows off your physique. TSK, 8-pack abs. Gu Ting couldn't help but swallow as she looked at Chu Fan's figure. She quickly took out a combat suit and tossed it to Chu Fan. The host witnessed the scene, took off his microphone, laughed for 2 minutes, and then, after striving to suppress his laughter, finally announced the competition results. Wow, I didn't expect the match to end this way. Chu Fan is truly impressive. That kind of all-out attacking momentum is truly something we should learn from. Of course, Rong Hai isn't bad either. His fire-type abilities are extremely powerful. However, the downside is that when he uses the meteor fire rain move, he needs to continuously maintain spirit energy output, which gave Chu Fan the perfect opportunity to strike. Alright, anyway, this round goes to Jiangdong Academy. How is that possible? Jun Tian's face was filled with disbelief, his emotions torn between wanting to laugh and cry. Chu Fan's embarrassment amused him, yet his arrogance caused the academy to lose a round. Fine. Let's see how you plan to win next. Jun Tian fixed his piercing gaze on Chu Fan, his face full of contempt. By simply having thicker skin and winning this match. In Jun Tian's eyes, Chu Fan had no real ability and was acting recklessly. The second match began quickly. The first match was Qing Yun versus Rong Hai. This match was completely one-sided, as Qing Yun was battered by Rong Hai's flaming blade without any chance to counterattack. Qing Yun initially tried to mimic Chu Fan and exploit the flaming blade's tactics, but he quickly realized that the flaming blade was far too difficult to handle. It was practically pure fire. Any physical contact would immediately cause pain and force one to withdraw. As expected, Zhenghai Academy claimed victory in this match. The second match. Sweki versus Xuanana, a very seductive competitor. Xuanana's strength wasn't impressive, only at Earth rank 4-star, making her the weakest among the Zhenghai realm contenders. She had always relied on her alluring figure to distract opponents and secure victories. But now her opponent was the stunning beauty Sweki. Her advantage was rendered completely ineffective. When Xueqi stepped into the ring and saw her opponent's seductive demeanor,
she felt nauseated and charged forward without hesitation. She unleashed a frenzy of attacks, delivering direct punches without any flashy moves, akin to a wife chastising a mistress. Every punch landed squarely, leaving Xue Nana unable to get back on her feet. Jiang Dong wins this round. Oh, wow! That was spectacular. Who would have thought such a beautiful girl could unleash such an uninterrupted series of moves? It seems that this Xue Qi player is extraordinary. The host couldn't help but praise, stirring up a thunderous response from the audience. Xue Qi, Xue Qi. I love Xue Qi. The raggedly dressed Qin Yun curled his lip. Sweki is mine, don't even think about it. At that moment, Sweki excitedly ran over. Qin Yun stepped forward to greet her. Congratulations, Sweki. But in the next instant, he froze. Because Sweki wasn't running toward him at all. Sweki trotted all the way to Chu Fan and exclaimed, "We won. Daddy!" She mischievously made a victory sign with her hand. "Hey! Little rascal, not bad. Your combo punches left the opponent completely defenseless. Here, Daddy will reward you with a big chicken leg. Go ahead and eat." Chu Fan was delighted. It seemed Sweki still had room to improve. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out a large chicken leg. "Thank you, Dad." Sweki stared at the delicious drumstick, swallowed hard, and cautiously took a bite with her cherry-like lips. The intense spiritual energy instantly flooded into her sea of consciousness, making her entire body stiffen. "Ah, thank you, Dad. Your big drumstick is so tasty," Sweki said excitedly. Jiang Rushua, on the other hand, had an icy look on her face, her gaze sharp as knives. If looks could kill, Chu Fan's SSS class divine physique probably wouldn't withstand her cold assault. Qin Yun seemed frustrated. "It's just a drumstick, what's so special about it?" "Sweki, when we get back, I'll make roasted goose leg for you." Sweki completely ignored him. She focused intently on devouring the cleansing giant drumstick. After finishing it, she seemed to sense a change in her body, so she sat in the back row and closed her eyes to meditate. Next up was Aou's match against Ning Xuer, a 7-star Earth-ranked competitor. Upon seeing his opponent, Aou noticed her snowy white hair, resembling the iconic white-haired witch from television, absolutely stunning. "Little girl, don't worry, I'm not a good guy. As long as you behave, I'll." Aou wore a lewd expression, drooling uncontrollably. In the end, Ning Xuer kicked him straight in his vital area. Before Aou could even start, he was eliminated from the competition. Damn, Aou hasn't changed his LSP tendencies at all. What a shame, the two of them are evenly matched. There was a chance. Lu Li grumbled indignantly. Chu Fan showed no reaction to the result, as he had already anticipated it. Next up, Jiang Rushua faced off against a barbarian. "Little girl, you won't escape from the palm of my hand." The barbarian attacked with full force right from the start, and though his words were provocative, he didn't hold back in the slightest. Beast transformation. The barbarian instantly transformed into a giant white tiger. Wow! Beauty in the beast. Beast transformation. Special abilities. Impressive. The white tiger charged forward like a ferocious beast, roaring furiously as it lunged at Jiang Rushu. However, after Chu Fan's day and night intensive training, Jiang Rushu's strength had significantly improved. Her speed was astonishing as she quickly jumped back, creating distance. With a swift turn, she unleashed 2 lightning spells. Boom, boom. Lightning struck the white tiger, causing it to howl in pain. This was the most powerful attack ability. Even Chu Fan didn't dare to take it head-on. How beautiful. This Jiang Rushue. Her mastery of distance control and timing in ability transitions is truly exceptional. The host couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Meanwhile, in the VIP private room, Lin Yun was intently watching everything unfold. A talent like this being placed in Jiangdong Academy is simply a waste. If she were at Kyoto's Divine Beast Academy, with her level of perception, she could absolutely reach above the heavenly tier, Lin Yun thought to himself, silently impressed by Jiang Rushua's extraordinary abilities. However, he had not realized that Jiang Rushua's achievements were thanks to the assistance of the strongest bootlicker system and Chu Fan, enabling her to reach such heights. Get down! Jiang Rushua delivered a mid-air kick, accompanied by a lightning fireball, which blasted out fiercely and knocked the white tiger out of the arena. In the end, the white tiger transformed into a barbarian, howling incessantly, unable to get back on its feet. Spectacular! Jiang Rushua has shown us the power of the so-called strongest attacking ability. Her unparalleled attack intensity has brought us a thrilling spectacle of offensive brilliance, the host said excitedly. The match is now tied at 2:2, and the final round will adopt a BO1 mode. The showdown we've all been waiting for is about to begin.
Jun Tian from Zhenghai Academy.
A 2-star of the celestial rank, the strongest contender in this competition, far ahead in skill.
And the other contestant is the
unique youth who performed outstandingly during the beast disaster, Chu Fan, who even sent Ron Hai from Zhenghai Academy flying with a single punch in the last match.
Roar!
Oh! The moment their names were announced, thunderous applause erupted from the audience.
The long-awaited showdown between the big and small kings has finally arrived. The main event of today is about to begin.
What do you say, Zhou Hao?
I suggest we place a bet, add some stakes?
Lin Yun's face wore a smile as his gaze locked onto the two individuals slowly walking towards the arena below. Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment, not expecting Lin Yun to actually want to bet with him, a mere commander.
Lord Lin, how do you want to play?
Zhou Hao could only go along with Lin Yun's suggestion. If Jun Tian loses, I'll double your salary. From now on, your income from spirit liquid and spirit stones will also be doubled. If Chu Fan loses, then you'll have to sweep the floor in my office for a month. After hearing this, Zhou Hao thought to himself, no matter what, he's not at a loss. At most, he'll just sweep the floor for a month. Of course, Lin Yun firmly believed that Jun Tian could never lose. After all, the man was a heaven tier 2-star expert, while Chu Fan was merely an earth tier 2-star, a whole major realm lower. Little did he know, Lin Yun was secretly chanting in his heart that he absolutely wouldn't lose either. If Jun Tian were defeated by Chu Fan, then Chu Fan would make history,
winning despite being a whole major realm behind.
Lin Yun would have gained an exceptional talent. What's double the salary for Zhou Hao? Let's just treat it as a reward for Zhou Hao's referral commission. If Chu Fan loses, his office will have someone cleaning it for a month, so it's not a loss. Besides, Jun Tian is also a good prospect. So, this situation is beneficial for everyone. It's practically a win-win scenario. The highly anticipated showdown between Jun Tian and Chu Fan is finally about to begin. The two slowly step towards the confrontation point.
Kid, you've got good luck. But it ends here. I won't go easy on you.
Jun Tian harbored a rage deep in his heart.
What's the matter? A person who couldn't beat that brat Xiaming in his whole life, yet still acts all self-righteous? Chu Fan mocked. You? Fine. Fine. Chu Fan's words left Jun Tian speechless with anger, unable to respond. That brat Xiaming was clearly a thorn in his heart. Are you even still human? He's your senior. A genius who has been suppressing me all along. Jun Tian was left speechless. Alright. I hope your strength truly matches your arrogance. Jun Tian was burning with anger. He secretly prepared in his heart, waiting for the host's announcement, ready to knock down this self-important guy in one move. Otherwise, his dignity would be greatly compromised. Alright. Both contestants are ready. Let us look forward to this highly anticipated match. Now, I declare the match begins. With the host's announcement, Jun Tian dashed forward in a single step, leaving a mesmerizing figure on the stage. So fast. Most of the people present couldn't catch a clear glimpse of Jun Tian's movements. The host also exclaimed, "Oh my!" Jun Tian actually used his signature technique, the Gale footwork, right from the start. It seems he wants to finish off Chu Fan quickly this time. Can Chu Fan withstand this? VIP room, Zhou Hao's heart was racing with nervousness. The opponent is a 2-star celestial rank. Can Chu Fan handle it? Chu Fan's expression remained composed. Seeing Jun Tian's imposing demeanor, he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Slow down. Just as Jun Tian was approaching Chu Fan, ready to strike, Chu Fan waved his hand. A streak of slow light flashed past. Jun Tian's entire body seemed to be under a binding spell, frozen in place. His body felt as if it had fallen into a quagmire, unable to escape no matter how hard he struggled. Smack! Chu Fan slapped Jun Tian on the butt. Aren't you so tough? Come on. With that, he gave another slap. Roar! Moments later, Jun Tian finally broke free. He had exhausted Chu Fan's spiritual energy, and Chu Fan was shocked in his heart. Jun Tian is indeed extraordinary. A heaven-tier powerhouse actually exhausted his spiritual power within just a few seconds. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately swallowed a mouthful of spiritual liquid. What was that, exactly just now? Lin Yun was filled with curiosity. He couldn't understand why Jun Tian suddenly became sluggish in his movements. Zhou Hao also shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Could it be some special ability? Or perhaps a paralysis spell? Lin Yu speculated. That's unlikely. A paralysis spell is a type of tool talisman, and judging by what we saw just now, Jun Tian didn't seem affected by a paralysis spell. He appeared to be able to move slowly. From Jun Tian, hatred plus 3888. Jun Tian's heart was filled with boundless hatred. He had never been so humiliated, to the point of being smacked on the butt in front of everyone. Even his own father had never treated him like this. He, Chu Fan, was actually smacked right in front of everyone. And not just once, but twice. Anger filled his heart, but he dared not approach Chu Fan easily. The feeling just now was truly too bizarre. Fortunately, he unleashed his full power to break through that kind of restriction, but it also consumed most of his spiritual energy. He also took out a small jar of spiritual liquid and gulped it down. Is Chu Fan drinking spiritual liquid? That stuff isn't cheap at all. A whole barrel is just gone like that. The audience, seeing Chu Fan drinking spiritual liquid, was utterly shocked. Even Jun Tian's one jar cost nearly 100,000. Is he really that rich? Everyone was filled with doubt. Wind concealment technique. After restoring his spiritual power, Jun Tian performed a 3-star wind element ability. Ah! He's disappeared. Everyone was utterly shocked. On the stage, only Chu Fan stood alone. Get down! Suddenly, Jun Tian's voice came from behind Chu Fan. At the same time, his figure appeared, his fist carrying a fierce wind, unstoppable. Too late. Chu Fan lost. Everyone felt disappointed upon witnessing this scene. Ah, still couldn't pull it off? Gu Ting frowned. Zhang Rushua's delicate face slightly knitted. Sigh, I still can't cross this insurmountable gap. Lu Li shook his head helplessly. Inside the VIP room, Lin Yun revealed a long-lost smile. But his smile quickly froze. Because Chu Fan seemed to have seen through Jianshan's attack and was already prepared. He turned sideways and narrowly dodged the strike. How is this possible? He actually saw my attack trajectory. After throwing the punch, Jun Tian was utterly shocked. But before he could react, his abdomen was hit by Chu Fan's punch. Bang! The force of this punch made Jun Tian's eyes bulge out. A mouthful of fresh blood spouted out, and several ribs were broken. Jun Tian almost stumbled and fell off the stage. Damn! Chu Fan is really amazing. How did he predict Jun Tian's attack path? Even from a god's perspective, we couldn't see Jun Tian's movements. I don't know either. Just now, for a moment, I truly thought Jun Tian would win, but I didn't expect Chu Fan to be so formidable, dodging a fatal blow under such circumstances. Not only did he evade it, but he also counterattacked. Yeah, this series of actions was completed in an instant. Not everyone can pull this off. This person is simply a natural-born combat maniac. Absolutely incredible. A rank 2 Earth tier is actually about to defeat a rank 2 Heaven tier. Is this going to make history? Everyone was utterly shocked, and discussions erupted. Gradually, the audience's shouts shifted from chanting Jun Tian's name to almost everyone calling out Chu Fan's name. Lin Yun, who had been sitting calmly, suddenly stood up at this moment, staring intently at Chu Fan in the center of the stage. After a while, he nodded and turned to Commander Zhou beside him, saying, "Commander Zhou, you were right. This Chu Fan is indeed an exceptional talent. Regardless of the outcome of this competition, I promise to double the salary I offered you, now quadrupling it. You will receive 4 times your pay in the future." On the stage, Jun Tian clutched the spot where he was struck by Chu Fan with one hand, unable to endure the pain. He hadn't expected Chu Fan to see through his attack intentions and counter while precisely dodging. What shocked him even more was Chu Fan's incredibly terrifying strength. Is this really the punching power of a 2-star Earth rank? What he didn't know was that Chu Fan's SSS level time-space power ability's 2-star skill, True Sight, allowed him to see through the entire set of consecutive moves completely. In Chu Fan's eyes, Jun Tian's movements earlier were entirely predictable and captured in full detail. Therefore, Chu Fan was able to dodge and counterattack so effortlessly. How is it? Am I better than that boy Xia Ming? Chu Fan slowly walked forward, asking with a cheerful smile. Pooh! Jun Tian spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. You, all of you, are freaking maniacs. If there's you, why is there Liang? Jun Tian sighed deeply, gazing at the heavens. As a result, Jun Tian was kicked off the stage by Chu Fan. You dare to claim you're equally matched with me? At best, you're just Xing Daoron. Chu Fan said coldly. When it comes to enemies, he never shows mercy. Phew, finally won. Gu Ting let out a sigh of relief. Although it was thrilling, everything turned out fine in the end. Zhang Rushua also took a breath to calm down, her expression softening significantly. She looked at Chu Fan on the stage with relief, revealing a smile. My heavens! Just today, Chu Fan has made history. With a cultivation level of Earth rank 2 stars, he defeated the powerful Sky rank 2 stars Jun Tian. The two are a full major rank apart.
This is also the match with the greatest level disparity in this tournament. No one expected such a dramatic turn, but Chu Fan did it.
At this moment, he made it happen. Chu Fan! Chu Fan! Chu Fan!
The audience spontaneously shouted Chu Fan's name.